going to happen with the conditions to start, so we have an idea when we're back.
You certainly have good memories of this ground in particular, don't you? You yourself with that amazing century and that world record-breaking partnership. Those good memories hopefully going to start the series well for you.
Yeah, most definitely. It's great to have a banker, especially with some success. So, but yeah, that was 6 years ago now, so we've got to put that one in the past. Look at what's in front of us now. We've got a big series ahead of us, so looking forward to this one.
How much do you read into this series as kind of being a starting point for that 2027 ICC Men's Cricket World Cup campaign? Is that something you're sort of starting to build towards?
Yeah, it's part of the stepping stones. We don't want to look too far ahead. Yes, that's the main goal. We've got to ensure that we automatically qualify if we can. But right now, we got to look at what's in front of us, is the Irish lads. So got to make sure we play some good cricket and then continue going forward from there.
Always good contest between these two. Final question, can you give us any team news, any debutants or anything like that today?
No debutants today.
Okay, Shay, best of luck. Nice to see you. That's Shay Hope, choosing to win the toss and very much have a bowl first. Paul, that means you'll have to bat first. What would you have done?
Yeah, we would have had a field as well. Get out there and try and utilise conditions early. I think that's going to be the challenge for our top 2 and top 3, is to try and get through that first 10 overs, or maybe the first 6 with the swing. I think once you do that, generally here, it's a pretty good wicket, fast outfield, and you can maybe cash in.
Been a little bit of time, hasn't it, since Ireland have played some cricket, but what a way to start the Irish summer. You're really looking forward to this series, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been glorious. We're just happy to be back playing in front of a home crowd, and hopefully as the week progresses we get more and more people in to watch.
Okay, there's a lot of changes to your squad, 2 very late injuries as well. Can you just tell me, I presume you have some debutants, how many and who are they?
We do, we've got 3 debutants. Cade Carmichael comes in to bat 3. We got Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays with the ball. And I think just from our point of view, it's a really positive thing. It shows our depth in the system here in Ireland, and we wish them all the best. And it's actually really exciting to see some fresh faces, so can't wait to get out there.
I want to wish the 3 of them the best, and you the very best as well, my friend. Best of luck today. Okay, that's going to wrap it up from out here in the middle. The West Indies, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Andrew Leonard. Well, it's exciting, certainly, to see that Ireland are going to be out and getting a look at the ball early on, getting a look at the pitch. Paul Stirling's going to be leading out on Ireland's side. I'm delighted to say alongside me is one of the Irish legends in Isabel Joyce. A few names resonate quite so with Irish cricket fans as Isabel Joyce. And indeed, alongside Isabel Joyce, Carlos Brathwaite, a man who took West Indies to the ICC T20 World Championship in 2016, spectacularly hitting Ben Stokes for 4 successive 4s to see West Indies wrap up their second title in that format. Carlos, I'm going to start with you though. Really exciting top order for West Indies here. What are you expecting from the batting lineup today?
Yeah, well, I want to see them stamp the authority. You think back to 2019, and one of the things you can remember from that tour is the batting prowess of the West Indies. Shay Hope, John Campbell in particular, both here, obviously only Shay in the 11, but you want to see them replicating that. Big partnerships, big scores. It looks a lovely pitch. Me and Izzy were just out there looking at it. So yeah, get in and get stuck in.
Isabel, I've got to ask you about the seam bowling attack for Ireland. Is this a genuine test of Irish seam bowling, given the injury concerns coming into the series?
Yeah, lots of injury concerns, and it's been talked about a good bit. I mean, Craig Young so late as well, just to add insult to injury. But really exciting. I liked what Sturlo said there at the toss, which is it's testing the depth. He's excited to see what they can do. And also what's brilliant for the 2 seamers, Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays, but also Cade Carmichael, who's coming in as a batter, they've actually had to work in similar ways to get into the team. Play in an A series, then they've done really well. All 3 in the IPs we've just had the 3 rounds of. So they've done all that. They've put their hands up, and now it's just about going out as a trio. They've just been away together and playing together and seeing what they can do. Well,
it really is an opportunity, certainly, for the Irish bowlers. Let's talk about the West Indies bowlers, though. Are you happy with the attack that West Indies has put out today?
Yeah, you have 2 elder statesmen. Alzari Joseph, definitely elder statesperson. Shamara Joseph, is he elder at the moment?
Not after the Australia
series. He's one of the more experienced guys. But I'm excited about Justin Graves, all-rounder. He's been shuffled from all-rounder to top order bat. Now he's back in the all-rounder role. Did it in Australia and in Test cricket. Now been asked to do it in ODI cricket as well. And Matthew Ford had a very good series against England with the ball earlier. Not the quickest, but swings the ball prodigiously, and a real good competitor. So there's a lot to love about the team and the kind of roles that are being given to certain players and the kind of identity that they're trying to form, and just hoping that they can put it together in this series.
Isabel, let's talk about the top order of Ireland. It does tend to get a little easier to bat and Clontarf as the day wears on, but how important is it for the likes of Stirling to really go out and impose themselves on the opposition early?
Yeah, well, an pretty experienced top order. Obviously, Cade Carmichael will slot in. We think probably 3, unless they swap Harry Tector up the order. Good news for Irish fans in the IPs was Harry Tector scored a century, but the other 2 scores not so great. Paul Stirling not in the runs either, but Andy Balbirnie has been really, really consistent. So you hope that from those 4, and unfortunately Curtis Camphor missing out as well, but those top 4, you're hoping for a good pile of runs, and if they can manage to do that, then I think it's going to have to be a high score. They're going to have to get above 300 to defend in the second innings.
I was just about to say, I've had a look at the pitch. What are you sort of expecting in terms of runs today?
Yeah, I think 300 is a minimum these days in ODI cricket. And I think as a team, you have to be setting a benchmark at 300. Also, when you look at that track, it looks a good one. The curator was very certain that would be a good one as well. So yeah, 300 must be the benchmark, and if you get close, then how can you get close to the 350, which could potentially put the game out to the reach of the chasing team?
Isabel, as much as West Indies have dominated the head-to-heads between the 2 nations over the years, Ireland won the last series in 2022 at Sabina Park. It was a massive result for Irish cricket. In a sense, is it carrying momentum through and looking for further points here in this series as they work towards the 2026-27 cycles?
Yeah, and there are kind of common threads as well, aren't there? Because that was a COVID series, and Andy Balbirnie got COVID. He was watching his team win the 2 games he didn't play. And Paul Stirling had to deputise for him. So it's, they've won it when there's been adversity, and there is adversity today. Lots of new players coming in, maybe forced changes. I don't think they would have maybe gone with that if everyone had been fit. But they look like they're excited to get out there, and there's not that many internationals this year. They'll relish this opportunity in the summer sun. Oh,
what a glorious day it is, certainly. We're excited to see the action. The players are just about ready to make their way out. The umpire is just about ready as well. Richard Illingworth, his 100th one-day international in which he is standing, so a milestone moment for Richard Illingworth, who was part of the England squad that made the final of the 92 Cricket World Cup in years gone by. But Andrew Leonard is standing by to pick up as the sides prepare to make their way out in this first match of the Token 5 one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies. Enjoy.
Extremely fitting one as the very ground that we are in right now.
Glorious, simply glorious here. We're in North Dublin, not that far from the coast at all, and not that far from the city centre for the start of this Irish international cricketing summer. And rather fittingly, we're bathed in the most special sunshine you would imagine. It's this 3-match one-day international Token 5 series that will be played out between these 2 great rivals. Ireland taking on the West Indies. Great cricketing connections, great heritage between these 2 countries. And despite a few missing faces for Ireland giving plenty of debut opportunities, there is plenty of class on show for the home side. Paul Stirling, the captain, stands on the brink of a rather major milestone. We'll be telling you more about that, I suspect, throughout the series. And despite that absence of Curtis Camphor and Craig Young, it's given some opportunities to some new young faces for the Irish. Plenty of Caribbean colour is in, the beautiful maroon, as always, that they play in. And they have got, quite simply, cricketing royalty leading them. Darren Sammy, the World Cup winning captain, now the head coach across all formats. And I have no doubt that the Caribbean fans who've come in good numbers already on this Wednesday morning will be looking forward to seeing their stars shine. Felt like a big toss to win out there this morning. Looks like a little bit of a green top, doesn't it? As we'll get a look at the 2 starting 11s. Paul Stirling is well over 400 caps now across all formats, and he's standing on the brink of 10,000 international runs. 37 shy of that. The 3 debutants, though. Cade Carmichael, keep your eyes on him. Tom Mays, and indeed Liam McCarthy. Got Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, great to be back with you, big man. Talk to me about this West Indies 11, full of talent as always.
Yeah, full of talent, good morning, and full of experience in that top 4. At least 3 of them, Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Shea Hope. They need to carry the batting, in my opinion. When you look at the bottom, the 2 Josephs, It's a very balanced team. Roston Chase and Gudakesh Morty providing right and left arm spin options. So very exciting lineup, and really looking forward to see how they can pull things together as a unit.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You talk about the key men this morning. From a bowling perspective, it is indeed Joseph, but from a batting perspective, it's all about that man. 96 players have done it in history. It's in essence, Carlos, a who's who of international batting, and he'd be the first Irishman to get there.
I think if you add all your runs in the backyard, the runs you score playing PlayStation or Xbox, seldom you'd get to 10,000, far less holding the bat and playing international cricket, leading your country, and getting to 10,000 test runs. A gem of a human being, and it's, I guess, fitting. You never deserve anything in this sport, but if there was anyone that deserved it, it would definitely be him.
Yeah, with you there, 100%. And again, part of that elite list, to have a century in all three formats. Not many batters have done that across Test, One-Day International and T20 International cricket. For both of these sides, the reality is Ireland will have to look at the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier to get to 2027. For the West Indies, very much in that picture of automatic qualification, but they're going to have to play well, not just here in Dublin, but indeed on the Tour of England that follows. That's what they're playing for, the token fight. Ireland versus West Indies ODI Series trophy, and we're nearly all set for the national anthems. Both the West Indies and Ireland have lined up. We've got a good healthy crowd in for a very bright Wednesday morning. And we will pause now for the national anthems of firstly the West Indies and then the home side, Ireland.
Brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing if available for Ireland's call.
Two great anthems sung with great gusto and pride. Ireland's call followed a beautiful rally around the West Indies, which after that T20 World Cup hosted by the West Indies last year has taken on extra significance. A special day for the man on your left. That's Richard Illingworth, his 100th at one-day international, the former left-arm spinner. And for England, the Worcestershire man, played a lot of cricket with Ian Botham over the years. He's joined by Rowley Black, Irish umpire, just come back fresh from ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 in the Netherlands, where he was umpiring. Straight back into action on home soil. We're all set for what's going to be a really good series, eagerly anticipated. It's a different kind of tour as well. I can't remember the last time a side toured Ireland and kind of split their fixtures, Carlos. We've got the ODIs here in Dublin in May, and then the boys from the Caribbean will head across the pond over the Irish Sea to England to play more white ball cricket, and then they'll come back to Derry for some T20 internationals. Really nice way to do it, and I think you're going to be an integral part of all of it, Carlos, aren't you?
Yeah, it was strange to see, but I quite like it. I remember when I was here playing for Leinster, Australia used Ireland as almost like a warm-up for England, and Ireland boys did well, held their own, and then they went over to England, but they didn't come back when they were warm and give the Irish the best. So West Indies kind of done that this time around. Yes, we'll lead into the ODI series, but we'll finish when we're hot and warm and ready, and we'll give you our best in the T20. So, it's an interesting way to do it, and we'll see at the end of the T20 series how it does work out. But it was a nice way to just fuse both series.
Yeah, and in a funny way with what you're saying, Carlos, there's maybe the opportunity for Ireland to catch the West Indies just a touch cold. That could be the opportunity. Although, having said that, they've had good prep, haven't they? They've been here for, I think it's about 8 days now in total. They've been out at the High Performance Centre in West Dublin, where the wickets have been playing pretty well by all accounts, and now here to Clontarf, one of the 4 one-day international venues on the island of Ireland. We've got Malahide just north of us, and then Stormont and Breedy, where we'll head for the T20s. We were just discussing during the anthems, Carlos, weren't we, as to who may take the new ball. Will it be Ford, or will the two Josephs come in tandem? It's going to be Matthew Ford who'll answer the question. He'll come up the hill. The question will be who's going to take it from the far end then. Maybe Joseph, one of the two. Will it be Shamar rather than Alzari?
It will be Joseph. I think it might be Alzari. Swings the ball nicely, Alzari at a good clip, and then you can have Shamar being the enforcer. I think if you had another swing bowler, you'd probably use Alzari. Jaden Seals were to play, you'd use Alzari as that enforcer. But I think when you have Alzari's pace, 85 miles an hour plus, can get up to 90, can swing the ball, you really want to use the conditions to the best of your ability.
Well, we're all set for this ODI series. Let's play. Oh, and significant movement that has come back and jagged in off the surface. That has gone not an insignificant amount, Carlos. 3-4 bat widths, and somehow I think it's only missed on height.
You'll see a lot more of this from Matthew Ford. Massive in-swingers, not the greatest pace, but immaculate control, good wrist. Oh, when he opened up.
Well, it looks like it's going to be inward movement, doesn't it, for Ford. Balbirnie and Sterling, the two great pals, opening the batting as they so often do in this format. Ireland very much a new look and a new feel. Going to be fascinating to see how young Cade Carmichael goes in particular. We'd imagine that he's likely to come in at number 3. That experiment of Andy McBride, who spent a little bit of time up at number 3 in this format, that's long since ended. Harry Tector will retain his normal spot at number 4. And then Tucker and Dockrell, all their experience at 6 and 7. The first runs will come from a wide, signalled by Rowley Black. What are your expectations for the series, Carlos? Always keenly fought, isn't it, between these two sides in general?
Yeah, I just want to see the experienced guys put their hand up. One thing we're looking for in West Indies cricket is that consistent leadership, not necessarily being captain or vice captain, but if you're a leader with the ball, get accustomed to taking the most wickets. You're a leader with the bat, score the most runs. Shea Hope has done it well. There's an opportunity for other guys now to step up.
just a more gentle pace, isn't it, than the two Josephs that Ford will operate in. So he's coming up the hill and going to try and get that movement. The World Cups always loom large on the horizon, don't they? Particularly for both these two sides, and even more so in this cycle. Neither Ireland nor the West Indies qualified for the last 50-over World Cup. The first time in the West Indies history. When you think about their pedigree in this format, the champions of the first two events in 1975 and 1979, runners-up in '83. That was, well, a soul-searching blow, wasn't it, for Caribbean cricket? It looks like they look completely rejuvenated under their new head coach, Darren Sammy.
Yeah, it's been a trend in West Indies cricket. Dominate Test cricket, then we fall behind. Dominate 50-over cricket, then we fall behind. Started to dominate T20 cricket, we started to fall behind again. So at some point in time, someone needs to arrest the slide. And I think when you look at one of the greatest captains we've had in our history, Darren Sammy, you have him now leading all three formats. First runs off the bat for Balbirnie. When you have someone like Darren Sammy who's done what he's done on the field, one, it brings a level of respect in a leadership capacity. And then second, when he was captain, one thing that everyone lauded him for was his tactical awareness, how astute he was as a tactician. Now he has the opportunity to bring those tactics to the broader spectrum of West Indies cricket, not necessarily just T20 when he was captain or just 50 over, but to build the way we play from first class cricket all the way up to his senior team. So I think they've done a...
Yeah, this is maybe just doing too much. Ford was very interested, but it swung a long, long way, and it's probably going to go on and miss the leg stump. Gets us to the end of the first over. It's 2 for none. Get another look here. You think it's probably just angling down, Carlos?
Yeah, just angling down. Love the little shuffle from Sterlo as well, just to get the foot further outside the leg, just in case the umpire was interested. But yeah.
First over, Ireland moved on to 2 without loss. Bowling from the LP Hughes end, shirt number 8, Alzari Joseph.
Alzari Joseph, it's going to be to take the new ball. As you just see that left alone outside the off stump. Tell us a little bit about, I suppose, that journey then. He's now leading all 3 formats, like you said. There's a huge amount of belief, isn't there, in Darren Sammy, that he can maybe lead West Indian cricket back to the promised land. There's always going to be availability issues in terms of getting your very best sides out across all 3 formats. But there's surely more than enough talent across the Caribbean. We've seen that breakout league start that you were commentating on last month, to provide 3 world-class sides in the 3 formats.
Yeah, I think it's being flexible, being realistic. We don't have the money to be able to pay huge contracts, so it's actually more financially beneficial for some players to not take the contract and play when they don't have 6-figure contracts elsewhere in the world, and that's fine. As a player, you need to earn as well.
Guided away. And with Alzari Joseph's pace, will push towards the rope and just about get there. It's a nice start for Andrew Balbirnie, cut in half from his very first delivery, but this time he just guides it away off the back foot, right on top of the bounce. And the first boundary belongs to Ireland's Andrew Balbirnie.
Yeah, stood up really tall. Proper new ball shot, back foot punch. Got it into the ground as quickly as possible and it ran away. Beautiful shot. Classy as always by Balbirnie.
fuller in length this time and watched. There seems to be a pragmatism kind of developing amongst Cricket West Indies senior management led by Darren Sammy.
Yeah, and I think he's gone back to basics a lot. What I've loved about his interviews and media stuff, and he's always been good with the media from the time he was playing, is talking more about processes. And I think as a West Indies culture, sometimes we get so strung upon results that we never have the correct processes in place to ensure that we can sustain those results or that success.
And someone like Alzari Joseph, he's in demand in basically every league in the world, isn't he? No different to Nicholas Pooran, no different to a litany of Caribbean players, but they just have to kind of accept the availability when they have it and then put out the best squad that they can possibly get. There's a man I want to touch on as well. Strange for Irish fans seeing him in maroon, but some things never change. Kevin O'Brien just having a cup of tea to get the morning going. Very strange to see him not in green, isn't it, Carlos?
Yeah, but he's a good competitor. I'm sure he'll love being a part of that dressing room for sure.
No real timing. It closes out the second over. 4 runs come from it. It's 6 for none. Balbirnie and Sterling will be pleased with this start. There's always plenty of runs in Clontarf, but the first hour, particularly with a 10:45 a.m. start, Carlos, is going to be one that the openers will look to get through, particularly with the 2 new balls in operation like we see in all ODIs now.
Yeah, and it's why West Indies probably have gone with Alzari Joseph trying to get a wicket. Everyone appreciates once it's an early start, it is always important to get early breakthroughs. It almost feels like ODI cricket is turned into a long T20 game. If you don't get wickets early enough, it could be a long slog. So it's important that Matthew Ford and Alzari Joseph get at least 2 breakthroughs in this first 10 overs. Use that moisture, any moisture that will be laying around, because it gets very, very flat.
It's not the biggest either, is it? As I think many a side have shown here over the years. We had a great 3-match T20I series here, Ireland versus Pakistan last May, that preceded the T20 World Cup. Very high scoring. As that one beats the outside edge. Looks to me like Sterling has enjoyed the 2 or 3 months off. There's no doubt he's worked hard on his fitness. You can see a much trimmer, a much leaner looking Paul Sterling. Happily married man, of course, now, last September. Got married down in the beautiful island of Formentera. And he looks like he has embraced the captaincy. They play in a positive manner underneath him, and he stands right on the brink of that rather remarkable landmark. He'll be the first ever Irishman to get there, and he's the first ever Irish sportsman of any kind to play more than 400 times. Tended to be very aggressive, didn't he, in his earlier days? A bit more watchful in ODI cricket of late. That's a big play and a miss.
Yeah, proper character. Had the pleasure of captaining him for the Birmingham Bears in the T20 Blast, and yeah, we tried to create a culture where you stayed back and, you know, you had a drink, whether alcoholic or non-alcoholic, and just, you know, build some camaraderie around the group. And Sterling was the lead of that, to be honest. He was the first person back, and yeah, always off the field. Much of a gentleman. When you see the way he bats and then you interact with him, I think it's kind of different. Different demeanors. Once he crosses the white line, it's boom, bang. But when he's off, soft-spoken, very humble man. And with all that he's done in Irish cricket, would go down as a real Irish legend to still show the humility that he does. Yeah, it would be no better person to reach that landmark first if he does.
Dances down the track, maybe sensing that T20 mode you're talking about, Carlos. Yeah, himself and Kevin O'Brien probably are 2 greatest ambassadors, alongside Ed Joyce, of course, the recently departed Ireland women's head coach. What was he like to captain? Probably in the T20 format, you didn't have to say anything, did you? You just went out and went after it. Was that the season he hit 30 off and over or something for Birmingham?
Yeah, he got to 100, I think, in 30 balls. And then I just thought, okay, Sterlo just gets on with it. We went through a little bit of a rut. And I had some conversations with him. That's the end of the over. Made an over, 6 without loss in 3.
Sorry, Joseph, to continue.
Yeah, so continued our story about Sterling. Got a really good start, 100 off 30-yard balls in the first game, and I just thought, this is Paul Sterling. This is the demeanor. Just biff it, and I enjoy watching it. And we got really close off the field through to that culture creation, and he went through a little bit of rut, and he asked him, how can I help you as skipper? And he actually wants to talk cricket.
Good diving stop, excellent. Square leg fielder gets one hand out and probably saves 3 runs. The square boundary over to that leg side from this end in particular is quite tight. Excellent work.
Yeah, Evan Lewis, not known for his fielding, always quick to the ball. But he's done a lot of work in the gym, moving a lot better. And that was perfect evidence of it. But yeah, just to wrap up the Sterling stuff, you'd think that he's just someone that rocks up plays. He actually wants to talk cricket. He wants to talk about the mental side of the game, the tactical side of the game. So it's only the last half or so of the tournament that I was actually able to sit down and chat with him properly, knowing that he wanted to. I didn't want to over talk to him. But he was like, nah, yeah, just come and talk to me. Like, we're doing right, we're doing wrong, type of thing. So that was a nice realization on my part. Probably a few games too late, and ever since then, whenever we see each other, like this morning, we just catch up, have a nice little chat. But you'd never think with his demeanor that he's as much of a student of the game as he is.
Yeah, he's an absolute tragic. He really is a cricket tragic. He lives, breathes and eats it. For those who were at the pre-series press conference yesterday, one thing he said really struck me as that thuds into probably the thigh pad of Andrew Balbirnie. Should be back-to-back leg buys, and indeed it is, signalled by Richard Illingworth. He said during that sort of 2 or 3 months off since Zimbabwe, he's found himself going to the mirror, picking up his cricket bat and shadow batting like a 12-year-old child again, and he said he hasn't done that in a long time. I think partially because of the fact he's been on such a treadmill, if you will, of continuous cricket, and because he didn't pick up the franchise gig yet in 2025, he had a bit of a break. He's worked very hard on his fitness, and it's just given him that kind of appetite, that zest back, so it'll be fascinating to see how he goes. Pumped into the ground. He probably missed out there. Some late swing from Joseph, and a question as to whether or not this has bounced. It felt like a bump ball initially. It felt like it was hammered into the ground, and Sterling looks, well, unconcerned. Be interesting to see what the umpires say here, Carlos. We are going to take a look upstairs. We do have the technology not for full DRS throughout the series, but we do have the technology for line checks and indeed close catches. So that will refer to both the potential of a bump ball, which this could be if the ball has been hammered into the ground or not, and one as to whether or not it is carried. I think all of the indications from most of the fielders are that they think it's okay. And Paul Sterling's taking guard again, so it has been hammered into the ground. Carlos, hasn't it? Reassure me.
I think it has, but if we have the technology, let's use it.
Yeah, probably not the angle that will tell us for certain. Even just the original replay should show that if the ball's clearly hit on the full toss, it then thuds into the square and then comes back up. For me, that's clearly been hammered on the full toss into the turf. I think Sterling will be more disappointed to have missed out in terms of just beating that backward point fielder. Beats him, he would have got 4. Should be enough evidence. They don't want to look down the line again. Hopefully we'll get a green light. Or maybe a little like my traffic lights on this journey I took across Dublin this morning. They weren't really working for me, Carlos. No harm is done. Umpire Illingworth happy to say not out. Signalled a la the crossing of the arms. And Sterling is good to continue. Still yet to get off the mark though. Kind of missed out there from Alzari Josephs. Full toss. I think this is again going to be a leg bye. So three leg byes in the over, a near close catch. All happening in the 4th, but Ireland proceed to have not lost over. 4 have been bowled. It's 10 for none. Forward to continue. Definitely extracting pretty good movement, but Sterling 11 balls yet to get off the market. You would say it's unlike him historically a decade ago, but his approach in ODI cricket has changed hugely. He's very cautious in this first power play now with those 2 new balls.
Yeah, but he hasn't really had much to hit either. Full toss, but he smashed straight to Roston Chase. But I think the West Indies have bowled well to him to start. Ford has been very consistent, swinging the ball. 1 or 2's held the line as well.
Some use of the feet, but no real connection. Just be starting to get a little bit nervy, won't he? He'll be acutely aware of the fact he's yet to get off the mark. Difficult conditions. It certainly had a greener tinge to it than I thought it would, this pitch today. Carlos, they were relayed a couple of seasons back. That's why the first internationals last year, we had superb international cricket here. We had a wonderful men's series between Ireland and Pakistan. Pakistan winning that 2-1. And then Ireland played England here in the women's in 2 T20Is. Sterling cuts this away and does break the streak of dots and finally gets off the mark in grand style.
Yeah, good control on the cut from Sterling, swinging back. Just played it really late. Good timing again, and he's away.
A famous win. Any chance we get in Ireland, as you know, from having lived here and played here, Carlos, any chance we get to remind England of any victory over them in anything, the Irish women's team scoring a very famous historic victory here in a shared 1-all T20 series in September. The outside edge is beaten. You have played cricket here, Carlos. It's a country that's very close to your heart.
Yeah, enjoyed both years and have been back 3 or 4 times with the family since then. On the other side of the field, right in 2019, watching West Indies v Ireland, or watching the All-Ireland and supporting Leinster. So yeah, I do enjoy cricket in Ireland, and I do enjoy the camaraderie a few of the boys have played against in this game.
And of course, for rugby fans, you're not referring to Leinster as the province, you're referring to Leinster Cricket Club, aren't you, in Rathmines, Observatory Lane there?
Yes, Rathmines, as I was affectionately told it's called. So yeah, Leinster Cricket Club, a few legends, and looking forward to meeting up with a few of the boys before we leave.
Suspect you might discover a pint or 2 of the black stuff as well, or whatever your favourite tipple is. There's plenty of options here in Ireland, and it's great to see what's a healthy crowd starting today. Talk of it approaching a sellout come Sunday. As Sterling laces that one may well have gone all the way. It's a very flat 6. Might not have got higher than maybe 4 or 5 metres off the ground, but it flies to the rope, and it's a fantastic end to the 5th over. 20 for none.
Yeah, using his feet again and giving himself some room this time. And what a shot. Reminiscent of Sterling from years ago. Quick hands, quick bottom hand, good whip. And a little look up to the heavens.
Big long run up, doesn't he? Alzari Joseph tailing in. Carlos, I have to say, great to have you back in the country. You're a very popular man, not just in the Caribbean, but here in Ireland as well. Tell us about going through that All-Ireland Cup. Was it 2011, I think?
2009. Yeah, the final was... the final was a good one. Tempers flared a little bit.
Against one of the great clubs in Ireland, Donaghmana.
Yeah, Donaghmana. It was very, very heat. Very hotly contested final. But it's one of the games that I remember. I think whenever you're playing with passion and you're putting it all up there will be that line that can be flirted with and you hope it's not crossed. But those are the games that you remember. If you get performances, those are the ones that you remember. And I felt as though that game, that whole season, to be fair, the club deserved it, and it goes long in club history. But that game obviously topped it off nicely.
I can assure you there's still huge passion in the Irish club game. Donaghmana actually in the first round of this year's Irish Senior Cup chased down over 350 against Waringstown up at the lawn up near Belfast there. Were you always kind of impressed by, firstly, the standard of Irish club cricket, but I guess the history and the passion involved in it?
Yeah, I was very impressed, to be honest. I had an option to go to England to play club cricket, and everyone knows about English club cricket. And I took the offer to come to Ireland to kind of chart my own path and not go where other West Indians have been. Say that, but Henry Wallace is the one that brought me.
Short ball helped round the corner, but fine leg in place to keep that to a single. Yeah, Henry Wallace, a bit of an icon. There's great links, isn't there, between Ireland and the Caribbean?
Yeah, and when I came down, I think the story that best encapsulates that feeling for me was Australia coming here, and a few of the elder statesmen, the Ricky Pointings and whatnot, batting in the nets. And Steve Smith was batting 8 then. Tim Payne, they were sent as like the guinea pigs. And a few flick and misses, top of off, hit, edge hit later. Shane Watson, Mike Hussey, all them were padding up to coming back because the Irish net bowlers were actually good enough to give them a challenge. So it was a welcome surprise, and I really enjoyed my 2 summers at LCC.
That was the following year, wasn't it? 2010. And certainly that ODI, those that were here that day, huge crowd here at Clontarf. Ireland pushed Australia right to the brink.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic game, and as you mentioned, the crowd was amazing. I just hope that we can see a similar crowd either for the second or for the third ODI at the weekend. But I just remember it being like an amazing atmosphere, and it's different. Like, yes, you love to play in big stadiums. When you have the luxury of walking right around the ground, it just feels a little bit more intimate, and it was a nice feel.
Certainly is intimate here in Clontarf. You get up close and personal. Good start from Joseph in particular. Ireland 21 for none. perfect way to start the summer. Visit of the West Indies, first of 6 games these two sides will play, and then the men's side will have England to look forward to in September in 3 T20Is as everyone starts that build up to the T20 World Cup in February next year that both Ireland and the West Indies have already qualified for. And then for the women's side, Zimbabwe and Pakistan. Pakistan will be here in Clontarf. Game continues to grow in Ireland. The women's side were unlucky last month. Edged away, this will be 4. Races away. It's probably, what, only 55 yards or something like that up there. Carlos, bit of fortune. The 2 slips in place, flies over their head.
Yeah, good decision from Balbirnie. Flashing and flashing hard. There's no deep third. So a little bit of width on offer, and all cliche in cricket. When you go hard.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the growth, can't you? Both the men's and the women's teams, Carlos. But I guess what I want to ask you and take you back to is from those 2 seasons, 2009 and 2010, when you were not just a stalwart, but maybe one of the most loved overseas players of all time there in the Leinster Cricket Club. I know you've followed the journey of Irish cricket since then, ascending to Test status and all of the famous World Cup wins and the developments that have been made. Has it surprised you as to how far the game has come in what, 15, 16 years now? Is we're going to have a bit of a no-ball check, I think. Forward can get close, can't he, at points? In fact, given as a no-ball. We'll probably see confirmation of that in a second. That means a free hit will follow, as Balbirnie will look to cash in. Remember, the field cannot change, so Balbirnie can target anywhere as he pleases. The only 2 men outside the circle are behind him out at deep fine leg. And third man. Balbirnie will lace it through the offside for 4 more.
Yeah, calculated from Balbirnie, giving himself some room, creating his width, and expertly cut over point.
So yeah, the development of cricket in Ireland, it's been probably a joy to watch for you from afar.
Yeah, it has been. A few players that you would have played against, someone like Balbirnie when I was here, he was a young up-and-coming star, gone on to break records, captain his team. It's been good to watch players you've played against, heard about, watch close up, then go on to do good stuff on the international stage. And just watching the rise at every level has been great to see.
Has it surprised you, being honest, though, given kind of what you saw amongst what was a very small and passionate Irish club cricket community as to the way in which that's developed?
No, I wouldn't say it surprised me. I just think once a few things came to fruition, the IPs or interprovincials, where you put the best players together and have them fighting against themselves more often rather than going from club cricket straight to international cricket. I think that hurdle was important. The A side is another jump between interprovincials and international cricket. So I think the steps were laid.
Guided away, but a diving stop at backward point. Is still 1 ball to come, because that 3rd ball of the over was a no ball. It was followed by the free hit, so the score should move on to 30. We'll get that corrected now. Definitely a few signs that Balbirnie and Sterling getting the pace of the wicket and starting to get in. Still is the 1 delivery left. And Ireland, I think, would have beaten your hand off, Carlos, for this start. I'd be very pleased indeed. End of the 7th. We'll have a commentary change after this. It's 30 for none.
7 overs gone, 30 without loss. It's a steady start for Ireland as we welcome you to Clontarf. Wonderful day for cricket. And delighted to say that one of the names that is most familiar with Irish women's cricket, Isabel Joyce, alongside for the next few overs. Isabel, good steady start for Ireland, yeah, 30 without loss. Sterling looking like he's starting to get going after 13 dot balls.
Yeah, very watchful, isn't he? And I was listening to our co-commentators talking about is maybe a little bit of a change in the way he's approaching one-day international cricket. He's putting a little bit more value on his wicket. And I mean, at the toss, he did say first 6 overs, get through those, and then you can cash in. I don't know if he's going to go even more attacking, but he definitely doesn't want to miss out.
He's not going to miss out here. This is a soaring 6. Lovely from Sterling, his second 6 of the innings. Shamar Joseph into the attack, and it's been cut away for a glorious 6.
Well, if you're wondering about the pace and the pitch here in Clontarf, it's good. Pretty short, no doubt about that. But look at the bat angle there from Sterling. He was thinking 6 right from the start. Gets the bottom hand right through as well. Make great use of the wrists. And just as we're talking about him getting going, he's faced plenty of dot balls, but a couple of 6s, and you can catch up pretty quick.
Beats the edge. A straight one from Shamar Joseph. Only his second one-day international. He's certainly carved out a bit of a legacy for himself in Test cricket already. Just moved away.
Yeah, just keep a close eye on his wrist as he releases, and he angles it in, but that little bit of wrist action, anything that is in the pitch, there is a good grass covering. Anything that's in the pitch, he just straighten it up ever so slightly, and that's all you need. You don't need a huge amount of movement. In fact, that can go against you oftentimes. It can mean that you can miss the outside edge. So Paul Sterling threw his head to the sky.
And this one left alone. Shamar Joseph, I think when you think of Shamar Joseph, you think of those 5 wickets in Adelaide and then the 7 at the Gabba in Brisbane against Australia a few years ago, as helping West Indies to their first Test win in Australia in nearly 30 years it was.
Well, there's something about playing in Australia and performing in Australia. It's like everything you do is amplified. So if you get a few ducks, you really know about it. But you blast onto the scene, you get a name very, very quickly. And that's what we saw from Shamar Joseph.
Nicely fielded. Roston Chase. Combative all-rounder. Just a front foot check here for no ball. The check is over. Fair delivery. Richard Illingworth standing in his 100th one-day international today. Marvellous milestone for former England player. Play and a miss. Not for the first time.
That's as close as you can get, but it's about where your foot lands. So I think he's ended up just moving slightly forward there, Joseph, right as he's releasing the ball. So you're allowed to do that. It's where the initial contact is. So anything behind the line, and that's acceptable. It was really interesting to see actually where in the crease he landed. He's landed quite wide of the crease, angle it in, and he's enjoying the way that he's able to angle it in and get the ball to straighten up. He feels that that's an opportunity to maybe take the edge of Paul Sterling.
And that's cut away. It'll run all the way to the boundary for 4. Started the over with a boundary, ends the over with a boundary. 6 off the first ball, 4 off the last of the 8th over. Ireland are 40 without loss. Brave, bold, beautiful Paul Sterling in his belligerent best is always a delight to watch. Shamar Joseph, final ball of the last over.
The funny thing about Paul Sterling is that his strength is outside off, but his weakness is outside off. Well, as is so often the case with cricket, your strength can become your weakness.
Forward to continue from the city end. Ford's got a wonderful ability to move the ball into the right-handed batter, but he also bowls a straight one. He's not the express pace of some of the other West Indian seam bowlers, but he does quite a bit with the ball.
And I think he'll be disappointed not to have got a chance, a catching chance out of his spell so far, because with a bowler of that pace, you're hoping that just one maybe holds up. You get someone to play a little bit early, maybe get a catch in front of the wicket.
It's going to be runs, and it's 4 runs as well.
Well, there's something about that boundary here in Clontarf. Sometimes you think, why not have a second slip rather than a third? Because it's so hard to cut off that short boundary. Look at this. It's not far away from the third man fielder, but just not enough time, even at the not express pace from Ford. So a lot of captains, when they're playing here, they think, I'm going to put a second catcher in because it could be 4 anyway. So why not get a second opportunity for a catch?
And there's that significant movement. It'll be wide down the leg side. Balbirnie just watchful as it went past. It's been in good nick as Andy Balbirnie. Started the interprovincial season in rather stellar fashion. Made 91 against the Knights, made 101 against the Reds and 63 against Leinster Lightning, playing for the Warriors.
I think there's someone behind the bowler's armour. There's some kind of movement. So Andy Balbirnie's asked Roddy Black, the standing umpire, to sort it out. All fixed now. That kind of length there is actually, it's funny when you're not express pace. That can be quite difficult to face. You saw Andy Balbirnie looking like he wasn't sure. Should he attack that ball, go through with a shot? Ended up just tapping it down in front of him.
What you've got is 2 batters who are both leaders in their own right as well. Paul Sterling is the captain of the white ball teams, but Andy Balbirnie, having captained Ireland himself, very much a leader. Both 34 years old, both with a great deal of experience behind them. Well in excess of 100 one-day internationals each. Well, Paul Sterling, 400-odd internationals across all formats. Worked away behind square on the leg side by Balbirnie. He'll pick up a single and move to 20.
With that leadership, you think about Cade Carmichael, debut today. He's going to come in at 3. And, I mean, you've got to think, right, I'm first drop. We've got nearly to 10 overs. If I go out there, if and when, I'm going to be with one of the captains of the Irish team, the Test captain, Andy Balbirnie, or the one-day and T20I captain from Paul Sterling. So 2 people who can help mould him and just settle the nerves, if there are any. You never know with these young guys. They seem to take everything in their stride.
It's a very confident Cade Carmichael that comes into this one-day international match for his debut. The end of the 9th over, Ireland 46 without loss. Paul Sterling and Andy Balbirnie Getting Ireland off to a pretty good start. It's maybe not the roar of some of the venues in the Caribbean, but there's a very intriguing buzz about Clontarf. Jamal Joseph continues. It's got some pace behind it. Balbirnie, full face of the bat.
You talk about the buzz in Clontarf. A friend of mine from Trinidad, I was telling her, you've got to come over here. The sun is out. West Indies are playing. You live in Dublin, let's come out and see some cricket. So she's bringing her family on Sunday. It's going to be a real family day, I think. Obviously the weekend. Wednesday and Friday, the first two one-day internationals. So understandable. We might get some more coming in the afternoon, some more kids. There's the Smash It zone that's happening behind us on the rugby field. So it's a great day out.
Soft hands again from Balbirnie. Genuinely wonderful conditions that we've been blessed with here. There was some rain overnight and some early clouds this morning, but that's all cleared. And the breeze has begun to soften as well here at Castle Avenue in Clontarf. It's Token 5 one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies. 3 one-day internationals. Then West Indies off to England for 6 white ball matches before they return for 3 T20 internationals. That's a lovely stroke. He'll only own 1, Gurukesh Murthy. Fielder at third.
Well, just thinking about Andy Balbirnie and when he's in nick, that's the kind of shot you see him play. Sometimes his feet can get a little bit stuck. He wants to come forward. He's maybe not moving back as well as you would like, but that last shot, he moved back nicely, got his head right in the line of the ball, played it right under his eyes for a single. So I'm not saying he's definitely going to go on and make big runs, but that's one of the things I look for when he's batting. Are his feet moving?
It was there to be pulled. Paul Sterling got some of it. Undefined leg. Runs a single. Moves to 21. He needs 37 to reach 10,000 international runs for Ireland. There's the Belfast ball player. No ball. So that'll mean a free hit. Balbirnie will be on strike. Oh, that's a massive, massive no ball.
That is huge. So, yeah, free hit. Balbirnie will be delighted that he managed to get down the striker's end for this one. They are able to change the field. That's the only positive for West Indies, that the single happens. So when a no ball, the batters change strike, then you can change the field. So slip comes out, mid-wicket goes back.
Balbirnie doesn't get all of it. He'll earn the single as the 50 partnership comes up.
Really well executed slower ball there from Joseph as Andy Balbirnie smeared it leg side, but they'll be happy. An opening partnership of 50, that's what they would have started out the day wanting. Paul Sterling and Andy Balbirnie.
Paul Sterling, a man who holds a host of records, not only in Irish cricket, but in world cricket as well. When it comes to white ball format, this man is a boundary hitter. And that's going to beat the fielder, and it'll make its way to the rope. It'll trickle across, but that's another boundary for Paul Sterling. He moves on to 25, and that's the opening power play done. Ireland 54 without loss.
Well, the good news for Ireland, having been sent in, is their 2 openers still out there in the middle. A little bit watchful at the start, but they've been gifted a few free hits. They've hit some good boundaries as well, and they're 2 players who know each other very, very well. So Ireland in good shape at the end of the first power play, but plenty of time left for West Indies to come back, get into, well, Ireland have 3 debutants, one in the top order with the bat, Cade Carmichael, and 2 seamers.
With that, though, speaking of seamers, we're going to see a little bit of a change here. Gurukesh Murthy being brought into the attack. Just wondered how long they were going to go with the seamers before we saw the change. The slow left-arm orthodox bowler, tall Gurukesh Murthy. That's Casey Carty. So power play. But Gurukesh Murthy, only his 23rd one-day international. He's picked up 33 wickets at an average of under 25 and an economy rate of a little over 4.
Yeah, straight away spin. The seam hasn't gone to plan, and he's bowling from the right end as well. Much longer straight boundary from the city end. When you're bowling spin to Andy Balbirnie, you have to be mindful of the sweep shot. He's a really good sweeper of the ball, so he'll probably just line it up. Anything that's going slightly down leg side, he'll help himself.
There it goes. A wide. It goes away for 4. Looking for that sweep shot, Balbirnie.
You talk about going down leg side, a lot more movement maybe than Murthy was expecting. Do get, as a left arm spinner, that drift in started far too straight. Yeah, if he's getting bogged down, Andy Balbirnie, he's happy to move to the offside, look to sweep, just the one man on the leg side covering that.
Takes a bit of an edge, but Chase is there. Fine fielder, fine all-round player is Roston Chase. Several centuries to his name, several 5-wicket hauls as a spinner himself. That's the shot. And it'll take a little bit of movement to get there for the fielder, who's not going to cut it off. Evan Lewis tries to get around, but Balbirnie has another boundary for Ireland.
He's quite different, Andy Balbirnie, in the way he plays the sweep shot. Really gets the wrists around, so he can manipulate it really well. He placed that quite magnificently behind. Just got inside the line. Just the one man. He's moved squarer now, but brilliantly played by Andy Balbirnie.
End of the 11th over. Ireland 63 without loss. Fine first over from Gurukesh Murthy, wide that went away, and then the last ball that went for the boundary. But it's a good disciplined bowling, and he gets through his overs quickly, does Gurukesh Murthy as well. Shamar Joseph will continue from the LP Hughes end. But the longer it goes, without West Indies taking an Ireland wicket, the greater confidence will build for the home team. Punched away off the back foot by Sterling for a single.
Yeah, Joseph will just change things slightly. I think he'll bowl it slightly fuller now that the field is spread. Cover out third as well. They've retained a slip. That's square out on the boundary too, so and fine leg. So they spread the field. Ireland, it's just about whether they're going to keep searching for the boundaries or do they milk these middle overs. I think for Joseph especially, they might just look to go singles unless gifted something.
Wider ball is there to be hit, and Balbirnie works it away down to third where Murthy does the fielding.
thick edge there, but this is the kind of thing that keeps a bowler interested. You can see there the way it's just straightened up. It's not as straight as he would have liked, Joseph. Still a little bit too wide, but he's still managing to get that angle in, get the ball to straighten up. That's why he's kept the slip in. It's important as a bowler that you keep your wicket-taking opportunities open.
Sterling so quickly onto it, and he's got wonderfully fast hands as well. Cuts it away to Evan Lewis. Square on the offside. So 3 singles to start off the first 3 balls of the 12th over. Ireland's run rate nearly 6 and over in the early stages. That'll please the camp. Well, that's a peach of a delivery. Ever so slightly moving away from Andy Balbirnie.
I think he's found the perfect length there. That delivery, Balbirnie looked to go back. It's one of those times when you wonder, should I have come forward? Should I have gone back? Maybe just a little bit quicker. It's skidded through. He is one of the shorter bowlers in the lineup, so you'd imagine he gets the skiddier deliveries. But that's the first one we've really seen trouble Andy Balbirnie for pace.
Yeah, he's got wonderful pace, as Shamar Joseph showed so many great signs early on in his career. Played, I think, only 4 or 5 first-class matches before he was called up for his Test debut, where he went on to impress. But Lance Klusener, one of the great South African batters of all time, is his coach at the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And he's spoken about Shamar Joseph needing a little time to improve his consistency. And I think consistency is one of the areas of concern that Klusener's had. End of the 12th over, Ireland 66 without loss. So 12 overs down. Ireland going along very nicely, 5.5 runs and over. Moti will continue from the city end. Isabel, when you're on debut, somebody like Cade Carmichael, you see a partnership like this developing out there. I mean, heart's pounding, the palms will be sweaty, no doubt, as somebody expecting to make his debut. But one wonders what's going through his mind right now watching this.
It's so difficult to know, because at the beginning of the game, you'd be thinking, okay, stay out there, guys, I'm not ready. And then as they're scoring runs, you're thinking, I want to go. So I think you tend to go back and forth as a debutant in particular. But anyone who's batting 3 or who's next in, you're generally going back and forth on whether you want to go in or not. It can come down to who's maybe bowling. Maybe you don't want to face a left-arm spinner first up.
Yeah, that's true. Frost and Chase with some fine fielding. Just behind square on the offside. And Sterling will push that down to 4 to open the bowling. Just take the single.
But yeah, so different for a bowler on debut. There's a couple of bowlers who might get a bat, you never know, but they'll be more thinking about the bowling they've got to do later on, Liam McCarthy and Tom Mays.
Right onto the back foot for a slightly fuller ball, Balbirnie. Just as he takes the single, is practicing his shot as he runs down the pitch. Didn't quite play that the way he might have liked. You get those balls that you want to have another chance to go at. Probably drift from Moti, but Sterling takes another single, forward again. Long on.
Lovely alternative delivery there. You could see he bowled it a little bit quicker through the air, a little bit fuller, hoping that Paul Sterling wouldn't have expected the extra bit of pace.
Some sharp work from Justin Greaves, but thankfully no harm done. End of the 13th over, Ireland 69 without loss.
So great opening stand for Ireland so far, Balbirnie and Sterling. And 8 runs required for 10,000 in all formats for Paul Sterling, the captain, the leader in so many ways. And a good friend of yours, Andrew Leonard, you'll be delighted, if possible, to watch him reach that number.
Almost something you don't want to mention, isn't it? You don't want to jinx it. Oh, mix up, and oh, direct hit would have been interesting. I think Balbirnie might have just got back in time. First piece of real miscommunication, and both end up grinning like schoolboys.
These are the kind of mix-ups you get when there's a brilliant fielder in point. It should definitely have been a single. They both started off, it was almost high five in the middle, and I think he might have been in trouble. Roston Chase got rid of the ball so quickly in point. Crossover throw, so, well, wouldn't that have been a shame? Terrible way to break the partnership.
Hooked away, and hooked away safely, not with any real timing or power, but he will do enough to pick up a couple. It's been a really good opening partnership as well, hasn't it? And you often marvel at how Ireland do this. They haven't been playing necessarily a huge amount of cricket in recent times. Last games are down in Zimbabwe. Back into Irish conditions. Okay, the benefit of 3 interprovincial matches. Most of them played 3. I think Sterling only played the 2. But they just find a way to pick up from kind of positions that you might think would be difficult to do so. Good batting conditions, certainly. Pitch hasn't done a huge amount yet. But if you'd offered Ireland approaching the end of the first session, only about 7 minutes to the first drinks break, 70 for none, they'd have been delighted with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And for someone like Paul Sterling, who's used to playing in lots of franchises, playing a lot of cricket, sometimes it can be good to get a bit of time off. I know that after they were in Zimbabwe, it was a long tour, maybe not as successful as they would have wanted. Yes, they won the test match, but the shorter format games maybe didn't go as well as they would have wanted. Yeah, sometimes it's good to get away, have some time to work on some technical flaws, look at the footage. That's very tight.
I think that should be okay, because he just needs something behind. That was just confirmation. It wasn't. No ball as Sterling goes on the pull and will get surely a boundary. It's very short that side. He's edging closer to a most remarkable landmark. Maybe Ireland's greatest ever.
A little bit predictable from Joseph. Went short on the previous delivery, felt like it went well, so he went short again, but Paul Sterling needs no second invitation. Helps himself, backs himself to miss the fielder. 4 more.
Well, the reason for the hold-up again is Shamar Joseph down the hill is really pushing that front line. Again, that last delivery just a matter of millimetres. He does have that extra yard of pace, doesn't he? It can be a tricky ground. You've played club cricket here, you've coached here as well, Izzy. It can be a tricky ground to get used to if you haven't bowled here before.
Well, you have to talk to seamers about maybe lengthening their run-up ever so slightly from the end we see now. It's the LP Hughes end. And actually, coming up the hill, sometimes you have to take a half step off because it can be a bit of a struggle coming up the hill. But those are the kinds of things you get all around the world, different conditions that you have to come to terms with. And when you become an international cricketer, that just becomes par for the course.
probably be given as a wide. Rowley Black working in tandem with Richard Illingworth and saying that has gone a long way too short. Remember, it's the standing position of the batter. Cannot exceed the head height of that, and that went, well, it ballooned over almost a bit of tennis ball bounce.
Maybe a bit of frustration showing from Joseph. He's really testing the front line. Too athletic, I say. You're just running too fast. So you have to reel it in ever so slightly.
Good finish to the over from Joseph. Gets us to the end of the 14th. 76 for none. Really pleasing start for Ireland. Expected a high-scoring contest, as we often see between these two sides. And you can just see that slope there, can't you? It's not quite Lord's, which goes across the ground, but certainly from... Well, let me work it out. What is that? South to north, is it? Which way is the sea here, is he? Over behind us, isn't it? Sort of slog sweep direction here for Andy Balbirnie, if he can get it up towards the team dugouts. You're very close to the water here, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. And actually, we always said in Clontarf, you get your own weather system. So whatever happens around the city, you still have to come to training because it might be dry in Clontarf. So it's always got that going for it. And conversely, sometimes it's raining here when it's nowhere else in the city. So you get both sides of the coin.
Absolute microclimate, isn't it, here in Castle Avenue? Balbirnie goes to that sweep. That's pretty full. And Rowley Black is unmoved. Now, if there was no under edge or bat involved, this looked very close indeed. Let's get a look.
Yeah, I think it's the glove. It's hit the glove. That is absolutely fantastic from Rowley Black because it just looks so bad, doesn't it, on first watch?
If you're wondering why umpiring is the most difficult thing in our sport, that's it exactly. There won't have been any noise of a bat there. There'll have been the protective noise that is a very similar dull thud to hitting the pad. Clearly off the glove, and Balbirnie gets the benefit. And there was no argument, actually, was there, from the West Indies? Because if it wasn't for the glove, if that's hit the pad, well, that's going to go on and crash into middle stump.
No, he's done so well there. And what's absolutely amazed me is how did it manage to hit the foot afterwards and not crash into the stumps? He's done so well there, Andy Balbirnie, not to get out.
I think we'll squeeze another one or two in before that first drinks break. Ireland continue to grow here, 77 for none. Two of Ireland's most dependable players, whatever the formats. Andrew Balbirnie, Paul Stirling, at it again with a very, very pleasing start. West Indies have looked maybe just a fraction shy of a bit of match practice, as you'd expect, the first competitive action of this extended tour of Ireland and the United Kingdom. So we'll see a change in bowling. Justin Greaves into the attack. Gently and friendly part-time medium pacers. This might be something that Ireland will look to try and exploit, maybe not before the drinks break, but through these middle overs. You want to keep the scoreboard ticking, Isabel.
Well, you need to be careful not to hit him out of the attack too soon. There, Lenny. He's got a lovely, easy approach. to the crease, looks very athletic, and I think he's very, very tall, having looked up at him for a while before the game. So medium pacer that gets good bounce and will probably get some seam movement as well.
I always expect good athleticism in the field, don't you, from the West Indies. They'll probably rely upon Moti in terms of his threat through these middle overs, up in the top 10 ranked bowlers in the world in this one-day international format. But for Ireland, they'll just be so pleased with their start. Cade Carmichael is probably watching on, a little nervously still, yet to get to the crease. He's due in at number 3 on his international debut, and 2 other debutants beneath just watching going, this is the stuff of dreams. Tiny bit of nip back in, but too much bounce and a bit leg side.
Yeah, I don't think Andy Balbirnie will have been too worried here, but good for him to see that he's getting some movement. Always good as a bowler when you come on, and 3 dots first up. It's, like I said, he's got a lovely easy approach. No complications in the action at all. That's what you want, if at all possible, because it means you're just going to be more consistent.
Very tall action, doesn't he? He looks like he's going to stand that seam upright, try and land it on it, and hopefully get a bit of nibble either way.
That's it, keep it simple. No, I mentioned it earlier, no need to overcomplicate things from massive movement, because actually oftentimes you get nowhere near the edge. Just a little bit of movement in, a little bit of movement away. That's when you create problems at the top level, if you can keep a consistent line of length. That one was a little bit fuller. I think Andy Balbirnie a little bit surprised by it.
Misfield. Not what you'd expect from Roston Chase at backward point, only cost the single. I suppose the other trick for many of this touring party, not the likes of Shea Hope, who's been out at the PSL, and the other players in and around the franchise leagues, those back in the Caribbean have been playing red ball cricket through the domestic professional championship. Graves in wicket-taking form for the Leeward Islands. Just 2 away, final ball of the over. I wonder, will Sterling even know this himself? Maybe not yet. He'll keep us waiting. Gets us to the end of the 16th. Should get just the 1 more before drinks. It's 78 for none. Well, about a third of the way through this innings, and Ireland, whilst they'll be elated with their start, they'll probably want to reassess things a touch at drinks. Ideally get their unbroken firstly, and then try to assess how they approach the latter 2/3 of the innings. Are they already starting to think about a sort of 300 score with a platform like this?
Yeah, definitely. Wasp says 317. You can see there. I reckon that's competitive. It's not out and out winning total. I thought about a sweep there, didn't he, Paul Sterling? Always makes me nervous when he takes the sweep shot out, because he so often lifts it in the air, but he thought better of it and sent it down to long on. But yeah, 320 I reckon is, you give yourself a very good chance, but West Indies still very much in it.
Beauty. A little bit of drift in and then turn and bounce. Beautifully bowled by Moti. That has leapt through the surface here.
Something in it for everyone. That's what you want, a good cricket wicket.
I think often that's why spinners like coming up the hill, isn't it? They get that little bit of extra bounce. Beautiful piece of bowling. He's so skillful.
Yeah, well, everyone seems to be surprised when David Delaney, the captain of Clontarf here, the express pace, is lots of people are always talking about him for playing for Ireland, but he comes up the hill, so he likes bowling into the hill. Get that extra bit of bounce.
Nerves, 9,999. Even Ireland's greatest getting a touch nervy.
Well, it was there to hit.
And that is going to be that. A magic moment of history that the crowd will probably only be educated about now. Paul Stirling with that trotted single calmly down to long on becomes the first ever Irishman to get to 10,000 combined international runs across test matches, one-day international cricket and T20 international cricket. Just the 97th in history to do it. 16 centuries, 56 50s, and even a pat on the back from some of the best of the West Indies and handshakes all around. Beautiful moment from Shea Hope there. There is quite simply, maybe apart from Ed Joyce and Kevin O'Brien, never been better to wear the green of Ireland. What a moment for Paul Stirling.
Well, if you ask the current team, nearly everyone in the squad says best ever, Paul Stirling. And those numbers, well, they tell their own story. White ball cricket, red ball cricket, and Ireland's leader. A lovely moment for him, and great for him to experience it at home, opening the batting in front of his home crowd, and alongside a brilliant friend, Andy Balbirnie.
Really special. There won't be too many dry eyes up towards Belfast or indeed London, I'm sure. Sarah, his wife, watching on. We'll take a break here to gather our thoughts as well. Ireland off to a fantastic start. Stirling gets to 10,000 cross-format runs. It's 82 for none. Welcome back to Clontarf. We're in North Dublin for this first one-day international between Ireland and the West Indies. We just witnessed a very special moment in Irish cricketing history. 97 men have got to 10,000 international runs across Test cricket, ODI cricket and T20I cricket. The latest of them is that man there, Paul Robert Stirling. He's done it with the minimum of fuss, with a beautiful single jogged through to long on. Get a little bit of a look at some of the best of Paul Stirling today. A little bit watchful at first. Took 12 deliveries to get off the mark, Isabel, but then started to unleash those trademark strokes through the offside.
Yeah, you could be showing replays of any innings that we've seen from Paul Stirling really here. A lot through the offside, good on the short ball. Maybe a little bit more watchful, but yeah, takes on anything that's there to hit. There were nervy moments, but that was the one that took him to 10,000. You said, Andy, that you didn't know if he knew how many he needed. I reckon he had a very good idea.
I think he's a keen student of the game, and only Paul Stirling could have written it, that he'd get there with a single and then have a drinks break to maybe just gather his thoughts. I do have an immediate message, though, to read out, and this is, well, coming from cricketing royalty. Paul Stirling's best man at his wedding last September, Owen Morgan, the World Cup winning captain, obviously of heritage and pedigree from Rush in North County Dublin, but lifted the World Cup for England in 2019. He wanted to pass on this message on the broadcast. He said from the time that Paul first took guard for Ireland in 2008, there was an effortless rhythm to his game, a talent that didn't shout nor seek the limelight. It was as impressive then as it still is today. Now with 10,000 international runs next to his name, what an achievement. That promise is married with great resilience. Paul is more than numbers, proud, humble, unmistakably himself. A man of great substance and integrity who will be celebrated for generations to come. When you get somebody like Owen Morgan talking about you in that way, obviously they're great friends off the field, you get a sense as to that man, Paul Stirling's impact on the world game, and he's going to just continue along his merry way now, and he'll rather fittingly get a little bit of assistance from the fielder too. It will be leg buys, it won't go next to his total. He'll stay on 10,000 for now. How about that, Izzy? Moments and words from one of the very greatest of all time.
Well, I think that's one of the great things about playing on TV, you get to hear what people are saying about you, and it's always good when they're saying good things. But yeah, Owen Morgan, one of the greatest we've ever produced, played for Ireland as well as England, and he spoke so well and so eloquently, and I agree with every single thing he said there.
Having got to that landmark, Sterling might look to go through the gears a touch. I spoke to him yesterday, Owen, a guy I would have played a lot of cricket with growing up, as most in the Irish circles did in the 90s, and I said, would you mind saying something? He goes, I didn't even know he was on the brink of it, it'd be an honour. He then sent that across in probably less than 10 minutes, and he said, is something like this okay? I was kind of trembling, kind of looking at my screen going, how's he come up with that inside 10 minutes?
I'm surprised that you're surprised, Lenny, that Moggy was able to come up with that. You've heard him on the mic enough, but I think, yeah, it's an easy one to write about Paul Stirling. Whenever I've written about him, so many words come to mind. I don't want to be asked to write about your cricket, Lenny. Might take a little bit longer.
There's a reason why that's never been on television, Isabel, to say the least. But would have put a few bums on seats, I think. Bring the entertainment factor. A real privilege to be here today for that landmark. You want to talk about the pedigree of players in which that he's joined. 11 of the 12 Test nations now have players in that list. Only Afghanistan without someone up on 10,000 plus runs. You are talking... like, royalty doesn't do it justice. Tendulkar, Kohli, Steve Smith, Rahul Dravid, Brian Charles Lara, Jaya Surya, Mohammad Yusuf, Steve Waugh, Ganguly, Hashim Amla, Andy Flower, Carl Hooper, David Gower. Owen Morgan's in there, of course. I reminded him of that yesterday. He's joined the very best in the world for a reason. And you think about what we were talking about with Carlos this morning. When Paul debuted 17 years ago, even the most ambitious Irish fan would never have dreamt of what Irish cricket could go on to be, and it's been because of the likes of Paul Stirling that it's been able to accomplish what it has.
I think as you were reading out those names, I was kind of getting a flashback to COVID. Name the 90s, however many it was at the time that have reached 10,000 runs, but I'll have to etch it in my memory for the next time that I'm asked to name all the players that have reached 10,000 runs. But it does take big players to stand up and reach for the skies to achieve something like that. And for Irish cricket to roll on. 18 overs gone, Ireland 89 without loss.
Marvellous start. Really, really strong start for Ireland. Stirling a little more aggressive than Balbirnie, who's been a touch more watchful. They'll know about the threat that Moti possesses in terms of his wicket-taking ability. But having done all the hard work and having got in, they'll want to cash in now, Isabel.
Very difficult to cash in against Moti, and that delivery was a case in point. He changes up his speed. That was a much quicker one. And it really is difficult to tell the changes. I mean, that one was a little bit easier to tell, but the slight changes in pace is very difficult to tell as a batter because it looks the same. That's what you're aiming to get to as a spin bowler.
A very similar arm action and rhythm, isn't there, to his delivery stride. And West Indies, even though they haven't got a wicket, that they'll be pleased with the little bit passages of dots that they've been able to build up. Swept away, not really in control, but we'll pick up a couple.
He really committed to that shot. So often when you play a shot like that and you realise you haven't got there, you don't really commit and you can get a top edge. But Stirling did well to reach out right in front of him, managed to get it past Amir Jangu in mid-wicket. And that's the slower one, slightly slower. And you can see Paul Stirling came forward thinking he's going to punch it to long off or long on, but it just holds up ever so slightly, has to pull out of the shot.
We haven't seen any sort of tangible change of gear yet for Ireland into this second session. You'd imagine that it'll be a bit more than accumulation they would like through the second power play. Gets us to the end of the 19th, 3 from that, 92 for none. Just to give you a few more numbers, Isabel, on Paul Stirling. It's his 324th official innings. He has actually played over 400 times for his country, but that includes games like first-class games and List A matches that aren't in the official international records back when Ireland used to play against counties, and indeed he debuted in the Intercontinental Cup. That is no more. He's got there with a highest score of 177. That came in this format against Canada, but he's one of an elite list of about 16 or 17 players who've got centuries across all 3 formats. 16 hundreds in total, 14 of them have come here in ODIs, to go alongside 56 50s. But one of the most astonishing things, particularly given Ireland now have played Test cricket, he got that famous century out in Sri Lanka where it was a century of 2 innings for those that watched it, as he battled heavily with cramp, having to retire hurt and come back. He's only faced 10,194 deliveries, including the 57 today, to get to 10,000 runs. So across all formats, he's striking up at a run of ball. He's always been devastating at the top. Maybe arguably the most impressive thing now, Isabel, about him is his longevity.
Well, he debuted so young, didn't he? So that's the first tick. You have to start young if you're going to have longevity. But it's the way he's been able to take every format in his stride. ODI was probably his best. Then no one was surprised that he was a good T20 player because of the way he approached his one-day international cricket. But then to go into Test cricket and still be so valuable, and then also such a thinker, captain of the team. He's someone who all the players around him like, which isn't a prerequisite to being a good captain, but it helps. And I think what I've noticed about teams he's led is that, you know, anyone will lie down for him. They'll leave everything on the field for him. Barely even needs to ask, and that's always a good sign.
He was only 17 when he debuted in the Intercontinental Cup game against the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi. He made a century soon after that against Kenya. And if you look at the names that he played with on his debut, the former captain William Porterfield, he opened the batting with him in that first game. Owen Morgan at number 3. Niall O'Brien made 174 in that game. He's here today. Kevin O'Brien, who's in the West Indies coaching staff. Andre Botha, who all Clontarf fans will know and love so well, as indeed Alex Cusack, who played his cricket here. Trent Johnston, the other former captain. Kyle McCallan, Greg Thompson and David Langford-Smith. So he has spanned an entire, I guess, era of Irish cricket that is no more. None of those players still playing. As this one's driven through the covers, maybe a slightly lackadaisical effort at cover, and it will race to the rope.
Yeah, not one you want to see again if you're Amir Jangu. I think he thought it was going the other side, maybe laboured down to the ground, and as a bowler you're not happy with that. Good looking shot from Andy Balbirnie. It's always gone under the radar, as we've been speaking fluently, it has to be said, about Paul Stirling. He deserves it.
He's second in the list, really, across all formats. He's the one who's the only chance of catching Stirling at some point. Good finish to Graves' second over. It's 97 for none.
Thank you very much, Andrew Leonard. Isabel Joyce. Ireland 97 without loss through the opening 20 overs. The run rate has just started to dip a little, under 5 and over. It was up nearly 6 and over earlier in the innings, but some good bowling, particularly from Gurikesh Murthy and Justin Graves, has seen West Indies just look to spoil the party here for Ireland. Paul Stirling, though, is going to try to right the ship with another boundary. So the first century opening partnership for Ireland against West Indies in ODIs. Paul Stirling brings it up with a delightful boundary. Carlos Brathwaite, he's the kind of batter who has the ability to take the game away from his opponents, Paul Stirling, and he's set himself a really good platform here.
Yeah, he has, and West Indies would need, and they know, they need to break this partnership. Stirling gets on a tear. He's someone who not only get to 60 and 70, but can get a big 100 and back you out of the game.
Beautifully played. You're getting a lot of drift into the right-handed batter, and a good few of his deliveries have spun away as well off the turf. Paul Stirling within 2 of a half-century. Stays a little straighter for Balbirnie, works it away leg side behind square. Jungu with the fielding. When you're watching partnerships like this and you're in the field, are you thinking, oh, I'd love to bat on a pitch like this, or you're more concerned about in the moment taking wickets and limiting the opposition?
Oh, as a bowler, you're definitely looking for a way to get a wicket. You're hoping for a nice half volley driven to extra cover, full toss, slap to deep mid wicket, something.
Paul Stirling gets it away, and that will be a half-century for the captain. Moves to 52 after 61 deliveries. Great batters, not only in cricket history, but indeed in white ball format cricket. Stirling works that away. 11 off that Murthy over. Ireland 108 without loss after 21. Andy Balbirnie, 38 for him. Stirling has reached his half-century. These two good friends, great understanding as well.
Yeah, and the 50 for Stirling. Quiet start. Once he got away with that boundary, it's been pretty much smooth sailing ever since. This was the highlight for me. So dominant a stroke. And again, sublime stroke play from Paul Stirling throughout this 50 so far. Anything short, he's been on it.
He's really finding a rhythm now is Paul Stirling. Just takes the one down to Carty. But a biggest opening partnership for Ireland against West Indies, significant in itself. You also wonder how Cade Carmichael is feeling. He's in his debut match. He's batting at 3. And he'll be watching this with a great deal of intrigue, no doubt, but also with an emotional turmoil.
That's the other side of it. As a batter, you're in the dressing room looking on. It looks as though it's a road. It's tape ball cricket. You can just play through the line and you come out to bat and you get a good enough first up. And you're just wondering, why my pads have so much sweat in it and they got one ball. So not hoping for that for him. But as a batter, you almost sometimes have to be extra tuned in when there's a big partnership to just remember that you're starting from 0. You're not the one that was in. And how can you get a start yourself?
Good work from Ruston Chase, nice position, good fielder as well. And his leadership abilities are going to be on display very soon. He's been named as the new Test captain of West Indies. will take on Australia next month.
Yeah, I'd say pretty much a skip in the mold of Sterling. Works hard, quiet, unassuming leader, lead from the front, more so than chatty and loud and brash. And as far as assignments go, they don't get tougher than Australia to begin with, so it'll definitely test his tactical nous and how he can band together a bunch of guys to try to defeat probably one of the best teams in our lifetime, one of the most consistent for sure, so it's a real good test to start for him.
Australia will come into that off the back of the World Test Championship final against South Africa, to be played next month. Graves is bowling a lot of dot balls, even ones that have been put away by the batters. He's sneaking in a lot of dot balls in between.
Yeah, keeps it really simple, hits a good length, not much width on offer. And he tried to dot up Balbirnie as best as he could. He's doing a good job for the team. Hope that this pressure could bring a wicket from either his end or the other.
Good connection, straight to the field of Brandon King. End of the 22nd, Ireland 109 without loss. We were talking about Roston Chase just a moment ago, the new Test captain of West Indies, and he's about to make his way into the attack. Great player who's certainly become linchpin, not only in off-spin bowling, but indeed as an all-rounder. A man from Barbados. As you are, Carlos?
Yeah, watch Roston grow from captaining him in parish cricket at the University of West Indies many moons ago, watching his rise to play for Barbados and excel, play for the West Indies and excel as well. I don't think there are many batters in our era with 5 Test centuries. You know, to being the skipper, fantastic rise.
First ball, though, is going to be a potential wicket, and indeed it is. Caught on the boundary, it's the breakthrough for West Indies. Roston Chase into the attack and strikes with his first delivery. Paul Stirling gone for 54. A lovely innings, a wonderful platform, but an important breakthrough for West Indies.
Yeah, and this is the kind of magic that Roston Chase brings. You feel as though you have to take him on, being the finger spinner. But he's very clever, throwing that one a bit straighter. And the legend, Paul Stirling, goes to 54, 109 for 1.
Gurukesh Murthy with a fine catch to dismiss Paul Stirling. A man that's gone past 10,000 international runs across all formats in this fixture. Finds himself marching back after a fine half-century. But what it does do is bring to the crease debutant Cade Carmichael, a 22-year-old on debut, but a man who's having a stellar season with the bat in hand in the Interprovincial. Cade Carmichael, leading scorer in the Interpros. Very impressive for Northern Knights. A man who wants to play Test cricket for Ireland has his chance in a one-day international seat. But he's gone 86, 107 and 65 in his 3 innings so far in the Interprovincials. As he makes his international debut, faces up to Roston Chase. Okay, Carmichael off the mark with his first delivery in international cricket. That'll be a nerve settler.
Always want to get that first run, whether you've played 100 games or it's your first. Did it with the first ball. So yeah, nerve settled, ready to get stuck into the international game.
Well, Bernie works it away for another single. It's going into the leg side now. Roston Chase maybe a little straighter here. But importantly for West Indies, Chase has got the breakthrough. Nelson up, 111 for 1. It'll go away to the boundary. And it's going to be an additional 4. And Carmichael just getting a little tickle on that.
Yeah, I thought Chase had beaten him. Got just enough bat on it. Quick outfield and sped away. Chase puts a little bit on the ball as well, so a little bit of pace to work with. Yeah, that line is very, very straight. Mid-off is in the circle. So no margin for error outside of the off stump.
Oh, lovely turn from Roston Chase. This one starts well outside off. There's grip to be had. So something similar again. This time Carmichael just prods it away for another single. Big deep breath in from Carmichael at the end of the 23rd. 116 for 1 at Ireland. Carmichael, 24 deliveries in international cricket so far. He's already struck his first boundary. He's on 6. Paul Burney, the set batter, on 39. Sterling, the wicket to have fallen as Alzari Joseph makes his way back into the attack. Good high arm action, lots of natural pace and bounce. And it's bounce first up.
If there was ever a welcome to international cricket, that would be it. Alzari Joseph, close to 90 miles an hour, short ball first up. Well handled. It missed him, well dealt with.
Very well dealt with by Carmichael, getting out of the way of that express pace delivery. Yes, Alzari Joseph does like to welcome a few batters with some aggressive short-pitched bowling.
That was quick. And I do like this from Shea Hope. This is an option. It's a pretty flat pitch. It's a good start from Ireland. You have an express pace bowler in your ranks, your senior or elder statesman. Get him into the attack. Get a fiery 2 or 3 overs in. You just want a wicket or 2 in this period to force Ireland into a rebuild. You don't want them to get any momentum. So I think it's a very good attacking option from the skipper.
Certainly put some pressure on Carmichael first up and got the hands nice and high to run the second delivery of the over down to 3rd. Another express pace delivery that's short pitched. You're right, though. He's a great strike bowler, Alzari Joseph, for West Indies. And he's the kind of bowler that can set a tone for an entire innings.
Yeah, I mean, I was never this quick, but if you're watching this in the outfield, your heart started to race. You start to get going. If you needed anything to get you up, this is it.
Well, he is facing a lot of short pitch deliveries here on his international debut. Cade Carmichael.
But a good opportunity for him as well. You think Alzari would bowl 2, maybe 3 overs from this end. You have the spin from the other end. If he can get out of this 5-6 over spell with a 15 or 20, he'd think it has to get easier.
Needed to get the hands up nice and high. Works it away for a single, does Carmichael. Off the penultimate delivery of the over. But yeah, he's been playing in the emerging setup for a while with the Ireland Wolves side now. Scored a first-class century against Afghanistan A in United Arab Emirates. He's toured Nepal as well, and he's got off to a really good, solid start with the interprovincials. And what that Wolves tours have done is really prepare him for international cricket, rather than just come from the provincial setup into the international setup. Balbirnie happy to work that away. He'll only pick up the single though. End of the 24th, 120 for 1. Chase, who got the breakthrough in his first over, then also went for 7. Continues from the city end. Balbirnie on 40 will be facing up. He's getting some movement off the pitch, is Roston Chase. Spoke about Carmichael and the fact that he's had an opportunity with the emerging sides, the Wolves tours. In your day, Carlos, though, cricket was very different in terms of leaps up into international.
Yeah, you would go from playing for Leinster Great Club, Railway Union, and just jump straight to playing against Shane Watson, Ricky Ponting. It was a substantial jump. Now there's the interprovincials, now there's the Wolves, and I think that has helped the progression in Irish cricket a lot. Younger players can be exposed in tougher competitions now with the interpros, up a level from club cricket. Then you go to the Wolves, up a level from interprovincials, and then into international cricket. So when a Cade Carmichael comes to this level, he doesn't go from facing a club cricketer to Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
There has been runs to.
We're seeing that in West Indies as well. The A tours are becoming more and more popular and indeed important. West Indies A tour, they're up against South Africa A in West Indies. That's worked away. Fine leg.
Yeah, it's very necessary. Without the massive funding and money in the coffers as other nations, you have to be really clever how you improvise with getting young players enough exposure, getting experienced players enough games if there's lost rhythm.
And the other good thing for Cade Carmichael is that he's batting with the Ireland Test captain. So he's got a leader on the other end, somebody who's got the ability to manage him a little more easily in the middle. Nicely played. Enjoys the sweep shot, does Balbirnie, gets over it beautifully. End of the 25th. We're halfway done in this ODI fixture. Ireland 123 for 1. The batting card looks good for Ireland so far. Sterling the only wicket to fall, but he went for 54 after passing 10,000 runs in international cricket for Ireland across all formats. Balbirnie's 8 away from a half-century, and Carmichael on debut, effectively a runnable 10 that he's got so far. 17 extras. Might be a little concerning for West Indies through 25 overs to have conceded 17 extras. Roston Chase, 2 overs, the bowler with the wicket. Alzari Joseph. Took a little off that. Well, Bernie's passed 60 in each of his last 4 innings. The final innings against Zimbabwe in the series that Ireland lost 2-1 back in February. And then in his interprovincials, he's been rampant in terms of run scoring. That's a man at backward point. And Shamar Joseph whips that in. You don't really want to be taking on the arm of either Shamar or Alzari Joseph when they're fielding on the boundary, but Ireland still sneak 2.
Yeah, he's had a few slips in the outfield. Couple went through him. Admonished by Alzari Joseph, who's kind of taking him under his wing a bit, trying to get him to do the right things on and off the field. Obviously had that sensational performance against Australia, but you need to do certain things to keep that level of performance up, and Alzari's been showing him the way.
Oh, that is helped on its way. 1 bounce 4. Balbirnie is within 2 of a half-century. You just need something on it with this pace.
Yeah, he's been using his short ball well. On one hand, you wouldn't necessarily mind that as a pacer. It's not as like he's been slapped in front of square with conviction. It's a top edge. And I think when you throw the ball to Alzari, those are the type of events you want to happen. Short and fast, top edges, might be edges here and there, and you expect Alzari to be a little bit more expensive than a Justin Graves and a Matthew Ford, because with his extra attacking instinct, he can prize a wicket, outbreak a partnership, and that's why you've brought him into the attack. So don't think they'll be too upset with the way that that boundary happened. They want him to go again.
Using the short ball again. Seems to be very deliberate. Shohope captaining this West Indies side. Again, 2 leaders in this West Indies setup. Shohope, the white ball captain, and Roston Chase, the new test captain. Joseph continues with this short pitch bowling. Balbirnie getting out of the way of that last ball. He's 2 away from an 18th half-century in one-day international cricket. Does have a good few variations as well. Joseph ends with a slower ball, the 26th over. Ireland 129 for 1. So through 26 overs, Ireland 129 for 1. The score predictor, Carlos, has got the potential runs scored at 313 for the innings. This is a great platform that Ireland have built up, but we were expecting to see a 300-plus score. It's a good pitch. Its bounce is true.
Yeah, I think 300 is the minimum in modern day ODI cricket that you have to be looking for. With the platform set, they probably want more than that. Not even being greedy, I think 320 they'll be looking at as a target. Small ground, good pitch.
That's beautifully played. Carmichael works it away. 1-2. Straight to Shamar Joseph. You don't want to take on that arm. Balbirnie on strike. Balbirnie will take the single, moves to 49. Gurakesh Moti whips that in. That ball turned back in towards the stumps. Carmichael got a glove on it though.
Roston Chase is so skillful. Just looks ordinary if you just watch him. But if you take a peek in that ball, for example, Carmichael has shown he loves the sweep. He just took all the pace off it, Chase.
Gives the West Indies an element of control in the middle overs, does Roston Chase. And he's excellent at providing that. Balbirnie back on strike, one away from a half century. And athletic from Matthew Ford. End of the over. 27 done. 132 for 1 are Ireland. Carmichael on debut, facing up to Alzari Joseph, who's peppered him with the short balls so far in this innings. As Isabel Joyce moves back into the commentary booth. Slower and fuller from Joseph first up. Carmichael works it away square. Takes the single and brings Balbirnie on strike, one away from a 50.
Good thinking that from Joseph, looking for the Yorker in at leg stump. Carmichael just about gets the bat down in time. Never a good sign when you squirt it to the leg side like that, but job done. He's just got to keep thinking, turn the strike over for the moment. Once he gets into his innings, he can worry about big scores, but it's Andy Balbirnie on the cusp.
Slightly shorter from Joseph this time, but not quite a short pitch delivery. He's bowled a couple at Balbirnie, but more so at Carmichael. As Carlos said, welcome to international cricket type of ball.
Well, I'd love to know what's actually going through Carmichael's head at the non-striker's end, because it's welcome to international cricket, and you wonder, is he thinking, what a privilege to be out here and experiencing the pace of Alzari Joseph, or is he thinking, whew, that looked quick?
There certainly have been a few express pace deliveries aimed at his head. In fairness, he's dealt with him really well, Carmichael. Balbirnie works this away. It'll be a half century for Andy Balbirnie, his 18th in one-day international cricket for Ireland. Comes off 88 deliveries. And the solid opening stand that he was involved in with Paul Stirling. Continues on his merry way, 50 not out. It's not a blistering strike rate, but he's making the runs. He's there to build a platform. It's 5 consecutive innings now for Balbirnie across interprovincial and international cricket that he's passed the 50-run mark. It's a great consistency from the Test captain.
Yeah, isn't it incredible that people are saying, well, when Andy Balbirnie finishes and he's scoring runs for fun. But the strike rate's interesting because in the IP50, he hasn't been scoring at a huge rate, and it's actually been very like today. So maybe he's been told, look, take your time, score the runs, because you're going to have people like Paul Stirling at the other end. We know he'll go at 80, 90, even 100 strike rate. So it looks like he's taken that at face value and gone into the IP50 and gone, right, I'm going to just worry about 60, 70% strike rate. And he's come out here and done exactly the same.
Well, he's anchoring the innings with fluency here, is Andy Balbirnie. Straight to the fielder, Gurukesh Murthy. And that ends the 28th over. Ireland 135 for 1. So Balbirnie has reached his half century, and it's been stellar. Many of his runs through the offside, but he's also used the sweep shot very effectively. Carmichael faces up to chase, who continues from the city end.
He's rare, isn't he, Andy Balbirnie, in opening batters who, when it changes to the spinners, you feel like he's possibly even more comfortable. It's one of his strengths.
Absolutely. Carmichael will scramble through for a single here. Matthew Ford got down, got a hand to it. Could only deflect the ball a little way beyond him. But you're right, he's been so composed and really reliable against pace and spin in this innings. He absorbs pressure well and he builds partnerships really well, does Balbirnie. And that's beautifully played. Not only get the one, but over the top of it so nicely.
He forces any spin bowlers really to have 2 out on the sweep. You can't afford to just have a 45 and then have someone on the boundary elsewhere. Have to have one of the straights up really. So it's a real positive for him that he can manipulate the field when facing spin.
It's taken from very wide outside off. Carmichael. That may be the kind of shot, though, that gives us an indication that he's settled. You don't want to be doing that too early in your international debut, I imagine, but you get a sense that Carmichael is starting to play his own game now.
Yeah, spot on. They actually have 2 different fields for the 2 different batters, and Balbirnie more of a sweeper. He's got the boundary fielder behind square, but Carmichael looks to just glide it down past 45, so they've got the boundary fielder there and a short square leg, so he knew he had space. Didn't matter if it went in the air at 45.
Just take another single off the final ball of the Roston chase over. 4 done for him, 29 gone, Ireland 139 for 1.
He had 1 or 2 streaky shots, but by and large he's looked comfortable. Andy Balbirnie started off against pace, played within himself, which I think is the role he's been given.
Matthew Ford back into the attack.
Brilliant to have the 2 Ireland openers passing 50. Andy Balbirnie is still out there, but he batted well with his captain.
Number 5, Matthew Ford.
And no ball. So a free hit to come. Sizable overstep. Slow ball for the free hit, and it's worked out nicely. Straight to Casey Carty. A mistimed effort from Andy Balbirnie.
I think when he saw the length, he thought pull shot, but it was so far outside off stump, mid-off, up inside the ring. He'll be kicking himself, Andy Balbirnie. He's had a few free hits, and a couple of them haven't come off. We've seen a couple of slower deliveries for the free hits, so that's something that Ireland will just start to note. If there's a free hit ball, it's likely to be one of the slower deliveries.
That is the shot he was looking for. Beautifully pulled away by Balbirnie. One bounce and over the boundary. Glorious contact. Hear the crack all around the venue.
Actually, a little bit cramped for room, but you know you've been in for a while. If you're able to adjust like that, Andy Balbirnie hitting into the vacant space, forced a field change, long on goes back, fine leg comes in.
Forward goes short again. This is going to be lifted high and long. It's handsomely 6. And Balbirnie is upping the strike rate here. The run rate suddenly shifts to over 5 and over for Ireland.
150 up for Ireland, and one of the positives of having a batter to bat through to this point is he's faced forward in the earlier session. Ball is older. He almost set that up, Andy Balbirnie. Came down the previous delivery, knew Ford would be worried about pitching it up, waited for the short one, helped himself to 6 more, and going into the drinks break, Ireland 150 for 1.
Ideal for Cade Carmichael to be batting with Balbirnie, given the leadership that he possesses. Well, we've got a new ball now. Riley Black and Richard Illingworth, the 2 standing umpires. Illingworth with the ball in hand. Not the largest of grounds, Clontarf. Some of the shorter boundaries only 54 odd meters away.
But that was just the first few deliveries of that over. Is a brilliant example of a batter setting a bowler up. You'd normally talk about a bowler setting a batter up, but Balbirnie ran at forward. Then he stood back, almost reading what he thought was going to happen, backing his skills. He'd picked his spot.
Ball's a slower ball. Doesn't quite stem the runs. Balbirnie takes the single.
Not the best disguised slower ball I've seen, but pretty effective. He just wanted to maybe have a turn bowling at Carmichael after being dispatched for a couple of boundaries there.
Similar age, Ford and Carmichael. Ford 23. Oh, takes the edge. And Carmichael is dismissed. Ford with a breakthrough after being punished in the over by Balbirnie. He's got the wicket of Carmichael for 16.
Brilliant comeback from Ford. He said, I'll have a go at Carmichael. Just didn't cover the line, neither forward nor back, stuck in the crease from the debutant. And after a bright and breezy start, Ireland lose their second. He goes for 16 from 21. Ireland 151 for 2.
The man for Ireland is number 13, Harry Tector.
Harry Tector out at 4. Did score a century in the IP50 trophy. IP50 Cup, excuse me, in the first round, 120 from 106, but a couple of low scores since then. He's one of Ireland's premier one-day international batsmen. And talking to him on a media day, he was saying that playing in front of a home crowd, one-day international cricket, it's what he plays for. Well, this is why he's out there. Carmichael just didn't come forward or back because actually there was nothing in that delivery. I think the height maybe of forward is what's done for Carmichael there. He couldn't decide whether to come forward or back, and unfortunately for him, he's given away his wicket.
So 12 off the over so far, with the delivery to come. But importantly, another breakthrough for West Indies. Harry Tector. Leaves one outside off stump that came back sharply, but that ends the 30th over. Ireland 151 for 2. Well, Harry Tector with a number considered unlucky by many, 13 on his back. Austin Chase on the city end. And that'll be wide down leg.
As a spinner, it's one you'll take. Austin Chase managed to get a good bit of turn, so it's good signs for him. Just needs to adjust his line.
Not too far away. Was there something on that?
He's trying to lift it over that short 45 fielder, Andy Balbirnie. Gets inside the line. He's trying to look at the angle of the bat, trying to go over. Don't think it's taken anything. It's just coming slowly off the pitch.
Balbirnie just working it to Ford. No run.
This is what good spinners can do. Just race through a couple of dots. Try and put pressure on these batters with a new man in the middle.
Bernie will take the single. It'll bring the new batter, Harry Tector, on strike. Bernie off 100 balls, 64.
I think probably at the other end here, Balbirnie will be thinking, I need to maybe up my strike rate a little bit. Doesn't want to put too much pressure on Tector to score heavily at the start, so it's going to be on him to keep the innings going.
Tector away. Push for two. He always runs the first particularly hard. He won't take the second, though, despite the misfield from Carty. Tector currently 7th in the world rankings for ODI batters. Ireland's number 4 across all formats.
Now, from a West Indies point of view, a few overs like this will do their cause no harm. A couple of singles, if they can string a few overs together like this, then they put Ireland under pressure, because Ireland are eyeing over 300. Count the overs down is what West Indies need to do. Every over that goes less than 7 or 8 is a win for them.
Away leg side, and he'll maintain the strike. Well, Harry Tector, 31 gone, 156 for 2 Ireland. Ireland with a very solid platform. 19 overs to go, 156 for 2. Bernie not out on 65. New batter Harry Tector at the crease, facing up to Matthew Ford, who continues from the LP Hughes end.
Booming cover drive. Look good, no runs.
He's really worked on his game in recent years as Harry Tector, particularly his power hitting game. Cemented his place in the Ireland top order. Was in Australia last year, working on his batting in the off-season. That's what he was looking for. Good clean contact. We'll just get the single though.
Well, you always get that from a West Indies side. Great athleticism from Gudakesh Moti in mid-off. What I loved about it was how long he stayed on his feet in mid-off. Didn't put the dive in. But Ford, good comeback from him. He was taken for 10 in 2 balls in the previous over. Gave the single to Balbirnie and then took the wicket of the debutant Cade Carmichael. So showing good mental strength.
He's been working on his variations and trying the slower ball here. Only 1 off the over so far. Just stemming the flow of runs a little.
Look, it's actually a really important part of the game when you hit 30 overs, because everyone says double your score in the last 20. So if those first few overs, everyone's kind of thinking, right, we've got a new T20 here. If you can keep the first few overs after 30 overs quiet, you put yourself in a good position.
This one is lofted high, but there's a fielder underneath it. Comes in, but puts it down. Is that Amir Jungu?
Just seemed like it was up there forever. Django had so much ground to cover, but he did well. I think maybe came around it a little bit. Didn't get the hands out in time. The chance was there. It would have been a good catch, but I think looking back, he'll feel like he should have taken it.
Matthew Ford agonisingly close to finding a second. Neatly worked away.
couple of wickets at this stage in the game. Well, West Indies would have loved that. They got rid of Cade Carmichael, almost had the set batter Andy Balbirnie out. And something we're used to from West Indies as well is like super athletic catches. Almost, maybe we judge them too harshly. I don't know what you think, Dwayne, but we kind of see catches like that go up and we think that's a certain take.
Let's just say it's a far cry from West Indies generations ago. And certainly you expect to see some quality catches from this West Indies side these days. Another one through the offside. End of the 32nd over, Ireland 160 for 2. Harry Tector, real modern batter, very clean stroke play, solid temperament as well. He's got timing, he's got power, and he's particularly adept at making runs in the middle order for Ireland. He's up against a real test though at Roston Chase, the test captain. He rips it off his legs, let's just take the one.
So as a spin bowler at this point in the game, the aim is don't go for any boundaries, try and sneak a couple of dots and you've done your job. That's what Roston Chase, it looks like he's trying to do. He's happy for Andy Balbirnie to work the ball onto the leg side, but he's saying you're only going to get one.
Looking for the quicker single, and they'll get it.
Such a tall man, isn't he, Harry Tector? When he was running there, he thought, okay, is this a chance for Justin Graves to get a run out? But he was sliding the bat in, and it felt like he was halfway down the pitch, and the bat was already in. Not only is he a tall guy, I wonder what his wingspan is.
Significant. You can use those long levers, so too can Andy Balbirnie, who hits another 6. He's got the platform, he's reached his half century, and now he's striking a little more furiously. Moves to 74 with that 6.
So impressive the way he sweeps Andy Balbirnie. He doesn't need to take a backswing. It's almost like he just chooses at the last second to go down on that back knee and unleash it with his bottom hand.
A little wider from Chase this time, who's so far in the innings bowled a pretty straight line. Continues on that line, sees the ball spin down leg. Away for another single.
Sweeping ability so good, Andy Balbirnie. That's all Ireland need to think is one boundary and over. Rotate the strike around. So Roston Chase will feel, it depends what happens this last ball, of course, but going for a 6 in the over, that's not what he would have wanted. Good battle on between Balbirnie and Roston Chase.
Dealt with by Tector. End of the 33rd, Ireland 169 for 2.
So a battle between two white ball captains, but playing in one-day internationals. Have a look there. There is no backswing from Andy Balbirnie. That's why he's so good at sweeping the ball, because he can decide so late that he's going to play it. You have to have very strong wrists to do that, so it takes a lot of training, which the 34-year-old Andy Balbirnie has put in.
Such a consistent top order performer for Ireland. Speaking of consistent performers, West Indies have traditionally had consistent performers with ball in hand, and so often it's the bowlers who set the tone for West Indies in both red ball and white ball cricket. Shamar Joseph makes his way back into the attack. Ireland and West Indies. First match of the Token 5 one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies here in Clontarf. Shamar Joseph to start his 5th over.
Great understanding there between Andy Balbirnie and Harry Tector. Tector is a very keen runner between the wickets. It's not the biggest ground in the world, Clontarf, but there are pockets. That's something that Harry Tector will look to use. If it goes towards the scoreboard, which is kind of the northwest part of the ground, there's plenty of space out there. Much longer towards the city end. That's behind the keeper as we're looking at it. So these are the kinds of things that it's, as a home player, the Irish players will know that better than West Indies. So they can target those, especially in the first game of the series. West Indies maybe won't have as much knowledge of the ground, so it's something to make use of as the home team.
Tector staying focused throughout. Shamar Joseph just pulls out of his run-up. Alan Donald, the great South African fast bowler, talking about how important a run-up is for a bowler. Said it's not so much about the delivery, the mechanics your body will go through once you get into that rhythm, but you need to find that rhythm with your run-up. And that's beautifully exploiting the space. A little bit of a chase on here. It's relatively quick outfield, but Carty gets there. And Ireland have 3. Good running.
Well, it's exactly the pocket that we were just speaking about. Towards the scoreboard, no fielder there, square leg on the boundary. Once you get past that fielder in mid-on, it was 3, and immediately forces a change in the field. Slip comes out and has to plug that gap. So it just means that maybe Andy Balbirnie can play with a bit more freedom now. He faces the next delivery, a little bit more freedom outside off, knowing there's no catcher in place.
Tector just redoing his pads. He's very deliberate about everything that he does. Whether it's lining up the straps on his pads to the incredible stroke play that we've witnessed from Harry Tector over the years.
Really interestingly, he didn't go to college when he finished school. He was one for the future. Everyone knew he was going to play for Ireland, but he has started studying. He's doing some financial exams. I actually don't know the exact details. I won't give it away too much because I can't, but I wouldn't if I could. But I know that he's studying outside of cricket, and he's found that really, really good for his cricket, because it's not the only thing. And I think that's so important in our sport in particular, because when you start maybe getting a few low scores or things aren't going right and your whole identity is based on your cricket, it can become everything. So having something outside is so important, and it's something that he's found refreshing.
So just working it behind square on the leg side. Graves will pick it up. Ball away from the drinks break.
Shamar Joseph seems to be a bit more comfortable in the approach, but he did bowl a no ball. He was very close on occasion as well.
End of the 34th, Ireland 176 for 2. And drinks.
Fine start for Ireland, 2/3 of the way through this first innings, and Andrew Balbirnie has made hay with that little bit of a life that he was just given. Django, the guilty party, out at deep cover. And Kate Carmichael showed plenty. I know it was only 16 that he made, but a 42-run partnership that he put on his international debut. The young man born in Durban, and with a little nod from Graham Ford, made his way to his new home of Belfast, and now has an Irish cap next to his name. Looked very accomplished indeed out there. And now the wheelhouse of the Irish middle order. Harry Tector joins Balbirnie. It's a good partnership, up to a strong start. Andrew Leonard here alongside the great man, big Carlos Brathwaite, is alongside me. Carlos, well, if anything, Ireland on top here at the moment, and the West Indies probably have a few concerns there in that drinks break, in that huddle that they're. What discussions will be going on there?
Yeah, I think it's evenly poised. It's obviously a cliche we use sometimes too often in cricket. But you look at that run rate of 5.18, and West Indies would think if they can get a couple wickets now, will Ireland have the power to get to that 320, 325 that the platform deserves? Or can they go in to chase just under 300? They'll be happy with anything less than 300. And then Ireland will be thinking, we've set such a good platform, can we get to 325? And it sounds a lot, but small ground, good pitch. It's going to get easier, and they need to make a good start count. So it's finally poised. I think in the next 5 overs, you'll get a really good glimpse. If West Indies to get 1 or 2 wickets in the next 5, you think they're in the ascendancy. If Ireland can push that run rate up to 5.5 over the next 5 to 10 overs, you think they're setting themselves up nicely for a big score.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is the inexperience in that Irish bowling attack, and whether or not West Indies will be able to prey upon that in the second innings. And with the experience of Tector, Balbirnie, Dockrell to come, who's in very good form, being in great touch in the Interprovincial Series, you would imagine that there's the opportunity. Lorcan Tucker is no slouch either, is he? He scores very quickly. Ireland probably won't even be satisfied with 300 from here. I think they'll be thinking about 320, 330, and then very much it is evenly poised from that position.
Yeah, 320 is an absolute minimum. I think that is probably par based off the start, the conditions, the size of the venue, and the potential for big runs traditionally here at Clontarf. It's also been an amazing day so far. Sun is out. The West Indies have brought the Caribbean weather.
I think a certain someone is enjoying being back, just in case you couldn't tell everyone watching on. Ross and Chase to continue into his 7th over. We just had a lovely 30 minutes off air. Quickly tell people what we were doing. JP O'Dwyer, David Lucas, 2 former teammates of yours from Leinster Cricket Club. Amazing memories we were sharing there.
Yeah, real nice chat. Just bringing back memories about 2009, the All-Ireland Cup run, successful Cup run, and then a little nod to me coming back in 2023 for the next successful All-Ireland Cup run. So yeah, it was a good, I guess, dip back into history about how I came to be introduced to Leinster Cricket Club and come over as a pro, and the whole journey, and yeah, those relationships are still very well intact.
Yeah, when Balbirnie was put down, he was on 65, wasn't it? Deep cover, sorry, it was the other side of the field, out at deep square. Django just didn't seem to move particularly swiftly. A couple of misfields as well by Caribbean standards, just a fraction off the pace. And there is a few concerned looks, isn't there, on Darren Sammy and his support staff's face across to our right. They're right next to us here. Balbirnie goes to that trademark slog sweep, gets enough of it, and he will get 6. And, well, nearly some damage caused up in the crowd there. That is a fine blow.
Yeah, this is his shot. Downtown, on one knee. Damage not only to the figures of Austin Chase, but to the clubhouse.
Do you get good reward here, don't you, for your strokes? And the modern way, obviously you did it throughout your career as well, didn't you? Even if there's a fielder in that position, you just take them on, try and hit it over their head.
Yeah, and his matchups, right hand, finger spinner, you'd have to think you can get a decent bit of momentum into the innings. His pace from the other end. Balbirnie is good against spin. It's a risk worth taking.
Yeah, I think certainly if you think about the platform that Ireland have here, the power that they have to come, anything shy of 300 now would be a disappointment. And in fact, if Balbirnie can capitalise upon this fantastic early season form that he's in, the move up to the Northwest Warriors has resulted in a prolific start to the season for him. Maybe even 320 will not be the limit of Ireland's ambition. They're in a great position. With 15 overs remaining, it's 187 for 2. Crucial partnership, this one, for Ireland. If they're going to push up past that 300, 320 marker. They've done all the hard work. Now is time to make hay when the sun is blazing across the Clontarf Cricket Club grounds. Harry Tector is someone who's had, well, a phenomenal start to international cricket, hasn't he? But by his standards, a tricky 2024. A period of low scores across some formats. But it's been ODI cricket that's been his wheelhouse. He's really setting a new benchmark, isn't he, for Irish cricket and Irish batting in particular, ranked in the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, it's easier to be the hunted than the hunted. You always talk about breakout and how people, burst onto the scene, but it's harder to then back it up year after year after year. So it'll be a learning curve for him. Players would start to work him out, start to assess him a lot more intently in team meetings. So it's how he can counteract that now. But I love the way he plays the game. It's very modern, very proactive, wants to get on top of the bowling, never let him settle.
He's very aggressive, and he's showing it yet again. That's a good stroke. Banged into the surface at no shortage of pace by Shamar Joseph, and an old-fashioned hook shot well in front to square. Gets 4.
You always tell how early a batter's picked it up, a short ball, when it goes in front to square, almost to mid-on. And again, not taking too many balls to get settled, better than a run of ball, 15. This is the impetus that the innings needed.
You talk about his role in the team. Number 4 in ODI cricket is such an important position, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because you could very well come in with a score at 10 for 2. 2 new balls, best bowlers potentially. Or you could easily come in at 100 odd for 2. And you need to be able to play both roles, whether to get through the power play whilst being proactive and getting the odd boundary with good shots, or to come and really inject a little bit of impetus, as he will be asked to do in this role, being 100 odd for 2.
And you look at his career numbers, he's striking at over 80. And again, when he came into international cricket, very similar to Lorcan Tucker, both had absolute baptisms of fire, because that was in Ireland's inaugural ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Super League campaign. So they weren't like so many other Irish players like Andrew Balbirnie and Paul Stirling would have debuted against Scotland and Netherlands and the UAE and the leading associates. And they're fine sides, but it's a whole different ball game, isn't it, coming in against the very best teams in the world. In that campaign, he was taking on Kagiso Rabada and he took him down in Malahide. I think he debuted at the age of 20, 21. He's still just 25, so coming straight in, having to learn his trade in the middle order against the very best bowlers in the world, and he's done it with real aplomb right from the off.
Yeah, and I think you're thinking as a batter at 25, you know, coming into your prime. At 20, 21, you have nothing to lose. You go there, play your shots. If it doesn't work, you can use the excuse that you're young. Now he has a lot of experience to go on, and there's a lot more responsibility as well.
Another misfield, just a few fumbles from the West Indies. It seems to be this is his format as well. It really is. Loves ODI cricket, maybe still learning the T20 game a little bit, and I think many Irish fans might have felt he would more success in Test cricket. What about Shamar Joseph here, Carlos?
Just looks a little ginger as he runs in. Follow through very, very short and almost extra cover as opposed to slip or point. And he isn't kind of getting the fizz that Alzari was getting, albeit his would be slightly different as a shorter in stature bowler. That's the end of 36, 195 for 2.
$14 overs left for Ireland to really push in. They've got, or push on even. They've got 4 overs left in the second power play where 4 fielders will be allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And then the last 10, the slog overs, as some call them. Particularly with 7 or 8 wickets in hand, Ireland will look to kick on in a big way. As a consequence, Chase will be replaced. Moti will come back in to the attack. He's got 4 remaining. There's been a slight lack of penetration, isn't there, to the West Indian attack? A few of their bowlers have looked a little ineffective, maybe just short of a game or two in this format.
Now, it has been a challenge, even think back to the back end of last year, one of the things that Darren Samuels' coach has spoken about. And then the other challenge for them has been the death bowling. So they've almost front-loaded all the wicket taking and trying to get as many wickets in the power play as possible, because there's a lack of penetration in the middle and at the back end.
There is turn on offer from Oti. He certainly is the one who's kind of posed a bit of a wicket-taking threat, but no slip in place. Maybe you could argue Shea Hope, well, understandably, being on the defensive, not really searching for wickets right now. Just hoping to restrict, build up pressure and maybe gain the breakthrough that way.
Yeah, and that has been the trend for this current team, where they're more pressure-building bowlers, and as a result of pressure, you're hoping for a cluster of wickets. Alzari Joseph would be an out-and-out wicket taker from a seam bowling perspective, and Gudakesh Moti is immensely skillful. It's a pleasure to watch him bowl. The revs, the dip, the guile. So those will be their 2 trump cards when it comes to needing a wicket.
Swept around the corner, but there's protection out there. Yeah, something about spin bowlers from Guyana, isn't there? They obviously get the surfaces there that they adore, but it's the pace that he bowls at. If you haven't seen him live in person before, he can really spear it in, probably up 55, close to 60 miles an hour at points.
And then he just has a couple that he slows down, and those slower ones can spin or they can be arm. Just like that. And you find most left arm spinners that bowl decent pace, and then the arm ball is always quicker. So you can almost tell by the pace of delivery if it's going to be the traditional finger spin or the arm ball. He can do both. You can bowl the arm ball slow, or you can run it through the gate.
Down the leg side, clipped away, and Tector will feel as though he's missed out there. Just the 3 singles from the over. Ireland won't be overly pleased with that one. It's 198 for 2. You wanted to just get a bit of a look at Shamar Joseph. Carlos, talk to us about what you've seen here.
Yeah, I don't think his rhythm is the best. Looks a little gingy. He doesn't run up the fastest to begin with, but there you can tell that something is a bit off. And this ground has a slight slope. He's running down the hill, a little shake of the head, a little bit upset, probably a lack of rhythm. There's something a little bit off with him at the moment. And he's been replaced by Justin Graves, who bowled all his 4 overs from this said end, running down the hill. And Justin has a slightly slower approach, so it's probably easier to gather rhythm. Be interesting to see when Shamar Joseph bowls again and where he bowls from.
You would suspect this over and however many more that Graves bowls will be ones that Ireland will target. They've kind of allowed him to bowl at them. 4 overs, none for 10. He's a very proficient red ball bowler in particular, but this is coming down at a medium pace. It looks like a very true surface that Del McDonough and his team have produced here in Clontarf. You'd imagine Ireland have to start to attack, not just in that final power play, but now these are the overs to go after.
And I think this is where Justin can come into his own. I see third man being waved away. There's a potential for third to come into the circle and mid-wicket to go back and just be really disciplined. This was almost my role for most of my career. Just run in, hit the top of middle stump.
Glorious stroke, what a way to bring up the 200. Ireland are starting their summer in some style in the sunshine here in inner North Dublin. This is a glorious stroke, isn't it?
Beautiful cricket shot, mid-off in the circle. And when you see a flowing off drive, it's one of the best sights in cricket. And Tector is one of the most elegant players in the modern game.
Technician, isn't he? And brings up the 50 partnership alongside it. Can't quite beat Moti to his right. He almost grimaces. He felt as though he should have put that one away too.
Yeah, and I'd want to see Justin pull his length back just a little bit. You want to entice Tector or Balbirnie when he gets on strike to potentially go across the line. Mid-wicket is in the circle still. You could potentially bring third in and send mid-wicket back, but then that's an easy single. So just trying to be really miserly from this end.
Gone to the off-cutter there. Is that his only slower ball option, or what else has he got in the locker?
He has a lot in the locker, but I don't know if he trusts it all at this level. Real proficient with a wide Yorker. I think he would be one of the answers to the West Indies' death bowling problems. He's a big pace, he's a swing at the most, but he's very disciplined, and he's one player in that bowling lineup that would stick to the plan. But with slow balls, just the off-cutter. And this is where he can get a wicket. Just start to mix the pace up a bit, use your tricks, use your skills. He is a batter, he understands what's going through the batter's mind as well. How can you just eke a wicket out?
Discipline with the length as well, that has to be key for him at his pace.
Yeah, and that is the length he wants to bowl, in between that drive length early in the over. And that length will be perfect for him, and get it a little bit straighter.
Should well be the second boundary of the over, straight down the ground, as straight as an arrow from Tector. He does get 8 from Graves' comeback over. Ireland have their 200 up. It's 206 for 2. Well, a glorious stroke, wasn't it, from Harry Tector to finish that previous over.
Yeah, slightly fuller in length again. What a shot. You talk about straight as a die, just over the stump. Justin Graves getting a little bit of a finger on it, but can't really call it a chance.
It's an area you used to love hitting. I remember not just playing against you here in Leinster Club Cricket, but then going on to watch your fantastic career. You loved going straight down the ground. Why was that, and why is it a good thing to coach young boys and girls playing the game? This one's edged and no slip in place, as we talked about. Won't be a second, just the single.
You always present the full face of the bat when you're going straight. Least risk. There's hardly ever anyone behind the bowler unless you're Andre Russell or Kyron Pollard. So it's always the safest shot to play, and if you get a full length delivery and you can get your technique in such a way that you're hitting the ball straight, firstly it shows then that your head is in the right position, your legs are in the right position, and then your bat swing is in the right position. So from a technique standpoint, it's the best place to start, and then you can start to open the V after that.
Place that Darren Sammy, the head coach of the West Indies, used to like hitting himself, didn't he? No one really held that maker's name quite like him with that full extension. Good running from Tector. We'll get them back for the second. Is he going to be frustrated with this start to the tour, or understanding that Ireland are a quality side, particularly in terms of their experience with the batting?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen much here that we didn't know. It's not the most penetrative bowling attack. Ireland have started well. They're at home. West Indies normally start series quite slow. What he will want, though, is whatever Ireland put up to give it a real good go. We have 3 out of the 4 guys in the top 4, very experienced. Casey Carty being the 4th out of that top 4, and he has a ODI century to his name as well. So they want that top 4 to replicate what the Ireland top 4 has done so far and go on to win the game, regardless of the chase.
He's someone who is simply respected by every corner of the Caribbean, isn't he? Darren Sammy, World Cup winning captain. There he is. He looks, well, not overly pleased. I know he's certainly has his own manner about him, but I don't think he'll be particularly enthusiastic about having to possibly chase down 300, 320 plus as Ireland continue to shine in the sunshine. 2-11 for 2. Final over of the second power play before Shea Hope will get a little bit of relief. Tell us about who else they've got in the touring party here. There's plenty of legends of, well, indeed Irish cricket now with Kevin O'Brien there, and plenty of West Indian legends too. Ravi Rampal in the house.
Darren Sammy to the right, Griff to the left, or in the middle rather, and Joel Andrew just behind him. A prodigy, 17-year-old sensation.
Cut away behind square, should be a 2. We'll get back comfortably. Evan Lewis does the fielding.
Also in that coaching staff, Floyd Reefer would have captained West Indies and his batting coach. Ravi Rampal, who would have been part of the successful 2012 World Cup T20 winning side as bowling coach. And it's good to see ex-players with pedigree going and doing the coaching badges and giving back to West Indies cricket.
Been some long-standing servants there as well, isn't there? In particular, Raul Lewis and Floyd Reefer.
Yeah, Raul Lewis as manager. I think his first stint was the 2016 World Cup. Difficult to top that. But yeah, it's a good group of guys who've been together for a while now, and I love the comments in the media about where they're going. The process is almost more important than the results in some instances, and we can see players starting to get some roles, and if it materializes over the next couple of years, we could be on to something.
You talk about West Indian cricket and their fantastic heritage of the game across all formats. Such a shock to the system for everyone, wasn't it, to not qualify for the 2023 World Cup. You were there in 2019. You, well, ever so nearly pulled off maybe the greatest heist in World Cup history, the 50-over game. So nearly squeezing the West Indies over the line against New Zealand. That was at Edgbaston, wasn't it?
No, Manchester.
Manchester, sorry, Old Trafford. And
So
to go from that to not qualify, amazing.
Yeah, as a Man United fan, that was very apt. Only international century at Old Trafford. But yeah, I think the decline has been steady, and that's why I really like the fact that there's no qualifying tournament, and there's a little bit of jeopardy on continued success and continued good performance. You see it in football all the time. Italy would have missed out on a World Cup. Netherlands would have missed out on the Euros. There's no reason because you are a powerhouse, you're given a divine right to play in a World Cup. There's a lot riding now on every series.
Beautiful drive, a flowing drive from Tector, and it's going to find the gap and race to the rope. It's one of the longer pockets of the ground there, but Tector, as he so often does, just finds a way to score it in and around or more than a run of ball with the minimum of fuss.
Yeah, the signs of a quality player. You think of all the great batters in the world, you can never remember the shots they play because it seems so simple. Leans forward, a nice cover drive, beats long off, and another boundary to Tector. That takes him to 34 of 30, minimal risk throughout his innings so far. And it means that it's a style that you can copy from location to location, from situation to situation, and almost always add that impetus to the team. Batting at number 4, as we mentioned earlier, so crucial to an innings.
There'll be no arguments either, will there? Tector deserves his place in that top 10 in the world rankings, going brilliantly well in this format. End of the second power play. It's 220 for 2. Ten overs remaining, and you'll see now Shea Hope get the benefit of a fifth fielder outside the 30-yard circle. He'll go with all of them. Rolly Black will signal that for us. Get the lasso motion out, or whichever way you want to describe that. Barely a cloud in the sky. Really, really beautiful here today. Balbirnie moves serenely along to 98. Just to build on your point about West Indies not qualifying in 2023, you and I were there, weren't we, in Zimbabwe? You're spot on. They didn't deserve it. They had no divine right. They lost not just to Zimbabwe, the hosts. There was a heavy defeat, wasn't there, to Scotland. They were beaten out of sight by them by 7 wickets. And then a miraculous game, the Logan van Beek game, the 374 played 374, and the Netherlands got there in the super over.
According to Nikhil Chandani, the heist of Takashinga. And yeah, you just have to continue to make international cricket the main focal point of the game. And if you can do that by ensuring that there's something riding on every series with a qualification, I have no problems with that at all. And I realize the Cricket World Cup qualifier is so intensely competitive as well. It's every other day, 50 overs in the Zimbabwe sun. It takes a toll. So it's much of a lottery with all the associate sides getting better as well. You need to be on your top form every single series.
Just the single will move Balbirnie to 99. It's not as though the Netherlands went to that 10-team World Cup and did poorly. They beat South Africa, they beat Bangladesh. They probably easily could have won another game or two as well. Full of quality players. They're leading the charge at the moment in the division beneath this, the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Big difference, though. We'll expand back to 14 teams, won't we, in 2027, which is great to see.
Yeah, I love the expansion. If you want to make the game truly international, a world game, and take it to more territories, you have to expand your bread and butter, which is the 50 over World Cup.
Amen to that. Expansion and more of it for anyone who loves the game. 20 teams now in the T20 World Cup and back to 14 down in South Africa, Zimbabwe and Namibia come 2027. 9 remain. Balbernie's on 99. It's 224 for 2. Just a little waiting game for Balbernie. Struck at the non-strikers end for the last 3 balls. You would suspect when he gets to the landmark of 100, presuming he gets there, Carlos, it might be then time to kind of shift from, what are they? They're in 3rd gear now. They'd like to go from 4th into 5th even.
Yeah, they need to put a little step on the gas. We never ever guaranteed anything, so you can't say that because we are 200 for 20 for 220 for 2 at 40, we automatically guaranteed 10 or over in the last 10 over to get up to 320. You're obviously thinking about potential back-to-back wickets with guys having to come out and swing. So how can you maintain momentum and increase the momentum in a partnership such as this? Going along nicely, but now you cycle through the gears, and that's a real hallmark of batsmanship.
Alzarri Joseph returns to the attack. With his extra pace on, there's going to be runs and wicket-taking opportunities. The first one is a boundary from Tector, slashed away. 3rd had just come up into the circle, and it beats his despairing dive.
He's gone wide, well away from 4 that short 3rd. But the field set is deep, gully almost, deep point. Short 3rd in the circle. There's extra cover on the boundary, and then mid-off, and extra cover in the circle with the 3 on the leg side. It gives him the option to bowl straight or to bowl on that wide line. And that's the one place you don't want it to go when you employ that field.
Now Ford back into play. This time he does do enough to stop it, but can't prevent the single, and gets a glare from the Antiguan Alzarri Joseph. That's a glare you don't want to receive.
Yeah, very stern Alzarri. I always have chats with him, and he always talks about, you know, the effort he puts in the field. As the big fast bowler, you still see him getting down, sliding around. He doesn't shout much, but I think those eyes are loud enough. That's a stare. Aching of a Curtly Ambrose in days gone by.
Clipped away. And it's going to be one-day international century number 9 for Andrew Balbernie. He has started this season in red-hot form, to say the least. He's made the move up to the northwest. He follows up scores of 91, 101 and 63 for them in the Interpros. And real emotion and delight on the face of Andrew Balbernie on a day that may be hitting the headlines because of his great friend Paul Stirling getting to 10,000 runs. He has matched him and surpassed him with a quite marvellous century.
Yeah, brilliant knock so far. Anytime you get 3 figures in international cricket, it's a time for celebration. But he's second fiddle to Paul Stirling for their partnership. Aided the debutant in their partnership, and now motoring along with Tector. So he's played almost 3 different roles in one innings on the way to 100. If I could be critical, probably want it slightly quicker. But first game of a series, he's put a marker down, 3 figures, continued good form. They say never waste good form. And he's definitely capitalized on the form that he's had in the Interpros and taken it into international cricket.
I think a really brave call. I don't know, was it someone in the backroom staff or was it Andy himself in terms of moving Province? don't think he's happy not being in the T20I squad right now. He's been left out for the last 2 or 3 selections of that. He knows that there's a T20 World Cup around the corner that Ireland have already qualified for. That'll be in India and Sri Lanka next February. And I think he's going to try and parlay this run of form. I know it's a different format, but in 50-over cricket to say I'm still one of our best batters, get me back in that T20 squad. And he might try and show some of the T20 skills now, as this will just be a great disappointment for Shea Hope. That should have been stopped. It's going to be 4 byes. Don't think there's anything on that. It'll make it an expensive over. 11 have come from it. 235 for 2 now. This really, by Shea Hope standards, should have been stopped, Carlos.
Yeah, and Alzari would think, well bowled, and then you see that. It doesn't go to his figures, but you still think he's in charge of that over. He wants to close out. As a team, you want to close out, and it ends with 4, and it ends in an untidy manner. You see Balbirnie's century, the wagon wheel. Not many down the ground, very proficient back foot play, more square of the wicket. And when he's decided to go big, he's gone leg side, and it's been a fantastic knock so far.
I think that wagon wheel's really a sign that they got their plans right to him. He's known as a prolific driver of the ball. Kevin O'Brien, who, you know, great friend of Andy Balbirnie's, will have given all that insight to the West Indies bowlers, but Balbirnie's gone to the sweeps in particular to find a way to still accumulate runs. 100 off 132, that's a more than proficient strike rate, but given the importance of this phase of the game now, he'd love to be there at the end and have 150 of 160 or something like that.
And I think that's where the really great players separate themselves from good. You've got it to 100, congrats, but now can you get that to 140, 150?
Again, it's that slog sweep that he goes to. Trademark Balbirnie, drives off the seamers and sweeps off the spinners. Beautifully affected. And it is very much a shift of gears as soon as he gets to that 9th one-day international century. Great batting.
Yeah, good stuff. Feet well and truly on the accelerator now. Down on one knee again. You know, once he gets it out the middle, it's gone, even over the fielder's head.
Clever bowling. That's the arm ball just swinging back into Balbirnie.
Yeah, and the next step now is to get another 150 score. How can you get 150? 150, 160 puts the game out of the reach of the West Indies.
Now goes through the covers. That's where he likes to hit off the seamers. You must be really impressed by how Ireland are approaching this innings. We've got an absolute contest on our hands to start this series.
Yeah, I do. I am impressed, but I want to see them continue now. It's not enough to just get one boundary over. Now you need to really motor and capitalise. And granted, that brings more risk and the potential for wickets, but when you've done so well to put yourself in this position, you can't afford to lose a few wickets. You ideally want Balbirnie 160 not out, and everyone around him playing small cameos. Texture may be eyeing 50, but at the moment, the team score is more important than personal milestones, so they need to get a move on.
George Dockrell's in good form too. Don't rule him being promoted up the order. Your former Leinster Cricket Club teammate. That'll round out the 43rd. Ireland 245 for 2. What a wonderful innings we've witnessed. I think a few at some points will have wondered why Andrew Balbirnie's been left out of any format given his quality. He's found himself out of favourite at the moment in the T20 format. Back into ODIs here. And cashing in a big way. And it's going to race away to the rope. It's always very short at both straight ends of the Clontarf venue. And not where he intended, but he'll get 4 more as I welcome Isabel Joyce.
Yes, well, he's taking any opportunity to make use of the pace. Always dangerous as a fast bowler to have third and fine inside the ring. He's thinking, maybe that wasn't the length with the field that I've got. But you talk about Andrew Balbirnie not being in the T20 team, Lenny, and I've got a quick answer for you. His first 50, 88 deliveries. Second 50, exactly half, 44.
Looks to accelerate, but he's going to perish in the wish to do so. He picks out Moti, and it's a simple catch. Takes nothing away from a marvellous innings and continues a red-hot streak of form. The Pembroke and Northwest Warriors man is in. Maybe be disappointed with how he finishes, picks out the cover sweeper.
I think he'll be disappointed. He didn't just get closer to the ball. He kind of got it at the end of the bat. If he'd managed to get any kind of movement towards it, he might have lifted it over that fielder, but it takes nothing away from what's been a really entertaining knock, in particular the second half. He's appreciated it. His wife, Kate Balbirnie, I just spotted her. She's ready to congratulate him on the sideline, and he's been such a good servant for Ireland. Today will be about Paul Stirling, by and large, but really Andy Balbirnie, what a knock. 112 from 138. It's 249 for 3.
The batter for Ireland, ring number 3, Morgan Tucker.
Lorcan Tucker to the crease. Just 5 shy of 1,000 runs in this ODI format. Landmarks aplenty falling here today. Got a real feel-good atmosphere going already. Very much the start of the Irish cricketing summer. As Tucker gets into his work, immediately bringing the 250 up. Slightly tame end for Balbirnie, that one, Isabel, but he's been out there for, well, every single ball of the innings thus far. Understandable, potentially.
Yeah, I think he knows what's waiting. It's near the end of the innings. Lorcan Tucker and George Dockrell, the finishers in the team. You never want to give your wicket away because you know that 2 more balls and you can lose 2 more batters. So it's not about that, but it's about recognising the stage in the innings and not soaking up more dots, just thinking about your own score. So I think he went about it the right way. He got away with a few.
Little off cutter from Joseph. He takes the pace off the ball very effectively because he can clock up towards that 150km/h marker. He's looked good for me, always looks good, whatever format he's playing for the West Indies.
Yeah, but the brilliant thing about playing international cricket is that you can look around the field and get an idea what they're going to bowl. So there's been a change in the field now. 2 fielders switching positions, but third is up inside the ring. So someone like Joseph, I mean, we saw him make the mistake earlier in the over. He bowled the shorter delivery with third up inside the ring. He's got deep backward point on the boundary, so full and wide.
Dug into the surface, and Tucker more than good enough for that. Little bit of a double bluff, and Tucker, well, you know, he's taken him 2 deliveries to get to that 1,000-run marker. Nice way to get there.
He has 3 out on the leg side, but Tucker knew exactly where they were. It's a classical pull shot, great way to get to 1,000 runs, and this is why he's such a good number 5, Lorcan Tucker, because he has the technique to come in earlier on, but if he comes in late, he can get going straight away. Nice for him to cross that marker. He's got a few to catch up with Paul Stirling, who crossed 10,000 runs across formats earlier.
A gorgeous drive, a flowing drive, but matched by an equally excellent stop. A one-handed effort by Brandon King, who will see open the batting in about an hour's time. Saves 3 runs for certain. End of the 44th. 256 for 3. 6 overs remain for Ireland. Got to be thinking about 10 and over from here, don't they? Likely George Dockrell to come with all of that power and strength and muscle gain that he is continuing to develop well into his 30s now. He's another one in red hot form. He started the season very well for the Leinster Lightning, made a century down in Oak Hill. As Ford is going to return his death speciality skills that he has. Tucker judges the second. Oh, this is going to be close. Was he quick enough to get back? Richard Illingworth says, let's take a look. We're going upstairs.
Yeah, we are not at a great angle down here. We were kind of diagonal, so you can't tell how close it is, but it was a really good throw, quick release. Close enough to Shea Hope, the keeper, as well. But yeah, 10 and over from here for Ireland would get them close to what we think is just above par, 320. And that's what Tector and Tucker will be looking for. Well, is it good enough? Not quite. Needed to hit direct, which is very difficult to do from that far out. But good reach there from Tucker, who's the new man out, so showing his energy and surviving.
I promise you, I didn't see one of those green lights coming up from Wexford this morning. I looked everywhere for one. Is Dublin like this now? I don't spend too much time in Ireland these days. Traffic is crazy.
Google Maps told me heavier than usual this morning. I'm hoping that's true for Friday.
People everywhere, absolutely everywhere. I would recommend using the Dart if you can come out here. I reckon that's the better way to go come Friday and Sunday. Guided away behind square. Third is up in the circle. It will race to the rope. Flying start from Lorcan Tucker. He's looking really good.
It was messy cricket there all round. I don't think Tucker was expecting the full toss outside off stump. He definitely didn't mean to play it backward of point, but the outcome was probably the right one for poor delivery. Third and point up inside the ring.
Difficult role this, isn't it? This kind of number 5, 6, 7. You can come in with 5 overs to bat. You can come in with 40 overs to bat, depending upon how the innings is going. But Tucker, his acceleration, immediate. He's looked very composed out there. Big impact on the game already.
Yeah, and I think you can see he's a natural number 5 in one-day international cricket because he'll come in higher up in the T20s. So if you're coming in 3 in T20s, you might be in right at the start, or you might have to take the game home. So that prepares you for batting 5 in one-day international cricket.
You're talking about Balbirnie being out of the T20 team. But do you think this form that he's hit in the 50-over game is going to cause a rethink? Because remember, if it doesn't, Balbirnie won't have any other international cricket this summer. The 6 other games on Irish soil will be in the T20 format.
Well, you've got Rossadair there as well. So do you go Tucker up the top, Rossadair in the middle, Balbirnie slots in? Do you keep Balbirnie at the top? There's lots of options, which is a good headache, we always say, for selectors. A little bit predictable with the slower balls, but they're all different from Ford. So he's doing pretty well after that missed one. But for Andy Balbirnie, I think we've got 4 festivals coming up in the IP20s. That's coming up soon. That's really important for him. He's moved to the Northwest Warriors. He's going to open for the Northwest Warriors. Can he do a similar thing like he's done in the IP50s and said, you can't leave me out? So it's 4 weeks in a row where he's going to have a good opportunity.
Oh, good cutter right into the surface, and Tector can't get anything on it. It's a 9-run over. 5 remain for Ireland. 265 for 3. plenty of power to come, Dockrell in particular, but Mays, who's in a hot run of form, he might actually slot in above McBride. And big Barry McCarthy, he loves getting the long handle out and parrying a few over long on. He was in the runs for Leinster Lightning in a comeback victory down in Oak Hill as well. Looking forward to watch Andy McBride bowl today, I have to say. Pretty content looking Irish support staff there, isn't it? Curtis Camphor is with the squad despite that broken finger. You can see the damage done to it. Shamar Joseph comes back in for his 7th over, worked into the leg side. They'll think of a second, and Tector's very quick and gets back comfortably.
Well, they'll each enjoy the running of their partner, because if Tector plays the same shot, he knows Tucker will be running back with just as much tenacity. 2 different types of batters as well, and I think that's why Lorcan Tucker has come out instead of George Dockrell. I know he was carded to come out at 5, but we've been talking about would George Dockrell come out instead of him, but they've gone for the different option. Lorcan Tucker can ramp, he can sweep, likes to move his feet.
Right on cue, just as he tries to get the ramp out, he was looking to ramp it over to the leg side, but had to adjust. I think the first person we ever saw play that shot was Owen Morgan, and nobody could believe it. Now you see it so frequently. Well, it's just another adjustment from another batter. How do you do that? Get into a position that your dentist probably isn't going to like you for.
What's more impressive is he wanted to go over the leg side to adjust and then be able to play like a late cut. That's what does it for me. If you watch women's players that are going to come in at the end of a T20 and they can't hit many runs, they generally learn the ramp shot. They don't have to generate pace. But it's the adjustment at the end that's the most impressive. That's a good delivery from Shamar Joseph right in at the block hole. Forces Tucker just to dig it out. And almost just have a look at the other end. Tector, 46 from 43. I mean, he's played some beautiful shots, but a lot of it's been just working the ball around, running hard, knowing the pockets, 2s and 3s. And, well, we've been talking about Balbirnie down the other end. He's quietly gone about his business.
Very unassuming in the way in which he accumulates his runs. So impressive. He just particularly loves this format, doesn't he? He's had a few struggles, isn't he, in T20s and Test cricket in his own way. But when it comes to ODI cricket, I think they've almost found a bit of a cheat code, haven't they? Ireland in the form of Harry Tector at number 4. As the fans really enjoying their day out, bathed in glorious sunshine.
I think for Tucker, what he's done so well, sorry, for Tector, what he's done so well is he comes in and he tends to not face many dots anymore. At the start of his career, he probably faced 9-10 dots in his first 15 deliveries. Slower ball almost beats the fielder in the deep, but just about holds on. But for Tector, he works the ball around really well at the start of his innings, runs well, and then he does have the power to hit boundaries near the end.
Yeah, 320 very much still what they would like, you would suspect. The straight drive comes out, and it's very short straight up the ground, but the mid-on fielder, long-on fielder even does well to keep it to a boundaryless over. Joseph's comeback is a good one. Won't mind that. 4 to go, 273 for 3. I'll keep talking about that 320 marker. Is he the highest Islander ever posted against West Indies in a one-day international? 327 for 5 they made against West Indies up, well, across from us in Malahide. Still in Dublin. The slightly ominous thing is that they lost that day and lost by well, a reasonably comfortable distance. Sunil Ambrose made a career best 148 that day, and the West Indies won by 5 wickets.
Well, that's why I've been saying 320, you give yourself a chance. It's not a winning score necessarily, it could be. So you don't hit 320 and then think the job is done. First job though, get up there, and then bowlers have to come to the fore. 2 debutants in the bowling category for Ireland as well, so it's a tall task.
Little leg cutter, almost a leg break really, wasn't it, from Ford. Has all those skills. Well, other ominous factors are that day Paul Stirling made a 50, Andrew Balbirnie made 100 as well. So there's maybe a sense of deja vu 6 years on, even though we're at a different ground. Kevin O'Brien 63 off 40 that day, and he's now sitting in the maroon of the West Indies as their consultant coach just for the Irish leg of this tour. Great to see him continue to excel in his coaching. Tector will get to 50, continues to set new trajectories and new standards for Irish batting, particularly in this format. He has done it, well, with the absolutely minimum of fuss. He's very nearly averaging 50 now in this format. He's nearly got 2,000 runs in just 48 innings. He's a class of his own, Harry Tector.
So well accumulated, great strike rate. 5 4s, no 6s in that. That tells its own story. He's worked the ball around, he's run well. He came out looking like he meant business. Great platform set by the openers. He's continued on from them.
14th one-day international 50 to go alongside the 5 centuries. Nobody in Irish cricket will have been overly worried because they know the class of Harry Tector, but just by his standards in 2024, a few lower scores than he would have liked, and great to see him start the Irish summer in fluent style.
Look, as a cricketer, you're only as good as your last innings, they say. Now, you do hold on to, obviously, memories of the past and you get some leeway, but I know Harry Tector will be delighted to get that 50 because, by his standards, maybe leaner than usual.
He's going to try and cash in now. Gets to the landmark and follows it up with a boundary. That's the power of Tector through the offside. Beats the sprawling dive at extra cover and races for 4.
Good effort from Brandon King there, but the half stop wasn't enough, and maybe a little bit predictable from Ford. Lots and lots of slower balls. His height does help a lot of the time, but if he gets the length wrong ever so slightly, Tector does have the reach to send it to the boundary.
Yeah, I agree with you regarding the predictability of the slower balls, but playing them is another thing. And it's because there's such a mix-up of them there. None of them kind of seem to be the same. Continues to prove effective. 3 remain now for Ireland, hunting down 320. Can they finish with a flourish? 283 for 3. Deliveries left. Ireland will not just want 300, they'll want a lot more than that. They'll have the extra pace of Alzari Joseph to work with. Shea Hope is really rotating his 3 quick men here at the death. This is hit over the offside. It's reasonably short up there, but he's found that corner pocket where there's an extra bit of distance. May have a boundary check, but we'll get the rarest of things here at Clontarf. We'll get an all-run 3.
I think it's the second one. Could be wrong, but good running there between the Tector and Tucker. Has third and fine inside the ring, so you can set up for the fuller ball, you can set up for the slower ball. Excellently done. Absolutely brilliant there from Shamar Joseph, and just shows the athleticism. Sprinting in, bowling. Gone are the days of just letting the ball go over the boundary there. You chase down every single run.
No is the call. Surprised he didn't take off on the mid-off fielder there, particularly given Joseph had just done the fielding. Almost maybe hit it too well. Thought of the pads in frustration from Tector.
to his throwing arm as well. Maybe not quite worth taking it on. He's set now. His Tector 56 from 50. Once he hits the ground, they are so athletic though, they can throw from the ground, hit the stumps.
I think 7 wickets in hand, you've got to take that on, even if you may perish. Chips it straight to cover. It's a tame end for Tector. He's played very nicely, but Alzarri Joseph is very much keeping the West Indies in this contest. He, for me, has been the pick of the attack, and he gets his 2nd wicket.
Another slower delivery. Finishes it off, gets a little bit of turn. Actually off the pitch and an easy catch. He's wishing he'd taken that single, Harry Tector, but he's done well. 56 from 51 for him. Ireland 286 for 4.
Harry Tector was caught clean full Alzarri Joseph for 56. New batter for Ireland, wearing number 50, George Dockrell.
Well, only 15 deliveries for George Dockrell to work with, and maybe Harry Tector cursing himself as he walked off that he didn't run that single.
Oh, here's the wicket. He was eyeing up the space over extra cover and mid-off. That was the space, but just didn't get the contact. But George Dockrell in now, changing the field. Fine leg goes out.
Dockrell loves going straight down the ground, but this time chooses to give himself room outside the leg stump. Remarkable knock he played, wasn't it, against the Northern Knights just 8 days ago. Last Tuesday, Leinster Lightning were in all sorts of trouble. I think at one point they were 12 for 4, 52 for 2, and then Dockrell strode to the crease and made 101 not out. Got a bit of support from Gavin Hoey and Barry McCarthy, and big rivalry, isn't there, between the Dublin and the Belfast boys, if you will, the Leinster Lightning and the Northern Knights. What a knock that was. Known for his death-hitting skills. Gets out the hook shot. Can't pierce the gap, though. We'll get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, smart bowling from Alzarri Joseph. Had the field set out in the leg side. They know the strength that George Dockrell has over the offside is particularly straight. So he's banged it into the pitch and said, can you do it to the leg side?
Really good over. Excellent bowling from Alzarri Joseph. And I have no doubt he will bowl the 50th and final as well. It's 288 for 4.
And you think about what West Indies will have been looking at keeping Ireland under. I think they would have said maybe 280 at the start of the game. They'll take under 300 with 2 hands at this stage. That was a brilliant over, just the 5 in it. And Kevin O'Brien will have been saying it. We can chase 300 on this ground. 292, the highest score for Ireland against full member on this ground. But it's been such a brilliant start to the summer weather-wise. I think Ireland will have thought we'll have to beat that if we're going to win here against West Indies. So big 2 overs. Dockrell on strike. Forward with ball in hand.
Well, he's going to get 4, but not where he intended it. Banged into the surface. Tucker's looked for the hook shot. Flies off the top edge. Not for the first time today. There's been plenty of those, and races to the rope.
You tend to aim for the short boundary in Clontarf, and it's behind Dockrell right now, but I'm pretty sure, in fact, it's Lorcan Tucker. Pretty sure he wasn't aiming for it. Good skills from forward. He's a tall man. Bowls from very tall action, off cutter, and frustration. Who'd be a bowler?
Back live with you now, and that one right into the block hole. Tucker can't squeeze it away. 220 for 2 was the score at the end of the second power play. Are Ireland going to be pleased with this finish here? A lot will be decided in the last 10 balls, won't it? They haven't exactly been able to shift gears maybe in the way they would have liked.
I like ODI cricket in general. I think it's always an ebb and a flow. There have been times when it feels like the Ireland batters are on top, but West Indies have come back at them. I think that Shea Hope has juggled his bowlers really well. Can this get the distance? No. Oh, what an effort in the deep. Brilliant from Brandon King. Takes the catch, goes outside the rope, manages to have the wherewithal to throw it up. Did he get his feet back in time?
This is unbelievable. This is out. I'm telling you that now. We'll have to go upstairs and use the technology. He's cleanly taken the catch. He's then managed to get it into the air and somehow get back into the air before his feet are on the ground. It's very tight. My indication and inclination is this is out. Unbelievable work from Brandon King at long on. Quite sensational.
It's the last foot. That's the thing. Does he touch the ball inside the rope before his right foot leaves the ground? That's what they'll be looking at. That's what Johnny Kennedy will have to decide. He does well. This is fine. This is the part that's okay. Have a look at the right foot now. He's got to get his weight off now. Is that off the ground? I can't see from here, but I think it probably is. But is there enough evidence, Andrew Leonard, to say he definitely did?
I think it's going to be given out. And I think that is the confirmation. Lorcan Tucker will have to trudge off to the most amazing piece of athleticism. The wicket may go to Ford in terms of the wicket column, but it's all about that man, Brandon King. You've just seen the most marvellous catch, and he's getting a huge ovation right in front of one of the most packed parts of the crowd. A stunning catch of the highest quality from Ford. We'll see Tucker take the walk back for 30. It's 292 for 5.
Forward for 30. The batter for Ireland wearing 22. Full Mays.
Tom Mays to the crease, a first bat in international cricket. One of the 3 debutants for Ireland in any format. Mays, Carmichael we've already seen, and we'll see Liam McCarthy with the ball later. He's been in good batting form as well, obviously in the team for his bowling, but particularly that Wolves tour. Big, tall man, South African origin.
He's a big, strong boy. Got a lovely action. We'll see that before too long, but I wonder, is he delighted to get an opportunity to bat before he has to go out and bowl? Just, it's the lesser of his 2 skills, you'd imagine, in this team anyway. But off the mark straight away. Main job, get Dockrell back on strike. 1 from 2. He's the main man now.
Dockrell has picked out the man. He's going to be dismissed. Evan Lewis is never dropping that. Again, great knowledge of the opposition. You'd have to think driven a lot by Kevin O'Brien, because you do not want to bowl full to George Dockrell, allow him to hit straight. They bang it into the surface. All he can do is pick out deep mid-wicket.
Another slower ball, forcing Dockrell to hit to the longer boundary, getting his best fielders in the right place. Well, finally, Ireland have a left-hander coming out, but George Dockrell wasn't able to make an impact today. He goes for 1. Ireland 293 for 6.
Caught Lewis, called forward for 1. The batter for Ireland wearing 35, Andrew McBride.
Donamana's finest, Andy McBride. In at number 8, probably was a bit of a rush to get the pads on for these guys down the order, as a clatter of wickets have fallen late in the innings to maybe take a little bit of a gloss off the quality of this first innings. Third power play, if anything, probably belongs to the visitors right now. They are fighting back in a big way. Looks like they've got all of their plans to an absolute tee. Just 7 deliveries left. Ireland need to find a couple of boundaries. Brian will drive that. Probably won't be able to get back for the second, so he'll keep the strike. Ford will end up with 3 wickets to his name, 2 in that final over. Good set of 10 from him. It's 294 for 6. 2 wickets in the over. The first one was quite remarkable. I know it goes to Ford, but it's all about Brandon King. The modern players make this look astronomically easy because this is at real time. This is in real pace. Look at how quickly this all happens in a flash. And the athleticism to take the catch initially, get outside the rope, get back in without carrying it over 6. Wonderful work.
Absolutely brilliant. And the thing is, he was actually having to travel back at such pace because maybe he'd made a hames of knowing where the rope was. There's that little star, little asterisk for him. Should I have been closer to the rope and taken an easy catch? But look, he took it in the end. And for me, the way he was moving backward at pace, threw it back in to realign himself and get back inside the rope. That was the most difficult part. And we've talked a lot about West Indies and their athleticism in the field. We've seen it right there. That's why it's so difficult to take them on.
And that might be a 20, 25 run swing because it's out instead of 6. And Tucker had looked really good, hadn't he? And it means that there's 2 new men at the crease. It's probably, for Ireland, the difference between what might be 300 or 305 here at best, maybe 310, and 320, 325 plus.
Or he could have got out next ball. It's just, you never know, but you're totally right. Those moments are very important. And there are times in the game when you can recognise this is an important moment, or could be. And it's good recognition there. I think the bowling changes have been most impressive. I'd love to know how much of the decision-making in terms of how many slower balls the field comes down to the bowlers. You've credited Kevin O'Brien with giving a lot of information about the Irish batters. I reckon they have a lot of that, but he's definitely given a little bit, you would imagine. George Jocko's been around a long time. They knew he's good straight.
Yeah, the problem for Mays is here as he guides this into the gap, should get a couple. It's his first bat in international cricket, but Brian also very fine batter. He doesn't quite have the power necessarily that Ireland would have liked. Curtis Camphor not in the squad. Definitely needs somebody to try find the ropes. This last 15-20 minutes has belonged to the West Indies.
Yeah, they've taken wickets at the end. Knowing how to take wickets when the other team are on the charge is a skill in and of itself. And looking at Tom Mays, you'd imagine he's the type of batter, as a bowler, you'd just look at him and think he's going to look to go straight. So it's going to be the same, more of the same from Joseph. Keep it away from slower deliveries.
No rhythm or timing for anyone who's come to the crease immediately, apart from Tucker.
Well, he certainly had a good swing at it. If he'd got anything on it, he was sending it. But good, brave bowling from Joseph. It can be difficult when you get a big, strong lad coming out to the middle to take the pace off. You think, I'll get it up in the block hole, but you get that slightly wrong, and you tend to see it going back over your head. So he's sticking to his plans well, Joseph. 2 for 45. Big 3 deliveries to come.
Nails his Yorker. Sensational skills from Alzari Joseph. 32 dot balls in the 9.4 overs that he's bowled so far. Ireland will definitely want to have a look at that dot ball counter, despite being probably pretty pleased on the whole with their first innings.
Well, you think as well with an opening bowler, they do tend to have more dot balls. They go for boundaries or dots because the field is up. But if looking into the next game, can Ireland score off a couple of more deliveries, 10 or 15 more deliveries in their innings? That might be something they'll focus on.
Again, great skills from Joseph. He knows the man is out there for that shot. 146 dots in the innings, Isabel, and that from Ireland's perspective, given that they've played really well, given that they're going to probably just get to 300, that's something they'd love to reduce by at least 20 or 30.
You'd imagine so. we're not privy to their plans. Are they focusing on boundaries? Is that where they think they're going to win a game? Don't worry about knocking it around. Try and play your strong shots as much as possible. And yes, you might hit the ball at fielders every now and then, but when you beat them, it's going to be 4. So these are all the things that coaches have to work out. They'll select based on that as well. That's why you need different types of batters coming in at different times. We saw Tucker and Tector working it around a lot more when they came in at 4 and 5.
300 will be brought up with aplomb. It's a first international boundary for Tom Mays, and maybe one of the largest cheers of the day. It means that Ireland have had to use all 300 of their deliveries to get there, but they will surpass 300 and be very pleased. Remember, they lost the toss. They were asked to have a bat first on what looked like a greenishly tinged wicket, but they've posted 303 for 6. And on a historic day for Ireland's captain, Paul Stirling, driven by an Andrew Balbirnie century and 50s from himself and Harry Tector. I think overall, Ireland will be pretty pleased and very much in this contest at the halfway stage.
303 for 6 from their 50 over.
So 300 runs scored around. Andy Balbirnie was the mainstay, 112 from 138 deliveries for him. Stirling as well with that amazing stat, past 10,000 runs across format. He made 54, and Tector was impressive with 56, but nobody in the lower order could get going. As Tom Mays got his first bat in Irish colours, he made 8. And Carmichael, well, he looked good for his 16. He's the other debutant that's batted. Looking forward to seeing Liam McCarthy with ball in hand. He didn't get a chance with bat today. 303. 23 extras, something that West Indies might want to look at in the next game.
Without doubt, the pick of the attack, Alzari Joseph, 2 for 51 for him. 3 wickets to Ford, yes, but a little expensive. And good contribution from Justin Graves. I thought that Shea Hope used him particularly well. Wicketless for Moti, which was an important aspect of Ireland's batting lineup, making sure that they could get past that 300 marker. There are the standout performers, 50s for Tector and Stirling, but a special day for Andrew Balbirnie, his 9th one-day international century, and the 6 wickets shared between those 3 bowlers on the right of your screen. So that's going to wrap up our coverage for the first innings. We've really enjoyed having you company for the first half of this game. The game hangs beautifully in the balance. Will the West Indian star batters, will they stand up? The likes of Brandon King and Evan Lewis, and indeed the skipper Shea Hope with that wonderful ODI record that he has, or can Ireland start their international summer with a win here in Clontarf? You'll find out live with us in less than 30 minutes time. Time for a sandwich or a short break. We'll see you in the second innings.
Sport Ireland, Sport NI, Fingal Council for their support in the hosting of this game today. We just have a further spectator announcement during the mid-innings break here. Batting cage is going to be set up on the outfield towards the far side of the ground from the main pavilion. Just a note with spectators, the batters will be practicing range hitting. So if you want to keep an eye out on the ground, just in case balls may be disappearing into the ground. Okay, so just for spectators on the far side of the ground, just be aware that batters may be range hitting here during the mid-innings interval. Thank you.
Walk quickly. Yeah, leave me alone. Yeah. Hands off the busy. He's a great worker. No, I said exaggeration. It's going to go down quite quickly. Not many people. Walking out the street, coming in. They're never going to get this. The company was using the street to say what you never was. The overpaid for it. Sorry, Steve. I was just generic. Man wave. I still feel that IEF would be more assets than that. They're more complex assets. Harris moved to this complex coordination of the go. Oh, Jim Bailey is the marathon. You're the most amazing people. Anyone ever met anyone like Carson? Carson went up his first at 3 million. And like Carol's going, we all in front of the case and singing from Carson. I mean, it was great. It was about 3 weeks ago. Everyone kind of going, Carson was like, okay, stop. He's like, you know, what's this? Yeah, it's crazy hard. Different tax bands. That's the cricket. This is the big one. Oh, it's like grand to get over there and take a wide like. No, it's how that is. No, no, it's a huge stadium. Yeah, the ball's not even up in there. These tall, like, you get 45,000 behind you, 45,000 for I know. Detroit. They asked that. They asked. Sorry. He's taken this hold for like 2 years. Yeah, we're not flying. Yeah. Happy birthday. 40. Sorry, I flew over. Her surprise friend or your surprise friend? Okay, it was hers, like, it's across the first one. I want my mates here, not your mates. has no English whatsoever.
That's the exception. The big guy.
I hear this one. That's called low. That's called low. I believe.
मैंने उड़ी पहले की मैं शुक्र किया मुझे शर्ट नजर आ रही नहीं मैंने सिर्फ उड़ी पहनी फिर मैंने जब याद है
You're catching.
Welcome back to the resumption of play in the first match of the Token Fire ODI series between Ireland and West Indies here at Castle Avenue in Clontarf. We find ourselves in Dublin, a gorgeous day in Dublin, beautiful setting for cricket, and indeed Ireland and West Indies looking to make the most of the situation. Carlos Brathwaite's alongside, and Carlos, maybe a little bit of momentum here with West Indies, given the way that after Ireland had gone through the first 35 overs, 330 was certainly on the cards. They pulled it back, 303, target of 304.
Yeah, I think Ireland will be disappointed with the final total that they got to. I felt they lacked a little bit of bravery. West Indies found themselves in a good situation with Balbirnie approaching 100 and Tector approaching 50, and both guys slowing down slightly. And you felt as though the way it looked in the first 35 overs, 320 would have been the target that they would have wanted to get to. But you always judge the pitch after the team has batted second, so we have to see how they go. But they would definitely feel, Ireland, as though they feel unshort, and West Indies would feel as it's a job well done to finish out.
Paul Stirling captaining this Ireland side. He made good half-century today, 54. Harry Tector quicker than a run of ball, half-century as well. And Andy Balbirnie, top scorer with 112. And there are some dangerous batters in this West Indies top order. Brandon King and Evan Lewis have made their way out as we take a look back at the Ireland scorecard. 112 for Balbirnie, Stirling and Tector with half-centuries, and Lorcan Tucker with an excellent 30 of 18, just up the run rate in the closing stages. Mays with a 4 off the last delivery of the innings to see Ireland over the 300-run mark for the third time in their history against West Indies in 16 one-day internationals. At the West Indies bowling card saw forward end with 3 wickets, but Alzari Joseph arguably the pick of the bowlers. And that's the lineup for West Indies. Brandon King and Evan Lewis opening the batting. First ball to come, target 304. Barry McCarthy opening for Ireland, a combative bowler. Incredibly competitive is Barry McCarthy. Took only 25 matches to reach 50 one-day international wickets. That's the same number as some of the greatest bowlers in world cricket, including the great Shane Warne.
That's a story to tell the grandkids. Sit around the fire. Do you know what me and the great Shane Warne have in common?
He is such a competitor, is Barry McCarthy. Takes the new ball, bowling to Brandon King. Takes the edge and dropped. Stirling at first slip. Did it carry? Judging by his reaction, I think it might have.
Tight hit. It wasn't the easiest catch. Do you think a player of Stirling's caliber would have been able to grab it just before it bounced? At best, a half chance, unless we get an angle that clearly says it did carry. Oh yeah, should have taken it. Yeah, should have taken that.
That would have been the ideal start. Brandon King with the edge, second ball up off Barry McCarthy. This time full face of the bat. Harry Tector with the fielding. Brandon King, Evan Lewis, 2 batters who are not unaccustomed to starting brilliantly. Brandon King got his start as a middle order batter for Jamaica before being promoted to the top order.
I think that was via T20 as well.
Yeah, it was.
Shoved up the order in T20 and then realizing white ball cricket, this was his place. I think it was Johan Buerto who was coaching the Guyana Amazon Warriors at the time and asked him to actually bat up the order. I think that was 2019. He was with us in St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, batting 3, 4, and performing well, showing the class that we know he has. And then the next season, we lost him to Guyana. He was shoved up the order, and I think he either got 1 or 2 centuries in the CPL that season.
Yeah, that's 132. 132 against Tridents, yeah.
And hasn't looked back since.
That's his strike rate that has improved so dramatically as well, up at around 150. This one will allow first runs off the bat. Brandon King off the mark. Faced Ireland when they toured West Indies in 2019, 2020.
And I think that, if I could offer a word of advice, I think that is where Ireland can get better and better. Balbirnie churns out runs, and that is a skill in itself. Can he now up the ante? The game has gone to a place where 280 now is not enough. 300 is just below par almost. Can you now get that 100 off 110, maybe a run a ball, and then can you push on to 130, 140?
This man may be key. Evan Lewis. Leaves one in a wider channel from Barry McCarthy that ends the first over. West Indies, one without loss. Brandon King will face up to Tom Mays. On debut, made his way to Ireland from South Africa. Hails from Limpopo province, where he grew up. Friends and family here to support him today. His first ball in international cricket. Struck a 4 off the final delivery of the Ireland innings to see Ireland over 300. As he made 8 or 5, unbeaten. Maybe a little confidence booster there in himself, and a nerve settler that he was able to get out and make a few runs and end unbeaten before he comes in to open the bowling for Ireland. A little straighter.
Yeah, just to pick up off the point made at the end of the last one about Balbirnie, you don't want to sound as a knocking a centurion, but you're talking about Ireland making such big strides. You almost have the elder statesmen, now you have a few guys coming through. I think the next step, and it's for the West Indies as well, how can you churn out more 300 plus scores on a consistent basis?
Yeah, consistency is key, and maybe that's something that both these sides could be doing, being a little more consistent in international cricket. Maybe how important is this series for West Indies, given the fact that they beat England and Bangladesh in their last 2 series, facing Ireland and England now?
No, it's very important. I think gone the days when West Indies could have been seen as obviously superior to an Ireland team. I think they're pretty much even keel.
Going down leg. Full.
And without being in the last World Cup, it's kind of a wake-up call to maybe not think that you are above any of the associates, and not that they've ever treated series without respect, but it puts a little bit more emphasis on ensuring that if you think you are a dominant team, actually dominating and not just saying it. So it's going to be important for this top 4 who are very experienced to show that domination. And you may look back at the end of this game with 100 off 130 from Andrew Balbirnie being a winning knock. We don't know. The one thing you want to see from both these teams are almost playing against each other, but with a view on where the best teams in the world are striking, the strike rates, the scores, the averages. How can we get to that level on a consistent basis and take a game to another level?
Straightens. Made an over to start his international career, Tom Mays. At the end of the second, West Indies, 1 without loss.
Yeah, Mace has looked very good. Tall, strong, almost three-quarter seam, and just hitting a very good length consistently. Very rhythmic runner, very easy on the eye, very repeatable and easy action. It's a lot to love. And he's backed it up with a maiden first over in international cricket. Could have started better.
No, Evan Lewis has only faced one ball in the innings so far. King with the other 11. Facing up to Barry McCarthy. Evan Lewis, the kind of player that can take the game away from an opponent at any given time. He's an enormously powerful hitter. Great timing. Can also score rapidly as well. It was a couple of seasons ago in the CPL when his strike rate was nearly 200 through the entire competition. But he's somebody who idolizes Chris Gayle and wants to emulate that man.
Talking about Chris Gayle, we all three shared a team in the CPL, and remember playing in Barbados, and I wasn't playing for the Barbados franchise, so I always loved going back home and pitting myself against the Barbados team. Got 4 for 15. It's probably still my best T20 performances, and a miserly total. We had to chase, I think, 105 or 106. And yeah, Evan Lewis then got 97 out of it. It was 130 odd, I think. We can check about the exact scores, but Evan Lewis got 97 of them, and we won within the power play.
It's just incredible. I remember his 176 against England. Was it at the Oval? I think it was. Although it was in a losing cause, it was just incredible batting from start to finish. Completely dominated the English attack. A very high-scoring match.
I think if he didn't get injured there as well, West Indies could have probably won that.
That's right. He retired hurt, didn't he?
Yeah. I was there watching it, and I thought it was a definite double hundred. It was written definite double hundred until he got injured.
Speaking of emulating Chris Gayle, that would have been history. McCarthy, a little fuller, that's some fine fielding. Andy McBride down low very quickly. There's McBride.
And I just peered out the window and saw Shea Hope, and I think since he's dropped down the order from orphan and number 3 to number 4, since he started captain, his strike rate has gone up. And I remember speaking to him, asking him about what the shift in mindset is, because I think it's a shift in mindset before it is.
Be a couple here, certainly. Tector gives chase. And Lewis is off the mark.
There's a shift in mindset before the execution comes. And he just spoke about picking bowlers, 1, and then 2, just letting the game state dictate who he attacks, when he attacks. So he's almost having to force yourself out of your comfort zone against some bowlers and then come back into your shell a bit, go up and down through the gears. That's the hallmark of batsmanship. And we think back to Justin Graves' first 4 overs going for 10 runs when Balbirnie was set. Could you target that bowler for a couple overs?
Straight down the ground. There's a quick single. Stumps hits. How close is that? Ireland are celebrating what they feel is a wicket. Harry Tector. Lewis struck it well. Charged down the wicket. Trying to take the quick single and retain the strike. And Ireland, it seems, believe they've got the breakthrough.
I think there was a little bit of a collision as well. Saw Barry McCarthy with his hands in the air. Evan Lewis peering to see if they would withdraw the appeal. But Tector was wheeling away in celebration, and I think they've accepted that good work deserves a wicket.
Yeah. Evan Lewis knew.
We could see it from this angle. Barry McCarthy, back turned. That's a tough one. Can't expect Barry McCarthy to do much. Evan Lewis would think he'd feel aggrieved, but he's lost his wicket. It's 3 for 1 after 3. Evan Lewis gone for 2.
Protected with a run out. Evan Lewis, first wicket to fall. Somebody who's had success against Ireland before. He's 99 not out in 2020. One of the great innings against Ireland. What it does is bring Casey Carty to the crease. 28-year-old from the island of St. Martin. Ready to take responsibility. For many, he shot to prominence at the Under-19 World Cup in years gone by. Taking West Indies to victory over India in their first and so far only victory at that tournament. Tom Mays starts well. Morgan Tucker, his glove work has improved so tremendously over the last few years. His all-round game as well, his finishing ability at the end of an innings. Evidence of that with his 30 off 18 late in the Irish innings earlier. Tom Mays is having a fine start to his international career. 8 not out off just 5 balls in the Irish knock, and now 8 successive deliveries without a batter having scored of him. That's a big appeal. Slip cord and indeed all those on the offside appealing rather vehemently for this, but maybe just going down leg a little height as well. Movement off the pitch for Mays.
Yeah, he's looked good. He's taken to international cricket nicely, at least for the first 9 deliveries. Again, just very simple, very disciplined. You can tell he's more off the wicket bowler just by his grip. More 3/4 seam than seam up, trying to swing it, he's trying to seam it.
Comes back into the batter. Carty in a way. 10 successive deliveries. Well, West Indies being able to score of him. It's been a really good form for his club and indeed his franchise team, his provincial team, Northern Knights. 6 wickets in his first few interprovincial matches this season. He's been making runs as well, but for Warringstown, his club, 6-wicket haul recently.
And I love to see how West Indies counteract him, because he's been very disciplined. You think back to Matthew Ford starting in a similar vein and Paul Sterling advancing down to him a couple of times. What are the options you can employ as a batter to take him off that length and line? There's 11 balls now without anyone scoring off him. Who makes the first play?
Beats the bat, and Mays has consecutive maidens to start his international career after 4. West Indies 3 for 1. Barry McCarthy to continue from the LP Hughes end. to surprise Brandon King a little. Relatively full, but had his bottom hand off the bat very quickly. So no concern for West Indies just yet. Chasing a target of 304. They've lost the one wicket, but they've certainly got the prowess and ability to be able to chase down the target still from here. Take the single. And again, Ireland hit the stumps. Well, that'll allow West Indies to get through for a second.
In a couple overs from this end, we've seen the value and the misfortune of hitting the stumps. First, the run out of Evan Lewis, and now resulting in an overthrow. But it's a good sign. Pick it, you shy at the stump, you hit the stump more often than not, the direct hit results in a run out. So it's a good standard to set as a fielding unit.
Yeah, Josh Little, very quick in with that left arm of his. The one that strikes the pad. Morgan Tucker doesn't tidy up as he might have liked. West Indies scramble through. So a leg by. It's been an exceptional start from Ireland from a bowling perspective, but too early to say that West Indies is anywhere near out of this. Now, so capable. But the longer that this goes on, the greater the pressure will build on this West Indies top order.
When you look at the batting lineup, Lewis gone, King and Carty, Hope at 4, Django at 5 in his second game, Roston Chase played a lot of cricket, Justin Graves still very new to ODI cricket, Matthew Ford same thing. So Ireland will feel as though they're 2 or 3 important wickets away. Obviously having to break this partnership, Shea Hope is going to be key, and then Roston Chase. In terms of experience, it's going to be a real emphasis on Shea Hope and these two. And if they get beyond these two, Ireland will feel they're in with a real shout.
So limiting the runs at the moment are Ireland. What they really want is wickets. That's a cracking shot. It's just going to slow up a little, but I think it's going to get there, does it? No. Excellent fielding. Ball whipped in by Dockrell. That's great commitment from Cade Carmichael on debut. Does his arm make contact with the rope while still in contact with the ball? I think that's a solid piece of fielding. So, end of the 5th over, West Indies 8 for 1.
Yeah, the running on that occasion needed to turn that into 3. Absolutely needed to.
First runs off Tom Mays. It's a bludgeon boundary by Brandon King. Great contact on that. And don't want to see his power hitting potential unlocked.
Yeah, a little full on this occasion and met with the full face and force of a Brandon King drive.
Ryan sweeping in. Doing the fielding for Ireland as King prodded it to the offside. Still 2 slips in place. Charge from Brandon King. You've got to like the ambition, but also perhaps the response from Mays. Might have seen him coming down the track, just bowled at a slightly wider channel.
Yeah, I think it's good cricket. It looks a little cavalier, maybe even village, some people would say, but you have a guy who's bowled 15 balls, only been struck for 1 boundary. You can't allow him to just hit a length. So Brandon King has made the move. He's adjusted. It's a good little battle on show.
It's an excellent test for Mays. One international debut so far. He's more than simply keeping his head above water.
The challenge is now if Brandon King stays back. If he can find that length he had in the first couple overs, or if he'll drop it too short, which then plays into Brandon King, helping it to the pavilion side. So that's the little battle that you're working with. If you see him come, you have to drag it back. If he doesn't come, can you find that length that challenged him in the first couple overs?
King to face his 20th ball of the innings. Put this one away very comfortably. Mays strays down leg side and he's punished by King. At the end of 6, West Indies 16 for 1.
Yeah, badly lined for the first time and well capitalized on by Brandon King. Tried the same shot the over ago. This time he made good contact and good reward.
So a little loose from Tom Mays to finish that over. Struck for 2 boundaries in his 3rd over. Brandon King into double figures now. From Barry McCarthy again, it continues into his 4th over now. Fierce competitor on the pitch. Just lovely off the pitch.
Yeah, I played against him actually. Young, up and coming, and as you say, competitor is one of the words that you would use to describe him. You look at him and say not the biggest, not the fastest bowler, doesn't swing it the most prodigiously, but he's very clever. He's always in the fight. You think to someone like a Sam Curran who, on the face of it, doesn't have all the tools, but the hunger, the fight, the want to be in the contest has elevated him beyond what you think his skill set can achieve. And I'd say something similar for Barry McCarthy. Excellent cricketer within his own right. but just that competitiveness and that want to be in a battle, it elevates his game so much further.
It's been a valuable wicket taker for Ireland over the years is Barry McCarthy, 32-year-old. It's actually Ben Stokes, if I'm not mistaken, who recommended him to Durham. In years gone by, he had faced him in the nets in a warm-up match, or ahead of a warm-up match. He recommended Barry McCarthy go play for Durham. He also had the chance to play county cricket or play internationally for Ireland. He opted to play for his country.
Noble.
Excellent fielding again. Brian.
And I mean, West Indies players have the franchise versus country, and I'm sure a lot of the Irish boys will face the county cricket and financial security versus the uncertainty of playing for Ireland and less financial security. And I don't think you could be upset if a player chooses either, but you always add a level of respect for the ones that choose country more often than not over the finances.
This one worked away by Carty. It'll beat the fielder, and another 4. Harry Tector down at fine leg. Oh, spared wide of him.
Yeah, nice little touch just down in the area of the West Indies fans. First off-line ball from Barry McCarthy and nicely put away by Casey Carty.
Little straighter again. This is chipped, and it'll be out. The second wicket. Barry McCarthy strikes with the final ball of the 7th over. And West Indies are 2 down. Casey Carty removed for 6 as Josh Little takes the catch. So Carty out for 6. It struck a boundary off the previous McCarthy delivery. But then this, a little fuller and chipped straight to Josh Little.
Soft dismissal. Knew he wanted to go aerial. Wasn't sure if he was going to commit over mid-wicket or over mid-on, and just ended up somewhere in between and ended up chipping an easy catch. We spoke about this man on screen and his consistency. Seldom see him give his wicket away like that. There's a price to pay for your wicket, and it's a very hefty price he puts on his. Casey Carty would think he sold himself a little short there.
So Ireland have West Indies 2 down relatively early on, as West Indies chase a target of 304. Just a quick change of bat from Brandon King. Joined at the crease by his captain, Shea Hope, 31-year-old from Barbados. Somebody who's not unaccustomed to coming in early, former opener, but bats a little further down the order now. Tom Mays continues. Driven straight, fielder's in the circle, that's going to be 4. Change of bat. No change in fortune. It's beautifully played.
Elegance, regal from Brandon King. Hallmark of a good player when you can play the off drive as beautifully as that.
Strikes back in. Was a little high, headed down leg as well. Really Black, not interested.
It's difficult for tall bowlers. Mays would think that is his ideal length, but more often than not, it's going over. And when he does come a little bit fuller, then he gets driven. So it's a consistency that he needs to find, which he had in the first couple overs when there was less attacking pressure from the batters. But how long can you commit to that length? It feels like a negative length sometimes, but as a tall pacer that doesn't swing the ball much and relies on off the surface movement, you have to bring your length slightly back. The swing bowlers can flirt a little fuller, enticing the drive, but if it's going gun barrel straight until it pitches, can you be more consistent in your length even under pressure, and you get your wickets then with a pull or with an injudicious drive attempting over the top.
It's 19 dot balls of the 22 that he's bowled so far for Tom Mays. Incidentally, the 3 scoring shots of him have all been 4s.
Again, something that West Indies would want to work on as a batting unit. The amount of dot balls that they face is something that's plagued West Indies for years. One of the KPIs that the coach has spoken about trying to improve.
Whoops. Him on the pads and away. We'll take the leg by.
Again, that shorter length, more challenging to face from a taller bowler, but more often than not will go over the top. And I think for this last ball, you have to think this is a 1-ball play. You can get it really full, really straight at Shea Hope. First ball, it'll be a dream first wicket in international cricket for Tom Mays. 1 ball to go. Can you get a wicket?
First ball that Shea Hope will face. Calls no, after King had taken a good few steps down the track. End of the 8th over. West Indies are 25 for 2.
Very pleasing start. Everything feels very pleasing today from an Irish perspective. Landmarks aplenty. Batters in form, looking good. Stifled appeal. Richard Illingworth unmoved, probably doing a bit too much, maybe angling down the leg side. Andrew Leonard here, joined by Isabel Joyce. Barry McCarthy is so often as a barometer of this side. He looks like he's got the wind behind his sails.
Yeah, well, we used to say about Barry McCarthy that, yes, he was expensive, but he was a wicket taker. Now it just feels like he's the elder statesman who puts it on a length, and you know, batsmen aren't quite sure how to get on top of him. It feels like the more consistent era of Barry McCarthy.
First ball, stifled appeal. McCarthy was kind of only interested afterwards. That's going to miss the leg stump.
Yeah, I was going to say he kept on appealing, but I think he was just enjoying bellowing. He was practicing the appeal. We know the celebrations that he does like to do. He's someone who doesn't appeal. He doesn't celebrate once. He kind of does a double celebration, double fist bump followed by a single. So he'll be hoping to whip that one out later.
Carted away. Too short, too wide, and Well, that's an absolute buffet ball from McCarthy. His first really poor one as King just climbs into it.
Almost looked like he wanted to bowl this one a bouncer, but just got it wrong. Fell over a little bit, short and wide. And you just have to miss the fielder there.
If you're looking at the graphics at the bottom of your screen and wondering what WASP is, in the first innings you'll have noticed that was giving us prediction as to what the first innings score might be. That varied as to how Ireland were going, how many wickets they had in hand. The WASP percentage in the second innings is the percentage likelihood of the side chasing to win the game. Now, Carlos Brathwaite's glaring at me in the commentary box. He's saying, hold on, 6% a moment ago, now only 8%. He knows West Indies are behind, but surely they're not that heavy an underdog at this stage of the contest. Well, that WASP might fall now down into lower single digits because Barry McCarthy, he may have been dismissed for a boundary, but he's now dismissed. Brandon King finds the outside edge through to Lorcan Tucker.
Beautifully angled in, straightened up. Good catch from Tucker and the big celebration from big Barry McCarthy. He just played the short ball so nicely. He thought he was going to double up with the drive, but Barry McCarthy well set up. King goes for 19 from 29. West Indies in a spot of bother, 29 for 3.
Was Tucker full by McCarthy for 19.
And then you do the inside. Yeah. And you automatically trade on it, or do you then do a... Okay.
For the West Indies, wearing number 95.
Big Barry McCarthy, the Pembroke man, absolutely loves leading the attack. It's a very expansive shot attempted in that natural away shape from McCarthy. Doesn't he absolutely love it? When he's going well, Ireland tend to go well with him. You think about those test match victories, the streak that they've got on, and how much of an impact McCarthy had upon that. And he's doing it now in the white ball format for Ireland too.
Yeah, what I love about him is he kind of walks a line where he's a big competitor, but I think he's quite likable for other teams as well. Everyone knows he's just playing the game to the utmost. Django, the new batsman and left-hander, 3 slips in place.
Now there are real problems and real difficulties. You lose 3 in the power play, whatever the format, T20s or ODIs, you lose over 90% of your matches. That WASP has just dipped to 2%. And Ireland will be looking to trample all over it and extinguish any hopes of a West Indies victory. Shea Hope is the man though, isn't he? 2 batters, both on 0 at the crease. Hope, nothing but class.
He's their captain, and he's the one that a lot of this will rely on. Django, he's a stylish batsman, but he doesn't have the experience. He didn't see much of him first inning. Dropped Andy Balbirnie on 65. Someone walking behind the bowler's arm.
Well, I'm going to spare them because I think they're a rubbish collector, so they're just keeping Clontarf CC beautiful. We'll spare him. Big fluorescent jacket on him. I don't blame Amir Django there for just pulling out. Not going to be able to see exactly where Barry McCarthy's delivery will come from. Gives McCarthy another chance to roar in though.
Django scored a century on debut off just 79 deliveries. So if anyone's going to keep up with the rate, coming in at number 5, still young in his career, he'll believe he can do it.
Massive appeal given. McCarthy absolutely on fire and living every second of it and loving every second of it. Big celebrations again. Ireland blitzing West Indies away.
Good and full. That's pitched in line, hitting, I'd say, middle and leg. And what I love about this from Barry McCarthy, he's gone down to big Tom Mays, given him a high 10 directly after that wicket, said, well done, big man. You've bowled a brilliant spell up front, and I'm taking the wickets at the other end. But it's been very much a partnership in bowling. Jangu goes for naught. Now West Indies really in a hole, 29 for 4.
West Indies, Amar Jangu goes LBW to Barry McCarthy for a new score.
It's not really my money, it's someone else's money. Yeah. I never lost money in trade ever. We've heard that before, haven't we? We've heard that before, haven't we? Crispin ODI, is it?
Shea Hope still only faced one delivery. He's on naught. The new batsman also on naught. And a mountain to climb for West Indies. Justin Graves, the new man in. Barry McCarthy, well, he's just going to go and have a rest. Hand it back over to his bowling partner.
Absolutely inspired, isn't he? He gets into these areas. He's a man possessed when he's like this. But as you rightly pointed out, he was quick to credit his opening partner. No Mark Adair, who's traditionally been the leader of Ireland's attack for, well, the best part of 6, 7, 8 years now.
For the West Indies is number 66.
And McCarthy, given the opportunity to lead the attack alongside the debutant, he's relishing every second. And all of a sudden, there's a bit of an inquiry going on in that West Indian tent. There's a bit of speculation from some of the fans I was talking to, is that Ireland hadn't got enough runs. They felt as though, well, they should have got 320, 330. Looking a very good score now.
Greedy. Very greedy. No, we were agreeing with them, weren't we, in here? They obviously weren't listening to us. We were hoping, from an Irish perspective anyway, thinking that they would have been aiming up towards 320 to have a chance. They weren't reckoning for 3 for Barry McCarthy inside the first power play. Tom Mays not for 14. On debut, 3 boundaries and a 2 in his 4 overs. It's been some serious dots.
Just going back to McCarthy, it's again, it's been a constant talking point, hasn't it, amongst Irish fans as to why he always seems to be the one who's left out. He's played, we saw him get his 100th cap there for Ireland quite recently. I think that was down in Zimbabwe or maybe just prior. Might have been against South Africa and Abu Dhabi. One of those 2 tours, he got to that landmark of 100, but in that time that he's played 100, Ireland have played over 200. So he's kind of missed more games than he's actually played. Bowls in, it's a beauty. And what a maiden international wicket for Tom Mays. The stuff of dreams. And it's the big one of Shea Hope. Unbelievable.
What a delivery. Rolls the fingers ever so slightly. The previous one went away. This one comes in. Big Tom Mays. Have a look what it means to him. Well, he batted well for a couple of balls, but it's his bowling he's been picked for. We wondered who would stand up for Ireland. They've been given an opportunity. Injuries have meant players have had to come in, but Shea Hope goes, the captain. And West Indies in a real hole here. Hope goes for 2, 31 for 5.
Hope was bowled by Tom Mays, his first ODI wicket, 4-2. The batsman for the West Indies, wearing number 10, Rustin Chase.
Well, pinch yourself if you're an Irish cricket fan, because this is fantasy land stuff. always competitive with the West Indies, but West Indies without doubt big favourites coming into this series. And for a man on his debut to get one of the best modern ODI players out like that, in that fashion, well, it's the stuff of dreams, Isabel Joyce.
Visceral, that's what you think looking at that celebration. 23 dot balls. 23 dot balls inside 28 deliveries. This one a little bit too straight. Lorcan Tucker, well, they've put their fielder wide, and so Lorcan Tucker's keepers had to chase that one down. Don't see that too often.
And what about, again, the impact of McCarthy? Getting the wicket, not making it about himself, sprinting to his opening partner 70, 80 yards away and saying, yours is coming, Tom Mays, you've earned me those wickets. And now it's really the last two recognised batters at the crease. It's an absolute rescue job. 6 years ago at this venue, the opening pair put on over 350. Slightly different today in the glorious Wednesday sunshine. And that goes just wide of another one of the debutants, Liam McCarthy, who will hair after this and try and cut it off. And he gets it just inside the rope. Graves gets off the mark with 3. There is no doubt, though, that the power play belongs to Ireland. They've picked up 5. I'll repeat that, 5 wickets in the first 10 overs. It's 35 for 5.
End of the first power play. Richard Ellingworth in his 100th appearance in ODIs, a standing umpire. And so a rest for Barry McCarthy, it looks like. Takes a couple of wickets in his last over.
Well, let's get a look at the wickets. It all started with a spark from Harry Tector. Remember, there was a drop catch in here too. Paul Sterling put one down off McCarthy. That was a tame dismissal, wasn't it? Josh Little, the willing catch. Really good piece of bowling. Then a beauty to trap Django LBW. And then maybe the delivery of the entire day. I think it could be the delivery of the series. I'm sure he'll end up with many more wickets next to his name, but Tom Mays will never forget that moment in particular. When he went to bed last night, he could not have dreamt it up. And Josh Little, who was briefly tossed the ball, I think he had Barry McCarthy, his great friend and teammate, come over to him and say, you can pass that ball on to me, please, my friend. Not getting it out of my hand right now. Driven aerially, at a catchable height, and it should race to the rope. Graves into his work immediately. 3 followed by 4 from his first 2 deliveries.
Well, you can forgive Barry McCarthy for just slightly over pitching there. He's got 3 catchers ready. A little bit of movement, but ever so slightly too full. So Graves, he knows that there's no point in hanging about. They've got 300 to chase, so might as well get into his work. Stylish looking, but it's been uppish twice. Maybe not quite got the pace of the wicket yet. You talk about why has Barry McCarthy not played more for Ireland? I reckon it's twofold. Lenny, which is, first of all, he was the one left out, but more recently he's been the one who's been struck with injuries. So the last 2 or 3 years, I reckon that's what's kept him out.
Nicely guided into the leg side and will again fly to the rope. He might have just got carried away a touch by his exertions. 2 full, firstly on the offside, now 2 straight on the leg side.
And the length is what's done him. He's searching for more edges. Fast bowlers love getting batters caught behind. 1 catcher comes out. They'll put in a mid-wicket now. Just allows him to bowl that little bit straighter. Still have Sterling and Balbirnie in first and second slip. The 2 of them passing 50. Balbirnie, of course, getting the 100.
Goes full again, targets the stumps, continues to attack. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, his battles with injury of late, McCarthy, but even when he's been fit, I still think he's been left out for more than 100 or maybe 120 games. And when you think about someone with the wicket-taking record that he has in this format in particular, and you think of the modern ODI game and the importance of wickets within that, he was the fastest ever Irishman to 50 ODI wickets. I think that the feedback he was getting given was that he was a bit too expensive, but I think under the captaincy now of Paul Sterling, who's a very aggressive and attacking and forward-thinking captain. Chance, and taken, oh, put down. Ireland were already celebrating. I think he's held it cleanly, and as the elbows have hit the ground, it's just burst out. Well, that would have been simply wonderland for Ireland if this had stuck.
We said he was too uppish, gave a chance, a half chance, and it looked like it was taken, but have a look here. Just need to push the hands out in front of you. Barry's already celebrating. Barry McCarthy goes and says, thanks for the effort, at least it wasn't 4. But yeah, those ones are so difficult. He actually nearly took too much of a dive. Got too close to the ball, Harry Tector, and then couldn't get the arms out in front. Almost 4 so far for Barry McCarthy. Would have meant a good decision for Paul Stirling keeping him on.
There's 6 fielders on the offside alongside Tector. Every one of them was celebrating. Now whipped into the leg side and whipped away for 4. Well, an action-packed over and a little counter-punch here, led by the 31-year-old Justin Graves, who's having a remarkable time of things over the last 2 years with the bat. He started very brightly. That's the drop chance. You could see everyone off celebrating. McCarthy giving it the big one to his teammates. But Tector devastated to put it down.
Yeah, just after he drops it, he's got his elbows on the ground. Just after he drops it, you can see him pushing his hands out as if he's saying to himself, why didn't I extend the arms? So difficult. He's actually quite high off the ground. Oftentimes when you're pushing your arms out like that, you're a little bit closer to the ground. It's not as uncomfortable.
There'll be 4 boundaries in the over. McCarthy getting far too full, and it maybe was an over too many. Perhaps they should have gone with Josh Little. Could have had a 4th wicket within the over. Instead, the 50 comes up. West Indies counter-punching nicely.
That's the best shot of the lot. He's hit the ball in the air good, but the first few boundaries, but now he's found the timing on this pitch. Graves races to 19 from 7, 51 for 5 from 11.
Last boundary of the last ball there, drawn up the 50 for the West Indies.
Mays to continue into his 6th over. Not express pace by any means, is he, Tom Mays, but certainly it's the height and the bounce, and you add in the all-round skills, the batting and fielding skills too. Certainly someone that Ireland will invest in a lot going forward, you'd imagine.
He's got a touch of Boyd Rankin about him, doesn't he? Even his approach when he hits the crease, his load up, not as tall as Boyd Rankin, very few are. But he bowls a heavy ball. I was really interested to hear Carlos, another tall man, talking about how he needs to bowl on this pitch. And I mean, he seems to be doing pretty well right now, but he might listen back and think, yep, someone else who gets it. So many different types of bowlers. You've got Barry McCarthy, not as quick, little nips it around. He's swung it a few times. Josh Little, will see him before long, I'd say next over. Left arm, kind of slingy action. Swings it in.
Pulled away and pulled into the gap. It's going to be 4 more. Well, Graves is starting in T20 mode here, isn't he? Flies to 23 off just 9 deliveries. Best form of defence may well be attack here for the West Indies.
They don't want to let the Ireland bowlers continue to settle. Still 2 slips in. Nobody's saving the single apart from mid-on the leg side. George Dockrell goes out to the boundary. We are outside the power play, so George Dockrell square. Josh Little fine. We've got a 3rd on the boundary as well.
Yeah, because of the pace that he bowls at, he looks like the kind of guy who could bowl 6, 7, 8 over spells easily in one-day international cricket. Irish fans, of course, will remember Tim Murtagh doing that so well. And then allow the likes of McCarthy and Little in particular to be used in shorter bursts at the opposite end. So there's no doubt, I know it's only his first game, still just 24 years of age, another one who's qualified on a combination of residency and indeed an Irish passport, courtesy of his paternal grandmother. He was born in Dublin. He's been really good, firstly for the Northern Knights, then for the Irish Wolves. Looks like somebody who is very much going to have a long career in the Green of Ireland going forward.
Yeah, really interesting to see the three players who are on that Wolves tour coming through the IPs, and then when I say IPs, domestic cricket in Ireland, and then into this. Because during that Wolves tour at the start, when they were struggling in the 4-day match against Afghanistan A, and then even at the beginning of the tri-series, everyone was going, wow, you know, this is why we need more Wolves cricket. There was lots of complaining going on. We're now seeing the benefits of it. Plenty of cricket for Tom Mays coming into this match.
Might be the end of his spell for the moment. He's got 1 for 23. It's 57 for 5. It will be Josh Little this time, who, from the look of things in the warm-ups, is going to be bowling with more than a yard of pace. Steaming in, fresh back from a trip to the Pakistan Super League. That was where he was playing with the Multan Sultans. Curtis Camphor also made in duty there in the PSL. Didn't get to play much, was being kept out by David Willey, who seemed, every time I looked at a scorecard, to be going around the park. So I couldn't quite understand why Little wasn't getting too much of a chance. Can be the way, though, in those franchise leagues. You can have two very good players looking for that one spot.
I reckon Willie maybe offers a bit more with the bat, so that might be it. But here we go, Josh Little.
Square drive, and, well, Graves has started like he's playing on a different pitch to the rest of his teammates. It's another boundary for him, again over-pitched and punished.
Quick but full and wide. Still nobody out on the offside, so it's help yourself time. Cash in while the going's good. Ireland still on the attack. Just wonder, is it necessary? Maybe take these boundaries away from Graves in particular. Chase still just 1 from 4. He hasn't had much of the strike. So I think it depends on how the next couple of deliveries go for Josh Little. They might want to give him a bit more protection.
Going to be 4 more. This is not a highlights package you're watching here. It's Justin Graves smashing everything to the rope. And it silences the home crowd yet again. Ireland may be getting a touch carried away after that flurry of wickets. Graves 32 off 12.
Just the wrong line. Better length, but too wide. He sent someone out to the boundary now. He threw his head up to the sky after that delivery there. Immediately after this, he's pointed to say, I need someone out there. Just let me get into my spell. So just the one slip left. Extra fielder in the covers gives him a bit more leeway.
Going to have a front foot no ball check here, because Josh Little can often push this front line very close. And Richard Illingworth will have just heard that in his ear. And I'll want another look here. Looks to me, on first indication, we've got a couple of monitors in here, Izzy. This might be a no ball. Clearly nothing behind the line, so the free hit will follow. Stirling can at least change the field with Roston Chase now coming on to strike.
An inauspicious start from Little. Much better delivery there, but the extra effort, he's given away the free hit.
Big swing and a miss. Think it was a change of pace, a little off cutter potentially. Maybe the knuckle ball from Josh Little.
The off cutter, and he's lucky he's got Lorcan Tucker, who knows him very well behind the stumps, because the second bounce is always the dangerous one. He was alive to the danger. Stirling goes back in to slip. Good news for Ireland. Chase is on strike. 1 from 5 for him.
There's that little bit of shape back in that makes Little such a potent threat. There's been a lot of signs, isn't there? I know we're only 13 overs into the second innings. The Irish bowlers have extracted significantly more movement through the air and probably off the wicket as well than the West Indian bowlers did.
Well, we are a country where we don't necessarily have the pace a lot of the time. It's about making the best of the conditions. We do tend to swing the ball more in this country. A good bit of grass left on by the curator, Dale McDonough, as well. So there should be seam movement.
Oh, and that's done everything but thud into the front pad of Graves, who surely would have been adjudged LBW. Twice in 2 deliveries, little probing and threatening.
Well, the thing about being a left arm in-swing bowler is if you start it too far outside off, usually your arm isn't vertical enough to get swing. So you're looking for swing, pushing it further outside, and then you don't get it. When you go taller, like Little's done the last couple of deliveries, he's been able to get that little bit of shape that's caused some problems and taken the inside half of the bat. He's come back strongly, needs to finish it out.
Then you get the one that just goes on with the arm and angles across. Expensive start for Little, but some promising signs too in terms of wicket-taking threat. It's 69 for 5.
Bowling for Ireland from the city end. It is Tom Mays.
Ireland very much still in the ascendancy. And a special moment now for Liam McCarthy, who's going to come in for his first bowl in international cricket. Railway Union man is another who's profited from the Irish Wolves programme, tours of Nepal and the United Arab Emirates to play against the Nepalese side and indeed Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. Finally, there's a bit of a production line, isn't there, for these players to come through from?
Well, he's profited from an injury, but actually, in a way, an injury is what's kept him out of the team. Everyone was thinking he'd get a nod before now, but he's had a few injuries the last 12 or 18 months. He's someone who's got an extra yard of pace, and he does get that little bit of movement in, so he's an exciting prospect. Bustles in, and he's actually a handy left-handed batter as well. So when he gets a little bit further into his career and is a bit more comfortable bowling on the international stage, he could become that kind of pinch hitter for Ireland, talking a couple of years down the line maybe.
The Railway Union man is predominantly operated for the Munster Reds, isn't he, in the interprovincial structure. So a really good series, didn't we? The first beats the outside edge. Stock delivery will come in, but he can get it to go away too. We saw really good 3 rounds, all 4 sides playing against each other once, highly competitive, and McCarthy's in good form with the ball too.
Yeah, definitely. He can sometimes struggle bowling wides down leg side. He looks like he's got a lot of control today, which is good signs. He does usually take the new ball for Munster Reds, and I mean, off air you and I were talking about it, Lenny, but one of the big positives about the Interpro series is that all of the seamers open the bowling for their provinces. So they all have to learn how to bowl with the new ball. They can all swing it. Good fielding there from Tector in backward point. It just means that they're all ready for any eventuality. All of those top 8 seamers can open the bowling. They can go on first change and they can close out an innings. So good skills being brought to the fore by that domestic competition.
7 wickets in the 3 games. Kicked off the Interpro series this summer for the Munster Reds. Chipped in the air and agonisingly out of reach of Andy Balbirnie at cover. He's got a really handy knack, doesn't he, that you love to see if you're a captain in your bowler, of taking wickets. His last 10 games, he's only been wicketless once. And throughout that tour, which at times, as you rightly pointed out, was a pretty chastening tour for the Irish Wolves, he was one of the players that stood up tall alongside the likes of Kay Carmichael, who's got his chance today too.
And remember, the teams they were playing against had a lot more international experience, senior international experience. But he does have that knack of taking a wicket. He won't do it in his first over in international cricket, but it was a really good one from Liam McCarthy. 14 overs gone. West Indies 70 for 5. He's one of 3 getting their caps today, but this was Liam McCarthy, handed over by Curtis Camphor. His injury probably made way for Liam McCarthy to make his bow today. And you can see what it means to him. He's waited a long time for that, and great to see Curtis enjoying the moment, even though it means that he's on the sideline.
Looks like we'll have time for at least one more before drinks, as Josh Little will continue. Paul Sterling would have been elated with the prospect of getting 3 wickets in the first session, let alone 5. Could Josh Little somehow give him a 6th, is he?
Well, that was not the greatest delivery. The good news was it was better length than we saw the first. But yeah, there have been a couple of chances, haven't there? Times when it's looked like it might go to hand. That drop, we're calling it a drop from Tector, even though it was a brilliant save for the 4.
It will be number 6, and fittingly it's Paul Sterling that takes the catch. Ireland need to pinch themselves again. They are routing the West Indies, their higher ranked opposition here on home soil.
Brilliant comeback, just that little bit of shape in, and he's gone after one too many, Graves. He wasn't going to make a mistake this time, Paul Sterling. He's rarely drops them. Dropped one earlier on, held on this time to give Josh Little a much-needed wicket for him. Graves goes for a well-made 35, bright and breezy from 17 deliveries. West Indies 71 for 6.
Sterling, Paul Little for 35.
And the players will all take a drink. Well, it's a scorecard that Irish fans will scarcely be able to believe when they saw the side that they have in for this series, with all of the players that have been missing, particularly from a bowling perspective. You would have thought that they would have just been happy to compete, but they've done anything but compete. Right now, they are blitzing and blowing the West Indies away. Dermot McDonough-Kincaid going about his work there. Andrew Leonard here alongside Carlos Brathwaite. We've had a change in the commentary box, a bit of a shuffle. Want to get a look at all 6 wickets, all sparked by this Harry Tector moment of magic, a marvellous run out. And since then, Carlos, it's been an outstanding display of bowling, along with the occasional injudicious shot.
Yeah, Barry McCarthy's led the bowling unit, built a lot of pressure, and then they sensed that was a massive wicket. They sensed a little bit of blood in the water. That is the 6th and final one for the moment. It's been a really disciplined approach. But I just think to West Indies starting slowly in series, and I think back to 2010 when Australia came and Ricky Ponting spent almost half hour in the nets with the bowling machine on 60-63. Just getting into good positions is a lot slower in Ireland than it is in Australia. And just wondering if, with the extra pace of Alzarri Joseph and Shamar Joseph in the nets, whether the West Indies are a little bit underprepared for what they're about to face. I don't think the preparation was bad, but you come and face Tom Mays and Barry McCarthy, who are a little bit slower, and you see a few shots there. You think to Casey Carty out in front of his bat, Shea Hope out in front of his body. So maybe they haven't acclimatized to the slightly slower conditions, but that's to take nothing away from how exceptional Ireland have been. They've set up the bowling performance perfectly, built pressure in early up, and as soon as they got a couple wickets, they went for the juggler, full at Shea Hope, full at Amir Django, and the 4 wickets away from what would be a memorable victory.
Matthew Ford it is, down at number 8. his all-round skills, and he's, well, scarcely played a shot at this. He has not picked up the line of this whatsoever, Carlos Brathwaite. An extraordinary stroke, and the only thing that's missing on is height. Almost as though Ford didn't see it out of the hand. Wouldn't have mattered because it looks like Josh Little has overstepped again. We'll have a free hit. Clearly over the front foot line, but can't remember a batter leaving one on Midland leg stump before and surviving to tell the tale, Carlos.
And with a chance of getting the boundary very next ball through a free hit. Yeah, that was strange approach to his first delivery from Matthew Ford. He has a real chance now, if he does make the most of the free hit, to get into his innings and get going.
There's a free hit, and again, it's that little off-cutter that Lorcan Tucker does so well to deal with. What's happened here for Ford? He just hasn't picked it up at all out of the hand.
Yeah, probably thought it would have gone all the way on, started pitched on, off, and I guess you're trying to get into his innings. You want to leave that ball on a good length, on a good line, but the skill and class of Josh Little's decking it back. It could have been embarrassing if it was a little fuller.
Well, the leg stump could have gone for a walk, couldn't it? As Little again finds that movement back in. Have to remember, no Mark Adair, who's been so consistent across all three formats. No Graham Hume, no Craig Young, who's had a fantastic 18 to 24 months in particular. No Fionn Hand, and then Curtis Camphor at the last minute ruled out with that broken or fractured finger that he suffered in the nets. That's kind of 5 out-and-out seamers for Ireland. You would have looked at the resource and said, OK, Ireland's batting isn't affected too much, but their bowling is really threadbare. They've given 2 debuts to 2 new seamers, have the experience of McCarthy and Little. Simply blown West Indies away right now. It's been remarkable viewing thus far. There's every chance they'll bowl them out, Carlos.
Yeah, it's really good discipline. I've been really impressed. Barry McCarthy leading the line. Tom Mays has been excellent. Really love his length to start with. And they didn't give anything away. I think, for me, it's as much a tale to the West Indies batters as well to look back on this. They just allowed Tom Mays to bowl 2 maidens first up, be very miserly in his first spell, and it's only Justin Graves that came out and put any sort of pressure back on the bowling unit. They just sat there and waited, hoping something came, and nothing ever came. It was really disciplined bowling by the Irish bowlers, and they've been rewarded for it.
Continued to get that movement back into the right-handers. Roston Chase, he's probably the man for all seasons, isn't he? He's just going to bat away at his own tempo. It might be very difficult to parlay it into a winning position, but he's not going to be giving up out there by any stretch of the imagination.
No, 2 very capable batters. Roston Chase has shown at this level. Matthew Ford not yet, but with everything much like the Irish bowlers, 2 debutants, there's always an opportunity. And this is the perfect opportunity for 2 guys to get stuck in. Run rate is still only 6.5 required. Perfect opportunity to play 2 match-winning 100 knocks for the team. 15 gone, 74 for 6.
The dream start to the Irish summer from the home perspective. Wonder what is going through a few of the players' minds on the bench. That's going to go over the top, too high from McCarthy. You think about the history between these 2 sides. This is the 16th meeting in one-day international cricket. West Indies have won 11 of them, Ireland have won 3. And outside of 2 games, really, that the first one was the first time they ever met back in the World Cup in 2007 in ODI cricket. I think Ireland might have still had a slight hangover from the victory over Pakistan on St. Patrick's Day and all the joy of almost certainly going through their group, which they went on to do. That was a Shivnarine Chandrapal century that day, wasn't it, where the West Indies won by 8 wickets. And then the clash between these two sides back in 2019, where the West Indies, thanks to the opening pairing of John Campbell, is in the squad but wasn't picked today. He made 179, Shea Hope made 170, West Indies posted 381 for 3, and West Indies won by 196 runs. Every other game has been fiercely competitive, and the 3 that Ireland have won, they've kind of squeezed over the line by 2 wickets, by 5 wickets and by 4 wickets. As McCarthy produces a Jaffa to beat the outside edge. Many will have felt Ireland could have given West Indies a good game today and pushed them and maybe even beaten them. I don't think anyone would have expected what could end up to be a big victory for them.
Yeah, but I don't think many West Indies fans thought we'd come to Ireland and blow Ireland away. I think if you're talking about the West Indies reputation of years gone by, then yes, but West Indies in more recent times, I would say we have been better than Ireland. We had 2 good series at the back end of last year, but we've not been that much better. Especially away from home. Fantastic fielding by Barry McCarthy, real live wire. We haven't been that much better away from home, especially to say that a win was a foregone conclusion, or at least dominance. I think West Indies still should win with the experience that we have, the cricket that they've been playing over the recent months. But to think that it was a foregone conclusion for West Indies to just wipe the floor with with Ireland in Ireland, I don't think many fans, if any, thought that would have been the case.
Oh, now was this glove or bat? The signal is going to be very interesting indeed. It's Tucker going to his weaker side. It's given us runs. So this is a drop chance, the 3rd of the innings, remarkably.
And he should take that. He should take that. He wasn't at full stretch. Did really well footwork-wise to get close enough to it. But then you feel he could have gone with 2 hands, maybe. Did come quickly.
And McCarthy may have just had his first international wicket put down. We'll come back to that. It's 75 for 6.
Yeah, Nick, they'll find one. Beautiful footwork. But then when you get there, you have to effect the catch. You're disappointed with that. Did all the hard work to get there. And then you could have gone with 2 hands potentially and make it a quite simple catch. You didn't. And Ross and Chase survives.
Not an absolute certainty that it was necessarily glove or bat of some kind, but given us runs, the proof would have been in the pudding if the catch was held onto when the appeal went up to Rowley Black.
But there's no DRS, so it would have stayed, in his opinion, that he hit the bat and he would have been gone.
He wasn't convinced on that replay as to whether or not there was something. How much will the West Indies have looked at those ODI rankings? We spent quite a bit in the first innings talking about West Indies' heartbreak in 2023, missing out on their first ever 50-over World Cup, missing out on their first World Cup of any kind at the very top level in the men's game. 5 years prior, you were part of the team, weren't you, that went to the qualifier in Zimbabwe in 2018. They are cutthroat, ruthless events where every single game is incredibly closely fought out. There are no easy matches of any kind. And West Indies would love to qualify automatically this time. They do have a path to that through the ICC ODI rankings.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that tournament at all. I think you look back to Sri Lanka and West Indies being 2 of the favourites, along with Zimbabwe last World Cup qualifiers. West Indies didn't have a good fist of it at all. The Netherlands were exceptional. You don't want those tournaments or your qualification to hang on those tournaments, because the associate nations are accustomed to those kind of cutthroat tournaments. West Indies aren't.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point, isn't it? The associate sides, every game they play has context and meaning on it and merit behind it that could affect their funding, their future fixture opportunity. For the West Indies and many of the full members, they're not used to that. 2018 was kind of the first time your group had to go through it.
Yeah, and you're accustomed flying in a week before, you play a game, and then a couple of days rest, you can regroup. And more often not, West Indies starts very slowly, so I think in this series they'll put in a better show in second and third game. you can't start slowly in a World Cup qualifier.
And West Indies have experienced both sides of the coin, haven't they? You just got over the line, albeit in these very dramatic circumstances with the thunder, the lightning, the rain against Scotland at the HSC. Many a Scottish fan will say, well, if one decision had gone their way, which they'll still question that LBW of Richie Berrington off Ashley Nurse, then DLS could have fallen in Scotland's favour, as another no ball is given here.
Yeah, struggling with his run-up. But we were very sympathetic with the Scottish players, and we do sympathise with the Scottish fans. It was a good game, very good game of cricket, and it turned out to be just that decision that was the difference between West Indies going to the World Cup and potentially Scotland. And that's why I'm a big advocate for the review system, because when you look at some decisions, they're good decisions, they're bad decisions, then the decisions that fall on either side of the coin, that may have been the wrong one, but not a bad one.
The free hit is hammered away. I think it's going to go all the way. In fact, it's a good stroke from Roston Chase. He's a very effective batter. Has taken time to get in. Might be a bit off the top edge, or maybe the toe he's indicating, but it's his first maximum, and the free hit is cashed in upon.
Yeah, he's gone slow ball on every occasion so far. This one is the first one that's been straight. And Roston waited on it and executed it nicely. Not only going for 6, but in the area in which he hit it, between fine leg and square leg. That would give him confidence moving forward, even if it isn't a free hit.
Well, that could have easily been chopped on. Yeah, they then felt the other side of the coin, didn't they, in 2023? You weren't part of that campaign, but the disappointment to lose to Zimbabwe, Netherlands and Scotland, and they really didn't even get close to qualifying in that occasion.
Yeah, not part of it in the playing sense, but when you're there as a commentator, it's probably even harder, because you can't do anything about it, and you're still feeling the emotions. I remember running down one of my stints off in the Netherlands game, trying to pass some words around, and you're just hoping that you can see something from them that would give them a W, which you didn't get on that occasion. That's the end of 17, 84 for 6.
Into the 18th over, McCarthy into his 3rd. There it is. Ravi Rampal, the former fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago, enjoying an apple. Bit of a legend of the T20 game, wasn't he, in particular?
Yeah, 2012 World Cup winner as well. One of the first guys that you see bowl 2 up top and swing it, and then 2 in the back end and bowl his Yorkers and skills. And he's highly thought of with regards to his knowledge about bowling and being a bowling coach. He'd be impressed with what he's seeing from Ireland. Another play and a miss. Another young fast bowler on debut, looking like a seasoned campaigner.
Very quick arm action, didn't he, Ravi Rampal? He could really get a toe-crushing Yorker in as well as anyone.
And when he bowled the Yorkers, because of that low arm action, everything was quite low. He wasn't a slingy bowler, but he felt slingy.
A great renaissance in his career as well, didn't he? Because he probably spent 5, 6, 7 years out of the team at one stage, and many thought he'd never get back in. But then a little bit through the franchise leagues that he was starting to get picked up in, and then that T20 kind of speciality and focus that he had, he stormed back in, and his second international career was almost better than his first.
Yeah, I think he played a few seasons at Derbyshire as well in the UK, and I think the county game always helps professionalism, consistency, your responsibility, and yeah, then he came back to West Indies and put in some good shifts.
Going to take the quick single. McCarthy is much like in the way in which Mays did the other debutant. He started very brightly, doesn't look in any way out of place. This goes back to the point Isabel Joyce was making about that Irish Wolves programme. Without that and those tours of Nepal and the UAE, I don't think these debutants would be looking anything like as comfortable as they are.
Yeah, there's a level of confidence you get as well. You talk about preparing well, whether that's for an exam, whether that's for an interview. If you think you've done the groundwork, then all of a sudden it gives you a little bit more confidence going into said exam or interview. And playing is pretty much the same thing. If you feel as though I've come from club cricket, I've gone through the interpros, I've done well there, so I'm playing against your Balburnies, your Sterlings, and doing well, go up to the Irish Wolves, and I do well there as well, then the natural progression is international cricket. And yes, there'll be nerves. Every time you pull on the jersey for your country, there'll be nerves. But there'll be a level of confidence and comfort knowing that they've aced every stage between club cricket and international cricket to be able to come in and put in such performances so far.
A rushed hook shot that there's no real control, but Josh Little won't be able to quite get to. Almost brings about an opportunity. He's known as someone who bowls a slightly surprising bouncer. End of the 18th, 86 for 6. I want to talk about the ICC ODI rankings, the importance of these. Carlos, I'm just going to explain quickly the qualification structure for the next 2027 Men's World Cup. That is in the 50-over format. The two full-member co-hosts, Zimbabwe and South Africa, will qualify automatically. After that, it's the next 8 places that will get there automatically. So as it stands right now, it's India, New Zealand, Australia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Afghanistan and England who hold sway alongside the West Indies. They would take the 8th and final spot. Realistically, if you look at the numbers, Ireland are going to do extraordinarily well to get back into the picture. It will almost certainly be Ireland that will be one of the 2 full members that will go to the qualifier alongside the 8 associates. How much of the West Indies look to that ODI rankings table, and how closely fought is that battle going to be between what looks very likely to be England, West Indies and Bangladesh fighting it out for 2 spots, and then one of them will get the prize they don't want, which is joining Ireland at the qualifier in 2027.
Well, I think West Indies have had it in their hands. They've played Bangladesh and England at home back in the last year. They're now playing Ireland, who's the bottom of that list, and then England away from home. So you go to Ireland, you go to England, and you do well. You put yourselves in good stead before you go back home. And it's all about points, and we spoke about the associate game being so important, every game being so important. Now West Indies is in that space now where every single game matters. I think if they win this series 3-0, that gets them 1, maybe 2 points. So then you can get to England 1 point ahead, potentially, or level on points with them, and then you playing away at a team either level or above. And that's an opportunity to get more points. So everything rides on it, and it's so interesting, the battle, because part of it is a coach trying to instill a certain set of processes, roles, and trying to put his stamp on a team and the way the team plays. But you have to marry that with the results as well, and trying to get those points to go up the table, because if you keep coaching and keep instilling processes and keep missing World Cups, you're not going to be there long enough to see the fruits of your labour.
It was a shock for West Indies missing a 10-team World Cup. Imagine the shock it would be if they miss a 14-team World Cup. The obituaries would be getting written again. Just get one more quick look at the rankings table here, and what you're going to see is that it's actually a very close 3-horse race. 84 rankings points for England, 83 for West Indies, 76 for Bangladesh. One of those 3 is almost certain to join Ireland, barring an extraordinary run of events ahead of the cut-off date that will be in 2026, next year, as one of the 2 full members at that qualifier that will be held in quarter 1 of 2027. They'll then join the top 4 from Cricket World Cup League 2 and the 4 that come through the Cricket World Cup qualifier playoff. And you look at the form that Scotland are in, Netherlands are in, USA making their record ODI total just 2 days ago, Scotland making the highest in their history last Friday in the Netherlands. None of those sides are going to be easy to beat. And it's remarkable, isn't it, to think, I know you do a lot of work in the UK, I know you're heading over there straight after this. I want you to bring a message, Carlos Brathwaite. I want you to tell all of those journalists, all of those pundits over in England, that if West Indies beat them in that series on home soil, all of a sudden, those journalists are going to have to get their calculators out and start working out, hold on, are England going to have to qualify for a Cricket World Cup for the first time in their history?
Yeah, I think that would be news. That would be headline news if England were to go to the Cricket World Cup qualifiers. It is not easy, folks. It is not easy. We're not overstating the difficulty, and it may seem like pound for pound, player for player, certain teams are so much better than the associates, but when you put the conditions that the associates are more accustomed to and the lack of luxury that the other nations will be accustomed to, it levels the playing field a lot, and it's high stakes as well. That's the end of 18, 87 for 6.
Obviously, England still hold the aces, but there is a realistic potential, isn't there, for the first time in their history? I'm not sure as to how aware that some English fans will be. Now, having said that, they beat the West Indies on home soil. They'll be favourites to do that. They'll start to pull away, get back towards Afghanistan, who, remember, are in their career high place of 7th and very much looking good for automatic qualification. Rightly so. You think about how good they were in the Champions Trophy, beating England yet again. And England have had their troubles. Remember, the side that won the 19 World Cup is no more. That most of that generation has gone on, really just Joss Butler and a couple of others retaining Ben Stokes as well. It's the first sign of spin with Andy McBride coming in, but it's added a really fascinating dynamic, hasn't it, to the next sort of year or 15, 18 months of ODI cricket as to who is probably going to join Ireland as the full member of that qualifier. Swept away, very short up there, will race away, and it'll be a boundary for Chase, who's taken a while to get in, but is starting to get into his work.
Love the innovation from Roston Chase. He's added this to his game in the last 12 months or so. And the type of options and impetus we wanted to see in the power play. He's taken his time to get in, and he'll have to think that with this matchup of the off spinner, 4 in the circle in the middle overs, he has to get a move on, but in a very smart way.
I think that's what fans want though as well, isn't it? They want context in every game. They want meaning and importance to every game. I'm not sure if it will come up through that West Indies-England series that they'll be playing out to win the series. But those matches are crunch games on ODI rankings table.
Yeah, but when you're looking for what does this game mean, and on our side of the white line, and you're always looking for narratives, definitely is one to drum up some interest in a series. A lot of people may just think it's a foregone conclusion. England at home, West Indies, not with any big names. England will beat West Indies. But is it? Can we still think that England in transition just rocks up and beats anyone? Harry Brook, new leadership. Yes, he's done it stand in. It's different when you are the main man and you know you'll be skipper. Can he handle it? Can the England team handle it? Can West Indies put up a fight?
Big appeal. Tucker is convinced and McBride is more than a bit interested. There's a clap of the hands from him. We're going upstairs. Richie Nillingworth says to Johnny Kennedy, let's take a look at this. Over to you, sir. Ireland look more than interested, don't they? They look confident. Did that back foot lift from Matthew Ford? Looked like a pretty swift piece of glove work, didn't it, Carlos, from Lorcan Tucker? He's absolutely convinced. Kate Carmichael is already patting Andy McBride on the back. Obviously, the side-on angle will be the key one here. given not out. Let's get a look here. This will be the confirmation that the foot did drag, and wouldn't mind a second look at that in slow motion as it gets us to the end of the 20th. It's 93 for 6. Wasn't it? Johnny Kennedy was convinced on. He gets a couple of different angles that we don't see here at home, but this is the one and the evidence that he felt as though Matthew Ford clearly got back.
Yeah, grounded. But just looking at the bottom of your screen there, run rate required 7.07. I think it's a moral victory for the Ireland team. Yes, 6 wickets are down, that's the most important thing. But if it were 5 and over, you think there's more time for a rebuild.
Hooked away and hooked all the way. And that will reduce that required run rate. Roston Chase, he really is the man for all seasons. Whatever the format, whatever the occasion for the West Indies, he often stands tall. His 6'6" frame hooks that very pleasingly for 6.
Yeah, tall and getting under it, not trying to get over it for 4. He's already established that that corner's a smallish pocket, and when he gets the length, and this is proper club.
This is reminding you of Observatory Lane, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Proper clubby stuff. And then I'd probably run from the other net and try to jump and slap it with the bat.
Well, you won't believe who that is as well. Everybody in Irish club cricket knows that man. Bill Dwyer from Pembroke Cricket Club. Somebody's lent him a crutch to try and get this down. What's the word you're looking for here? Village.
Full team effort. Proper village. There we go.
It takes a village, and that was a particularly village moment, right onto the roof. There's no worse feeling as a bowler, is there, when you've been hit for 6 and the ball takes an eternity to come back.
You're just chewing with your own failure at the bowler's mark. Look, he's been there forever. You know you have to hand the ball back, get it back, take a breath, then run in. You'd much rather just hit the boundary rope, come back and just go again and forget it. But a nice little moment.
The 6s you used to hit me for never came back, mate. We just went and asked for a new ball. Still going down the gardens. Getting good bounce, isn't he? Good lift, McCarthy. It was the first boundary that he conceded, that maximum. He's had a change of ends to come in from the LP Hughes end of the ground, and the 100 comes up in the 21st over. These two will need to just keep batting. They probably won't worry for the moment too much about that required run rate, Carlos.
Yeah, I think if you're batting out there now is just, look, let's get to 25 overs. Let's be positive, keep our intent as the way that we're going to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. It struck him probably where there's no protection. Maybe it's actually struck him where I hope there is protection, Carlos.
Oh yeah, under edge. The physio is trying to run on. It's not much you can do. It will be sore, it will sting. And you just have to let nature take its course.
People new to cricket, what do you wear down there? You've got your thigh pad?
You wear hope. The term for it, the equipment term is a box. But the protection level, no matter if you get fiberglass or titanium, it doesn't do much. You just hope that it wears off after a few seconds.
Takes an eternity to wear off. And answers the Yorker in fine style. That's a gorgeous stroke, isn't it? The on drive pierces the gap and races to the rope.
Would have enjoyed this, Matthew Ford. always talk about the on drive being the hallmark of being in good shape all along the ground as well. He's bided his time, starting to build a little bit of a partnership with Chase. You still need to keep scoring, and that's what they've done well this over.
McCarthy's just struggled, hasn't he, with that change of ends. Hasn't quite got his length. As they're going to come back for the second. Good running, taking on Cade Carmichael's arm. It's an expensive over. West Indies showing plenty of character, plenty of fight here with a good 7th wicket partnership. It's 106 for 6. Plenty of fight being shown by the West Indies. They're in a very invidious position, aren't they? It's incredibly difficult to try and stay alive in a contest, having lost 5 wickets, let alone 6 so early. For Ireland, they'll just be looking to continue to plug away. And it's a dream scenario for Andy McBride. All of his economy and his consistency. And even though technically the matchup will be in favour of the 2 right-handers, you'd expect McBride to just wheel away in a lengthy spell now.
Yeah, and he's wily, as you can see from that delivery. He'll now be asking them, how much risk do you want to take to lose a 7th wicket in the 22nd over? How brave are you? And he'll be using all his guile, all his creativity, all his nous as a quality spinner to try to break the partnership, knowing that if they don't give the wicket away and they don't score, he's in the ascendancy as well. That run rate required just below 7 as they tick and turn for 2. Good running on this occasion again. They've run well in this partnership, something the West Indies haven't always done well traditionally or in this game up until this partnership. But Andy McBride definitely holds a few aces from this end. He could potentially bowl 6 or 7. Build some pressure from this end, and if he can find a pace to eke a wicket or 2 away, or at least drive the run rate up to 7.5, put Ireland in even better position.
And these 3 games have significantly extra importance for Balbirnie and McBride, because both of the Andrews, not named in the T20I squad that will represent Ireland up in Derry, the beautiful Breedy Cricket Club. Now, you look at how early Ireland have named that squad, you think about the fact that it's a 9-match home international season. And that these are the only ODIs. You'd think McBride is going to be desperate to do what Balbirnie did and show his quality.
Yeah, sometimes you can't want it too much though. You still have to play what's in front of you.
Real fighter, as always, is Andy McBride. Gets us to the end of the 22nd. We'll have a commentary change. It's 109 for 6.
So West Indies find themselves on 109 for 6 after 22 overs. It's not the ideal situation for a side that's well capable of chasing down targets in excess of 300. Target of 304, required run rate now of just under 7. Austin Chase is playing his part. This is a man with 5 Test centuries. Liam McCarthy continues. Running from the LP Hughes end, and that one has risen sharply. Strikes Chase on his right hand and immediately calls for attention. Isabel Joyce alongside.
That can be nasty, and I actually heard Andrew Leonard talking about it earlier, he gets that extra bit of lift, Liam McCarthy. He's got a nice whip in his action with his wrist. Not nice for Roston Chase, a tall man himself. And Curtis Camphor, in fact, was ruled out of this series after training a similar type of impact. And even though you're wearing the gloves, it doesn't always protect you from a fractured finger or broken finger. So everyone will be hoping in the West Indies camp that it's nothing worse than a bruise. Because I think it's his right hand, his bowling hand.
It is. Yeah, his bottom hand on the bat. Certainly hope for Roston Chase and for the team that this is not serious. Thoroughly competitive is Roston Chase, and despite being a relatively quiet individual, he's somebody who commands a great deal of respect. Indeed, has been appointed the new Test captain of West Indies. The way he's moving it suggests it's not broken, but just a little layer of protection here.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a cut somehow. It's remarkable through the gloves, but they say as a cricketer you're never at 100%. You're generally carrying some kind of niggle, whether it be this type where you're having to ship a bruise. That's a nasty one because it's in at the body. There's nothing he could do to get himself out of the way of that ball, so he's trying to fend it away. I'll just put some extra padding on it so that it doesn't hurt too much when you actually put the finger into the glove, and you actually get that kind of chafing off the glove from your finger.
I'd like to thank their series sponsor Tokenify for their support in this series between Ireland and the West Indies. And also
I think that delivery as well, what it shows from Liam McCarthy is the kind of attacking bowler he is. It's something that maybe Ireland have lacked in depth, is an aggressive bowler, someone who, you want different types of bowlers, people who can swing it away, nip it around, and then you want your enforcers.
Yeah. Well, I think the point was made earlier as well, you might have made it, is the fact that the seam bowlers that are bowling for Ireland today all open the bowling for their interprovincial sides. They're very capable with the new ball. The ball is still relatively new, it's only 22 overs old. But these are top-class bowlers, despite the fact that 2 of the 4 seamers that have been used are making their maiden international appearances here today. Liam McCarthy continues. Roston Chase, glove back on, helmet on. Just a little nervous moment for Roston Chase.
This is a peach, the delivery after hitting him, because the ball before he's nipped it back in, and now Chase is feeling for the ball. He doesn't want to get hit again. So to get it to just leave him, and you know he's going to be fending at the ball, gives yourself a chance to take an edge. I wonder if it'd be worth getting a catcher in.
Got well behind this one. A little fuller from Liam McCarthy. 3 successive dot balls to start. This 5th over of his. It's Barry McCarthy. No relation between the McCarthys and the Ireland side. Straight back past the bowler, that'll be 4. That's a wonderful riposte from Roston Chase. Not too far away from that outstretched right hand of Liam McCarthy's, but a marvellous stroke, hit powerfully and hit true.
I think if you're in the Irish camp, you're saying, leave the hand out of the way of that, because you're probably not catching it. We don't need any more injuries to our seam attack. But just searching a little bit too much there. Got greedy, Liam McCarthy, searching for the wicket. The experience of Chase, he was expecting the fuller delivery and took full toll.
This comes back in slightly. Harry Tector fielding at point.
We talked about Andy Balbirnie setting up a bowler earlier, coming at him, then staying deep to make use of the short ball. Harry Tector got it 50 earlier today. He's always warming up, always keen for a bowl. But Liam McCarthy was trying to set up Roston Chase there. Hit him, then got one to leave him, kept a good length, and then search for the wicket with the full one.
Every so often you see a bowler warming up. Maybe just an indication to the captain that he'd like a little go. End of the 23rd, West Indies 113 for 6. West Indies still with a bit of a mountain to climb. Target of 304. Nearly 200 runs shy of that. They're 6 wickets down. Chase the last of the recognised all-rounders or batters. You talk of resilience, you talk of competitive streaks. Roston Chase has got that in abundance. And he showed it with some fine test innings over his career. McBride to continue.
It's a real no-fuss action for McBride, isn't it? He's ready to bowl, gets in, fires it in, gets going straight back to the top of his mark.
Yeah, he wastes no time, Andy McBride gets through his overs so really quickly. What it does do is often put a little pressure on the batting side, and you see the required run rate increasing ever so slightly.
Not sure that's the option from Chase. When you talk about it putting the batters under pressure, it puts the bowler at the other end under so much pressure. Liam McCarthy's sucking in the big ones after his last over, and he'll get a couple of seconds to have a breather. And before he knows it, he'll find himself with ball in hand again. So it might be a case of rotating the seamers from the LP Hughes end while McBride is on.
Sterling does the fielding.
Such a good reader of the batter, Andy McBride. I think he knew before Chase knew he was coming down the pitch. Just held it back ever so slightly.
Holding it relatively straight is McBride. This one a little wider, but same result. Dot ball, 2 off the over. West Indies 115 for 6 after 24. So Liam McCarthy to bowl the 25th over.
I just wonder, can Liam McCarthy learn from, we were talking about Barry McCarthy, the evolution of Barry McCarthy. He went for quite a few runs early in his career while taking wickets. More recently, he's more miserly in terms of the runs he's given away while also taking wickets, and he just seems to not search as much for wickets. That final over of his spell notwithstanding. But Liam McCarthy, maybe just concentrate on bowling line and length. Small adjustments in the movement either way. Maybe a little bit fuller, a little bit shorter, but don't go searching for the miracle ball. See if you can build some pressure, because those first 2 deliveries are right on the money, especially when a team is chasing 304 and they find themselves 115 for 6.
Would you have wanted to see West Indies try to put a little more pressure on the likes of Mays and McCarthy? Liam McCarthy bowling in their first international.
Well, I think they just haven't given themselves the opportunity to put the two debutant bowlers under any pressure. Tom Mays, they tried to come at him. I think he dealt with it really well. Liam McCarthy came on after that power play, that devastating one from a West Indies point of view. In terms of scoring, they're not far off, West Indies. Ireland were 123 at the halfway stage for 1. It's the wickets column that's got them into trouble. 6 down. It's a long time to go at 7.5, 25 overs. A very long time.
Sprays down leg. Not put away by Chase. He'll just claim the single.
I think Graves was the only one who tried to counter punch. Everyone else was, well, kind of, they came in and they left again quite quickly. I reckon if he was still in now, he would be definitely taking it to Liam McCarthy. But at the moment, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You go at Ireland, you risk losing your wickets, try and wait for the lucid deliveries, and you find yourself too far behind.
Looks to play a lovely stroke, and indeed, that is all the way to the boundary for 4. Superb from Matthew Ford. Ends the 25th over. Half the overs completed in the reply. West Indies 120 for 6. And that is glorious.
He knew as soon as he hit it as well. Look how he holds the pose. He was waiting for that fuller delivery. He knows Liam McCarthy's going to bowl those fuller deliveries, searching for wickets. 2 in the over. If he could just bowl the 6 in a good place in a row, then I think he'd be doing a better job rather than searching for those wickets. But they've done a really good job, the bowling lineup for Ireland. McCarthy, the destroyer in chief, but Mays was brilliant down the other end, creating pressure and enabling those wickets for McCarthy. The run out from Tector was the beginning.
So nearly chipped back at McBride. Continues from the City end.
Brings out the 50 partnership between Rushton Chase and Matthew Ford.
And that's the 50 partnership for these two, Ford and Chase. It's been some rebuilding effort from these two. While not a recognised batter, Ford does have a few quality runs under his belt. A career best 120 for Barbados against Leeward Islands earlier this year. Maybe brings some of that batting form into this one-day international. There's going to be more runs here, and it's going to be 4.
Good innovation, and what he's trying to do there forward is change the field. There's still a slip in, so Sterling's got to decide, is he going to keep the attacking option or is he going to stem the flow of runs? He went down into position very early, did Ford. Lorcan Tucker and Paul Sterling tried to get across, but weren't able to cut off the 4, and it has forced that change. Sterling comes out of slip and goes into 45, so it just takes out that wicket-taking option.
Down to Tom Mays. Another single. Six off the over so far with 2 to go. As you say, they're matching the run rate in many ways. Building a steady partnership. But that wickets column is genuinely concerning for West Indies. For the hosts, though, genuine credit for the way they bowled up front. Good aggression, good line and length, good pressure created, particularly from Mays. And then McCarthy, Barry McCarthy, superb. Punch down the ground for another single. Ends the 26th over. West Indies 128 for 6. With Brian having just finished with his over, it'll be Josh Little to take over from Liam McCarthy, bowling from the LP Hughes end. Named after a cricketer who played here at Clontarf, also at Malahide in the 60s and 70s. Todd Hughes, as he was affectionately known. Bowling on a channel outside off, and Ford decides to leave this one alone.
Podge Hughes, of course, was playing the day that Ireland beat West Indies in that famous Cyan Mills victory. Been lots of stories told about that. Their reasoning is that they came from Lord's the night before, had to get the flight over and then get the bus, and they were very, very tired. It was nothing to do with whiskey, apparently, which was the other story that was sent around. But Podge Hughes, yeah, played his cricket in Clontarf. 3 players from Clontarf that day. 2 as seniors, 1 as a schoolboy. Well, it's almost like watching Test cricket when you're watching Andy McBride bowl one end and they're rotating the seamers down the other. Liam McCarthy being given a break and Josh Little being asked to come back into the attack. No Barry McCarthy again as of yet.
Worked away. Almost tucking the batter up into the body. Dockrell with a misfield. It'll allow West Indies to get back for 2.
Uncharacteristic misfield from George Dockrell in the deep there. Josh Little won't be too happy. 1 for 30, so a little bit expensive from him. Good rebuild from West Indies. They found themselves 5 for 31 at one stage.
And there's the edge. And it'll skip away kindly for West Indies all the way to the boundary. Chase moves into the 40s. West Indies onto 135.
You need to be resilient to be a Test captain, and that's what Rustin Chase is showing here. He's got a busted up finger, his right hand, which is his bowling hand, but he's continuing to fight for West Indies here. Yes, a thick edge, but he'd fought hard to get rid of any slips by the way that he's played up until now. So he's earned the right to edge through that area.
Josh Little, who's excellent at drawing the edge of batters, continues. Fields off his own bowling. Playing at a ground where there are runs to be had. Think back to the 3 T20 international matches against Pakistan last May. I think 178 was the lowest score in 20-over fixtures between the 6 innings.
Yeah, it was a brilliant 3-match series. Unfortunately, Ireland didn't get the rub of the green when they went on to the World Cup not long after that.
It's nicely played, nicely fielded as well by Harry Tector. Gets a full hand on that. Stuns the ball. And West Indies just have 1. 136 for 6 after 27. McBride. Ford on strike. He's approaching his highest one-day international score. Just 2 away from his best of 23. make that one away.
Making the best of things out in the middle, forward and chase. They can't affect the batters that came before them, but they are showing some fortitude. Scoring at a good rate as well. 6s, 7s, 8s the last few overs. Finding the boundary. Running well as well.
Straight detector, no single on this occasion. There needs to come a time, though, where West Indies recognise they need to push for the runs if they are to try to challenge this massive total with only 4 wickets in hand. But this partnership has been built up splendidly by Chase and Ford. You don't want to risk too much too early, but you can't leave it too late either. It's very finely balanced for the visitors. Should just be a single. Dockrell doing the fielding, picks it up cleanly, whips it into Tucker, and indeed is just the one. 140 for 6 after 28 overs, West Indies. West Indies going along at a run rate of 5, 140 for 6 after 28 overs. And Ford and Chase, good 50-run partnership already. And they've certainly gone through a rebuilding phase here.
Finely balanced, but Ireland knew how to bowl on this pitch. I think that's been the difference between the two teams, is the power play, the opening power play. Ireland negotiated well with bat in hand, but with the ball, they also did better. Carlos Brathwaite's been in the commentary box talking well about how Barry McCarthy and Tom Mays opened up the innings, and he's talking to some of West Indies bowlers now about maybe how they can adjust things in the next game.
It's cut away beautifully. Bit of a chase on. And disappointingly for Tom Mays, well, he gets himself there. Can't prevent the ball from crossing the boundary rope. And with that, Ford has his highest one-day international total.
Got his hands through it beautifully there, Ford. A little bit of an awkward bounce for Tom Mays there. You need things to go your own way when you're having to dive like that. So he did well to get himself into the position to stop it, but the ball just didn't bounce into the hands. You talk about when West Indies get going, how are they going to win the game, Dwayne DeLocca? That was my question for a while, were Ireland being too attacking in their field, searching for more wickets? Once this partnership got going, reached 40 or 50, then just spread the field, say, right, the singles you can have, what you can't have is boundaries. And they've done that now, maybe a little bit later than would have been optimal. But now it's been pushed onto West Indies to try and find boundaries.
Taking the quick single. What's interesting to note, though, is that the run rate that Ford and Chase have gone along at has been good enough to keep that required run rate in a manageable area. The wickets column is just the genuine concern, because after these two batters, you're into the genuine bowlers with limited strike rates, limited averages. Well, Zari Joseph did club a 49 once upon a time.
Well, you talk about that run rate required, and people think it's really complicated, run rate required. But actually, that's the first time I've seen it in a long time going above 7.5 and over. What that means is West Indies are scoring 7.5 and over, and that's all they need. The problem, as you say, is they don't have wickets in hand, and they don't have much coming behind. So it's really on these two. Can you go at 7.5 for 21 overs is the question. And the reason why the Wasp says 1% is it happens 1% of the time.
Beats the outside edge, Josh Little, to end his 6th over. After 29, West Indies 145 for 6, and with that, a commentary change.
Well, it's been All Ireland basically all day, but this is a very fine 7th wicket partnership from the West Indies. Showing great character, tenacity and plenty of fight. Ford very much has potential with the bat and has shown it in little cameos here and there. And Chase, well, maybe one of the most reliable for West Indies cross formats over the last 4 or 5 years. Very rarely lets his side down. He's worked powerfully with the bottom hand into the leg side. George Dockrell cut it off right in front of the 2 team benches. Got Carlos Brathwaite rejoining me. Heard you talking just to a few of your former international colleagues there, Carlos. What's the kind of mood in the camp? They still believe in?
Yeah, still confident. We've been trying to do some maths, not a strong point of mine.
Swept away, and has he found the gap? Oh yes, he has. It may well go all the way alongside it. Rolly Black is looking for confirmation. Probably have a boundary check here. Looks like a tight call. McCarthy aired around. This is a fine shot. What a way to go to 50 for Rustin Chase.
Goes through to a 5th of the international offset section.
Well, whether it's 4 or 6, Carlos, he'll have got to 50. No doubt about that. I think it might have gone all the way, did it?
I think it has. But Chase calculated as ever, picking his right moments, his right balls, his right bowlers.
I'm just trying to get that angle, the replay of the ball followed to see if this did go all the way. Might not be easy to tell there. You're going to tell me that's 6, Carlos, aren't you?
Yeah, no bias at all, already. No bias.
Wonder which side is the pitch mark. Depends whether you're a Scheffler or a McIlroy fan.
Yeah, fair call, I reckon. It didn't look like it hit the rope, and you could see the rope slightly behind it. So, still 50 for Austin Chase. And then a little bit on the mass that I was talking about before this 29th over, the 145 for 6. And the feeling is if you can get 6 over, which isn't the most difficult with the field back for the next 11 overs. That gets West Indies up to 211, needing 90 odd in the last 10. And if these 2 are there, they back themselves to get 10 over on this ground with 2 batters being in, and the likes of Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph and Morty to come to play short, small cameos. So they're not out of the woods yet, Ireland, but they're definitely in pole position.
And the two sides really matching each other in terms of the runs accumulated at the end of the 30th. It's 153 for 6. Yeah, remarkably, West Indies, forget about the wickets for a moment, obviously that has a huge impact on the game. They've just nudged ahead of where Ireland were at the 30 over stage. In the first innings, Ireland 151 for 2. West Indies 153 for 6, and with the kind of power that they possess, right the way, I think the way Alzari Joseph can strike a ball, he's still to come. They're not out of this chase by any stretch of the imagination yet.
Yeah, it just needs to be a smart chase. I think they have more power. You think if Chase gets in and gets to 40 overs, he'll be close to 100. Ford should have surpassed 50, be on 60 odd. And if you got 2 guys there, one 100 and one on 60 odd, trying to get 9 over in Clontarf, if you'd back the batting team. But wickets is a problem.
That's why Little is back into the attack. I think Paul Stirling wants to go to his trump card, his wicket-taking option. And certainly, there's nothing wrong with the surface. Ireland just bowled outstandingly well. Could have been even better. Remember, 2, if not maybe 3 drop catches in the mix out there.
Yeah, it's been a mixture of really disciplined, good Irish bowling and a limp batting performance in the power play, and it is something West Indies have to work on. If guys are bowling well, how do you counteract that?
It is remarkable to think that as they scamper that quick single, Brandon King, Evan Lewis and Shea Hope, the 3 real threats that you'd have identified if you're an Irish team, they're dismissed for 19, 2 and 2, so 23 runs between them. But the West Indies still ahead of where Ireland were at this stage of the contest. It shows that it's always been the way in white ball cricket for the West Indies, isn't it? Whenever even if they lose wickets, they just continue to attack, continue to play their strokes.
Yeah, but these 2 batted well. So when you say play your strokes, there haven't been much risk. They've been inventive, a couple dinks over short fine leg to manipulate the field, but they've been really smart. They gave themselves some time, and now they're starting to blossom and motor through the gears.
Good sharp bouncer from Little, and Ford was tempted into taking that on. Easily could have caught the top edge. This is sharp from Josh Little.
Yeah, very quick. Nice little slingy action. Gets on top of you quicker than you think. That's a really good delivery from both batting or bowling point of view, because short ball is a wicket-taking delivery. You can scramble your feet for the follow-up full one. But from a batting point of view, West Indies would think if the stop edge is over the keeper, it's 4 or 6. And if it goes down in the fine leg region, it's such a short boundary that more often than not, once you get it up, you get it over the rope for 6, like Chase did earlier when that one landed on top of the practice nets.
Worked away into the leg side, 2 fielders out there on that short ball. Little continues to be very aggressive, and we hear the whisper yet again that Johnny Kennedy wants another look at this, because it's really pushing this front line right to the hilt. That should just be okay. I think something just behind it upon landing.
I think we need to speak about the difficulty of running downhill from that end. You see a few seamers now have a little bit of a challenge. Shamar Joseph.
All the no ball problems we've seen at that far end of the ground.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph, Liam McCarthy, and now Josh Little, and it's the little intricacies in the game that sometimes go unnoticed. You have a slope downhill from one end, uphill from the other, and as a seamer you probably wouldn't mind coming uphill as long as you're not running into the wind along with uphill, because you can slow the top of your run and you can kind of explode uphill, where it's harder to control yourself tearing away down the hill.
Skews away over the head of the backward point fielder, but Tom Mays can cut that off. Gets us to the end of the 31st. 156 for 6. for Paul Stirling to get a bit of flexibility with a couple of overs of maybe Harry Tector or George Dockrell, those two part-time spin options?
Well, I think Dockrell would be probably the first out of those two options, spinning away. We saw Gudakish Moti and Roston Chase in the first innings get a bit of purchase off the pitch. So I think George Dockrell being the left arm spin option could potentially offer a wicket taking option. Would Chase or Ford go after him a bit? Would they see him as a matchup to get a bit of runs and then create an opportunity? It's worth for a couple overs. If it goes horribly wrong, then fine, but he is a good spinner within his own right. You think left arm spinner to two right-handers, pitch offering just enough. I think that would be the best option as a six bowler. And you probably want to get that six bowler in somewhere around now. There's just been a break that always breaks the batter's rhythm. Can you just try to sneak it over or two in from Dockrell, potentially get a wicket and actually give yourself some flexibility in the back end?
And it's that flexibility that every captain wants, because it tends to be that, particularly with the lack of express pace in this Irish attack, with the exception of Little, the bowlers at the death can get a bit samey. Ireland have had problems at the death in both T20 cricket and ODI cricket. Mark Adair excluded. He's really been the guy who's kind of stuck his hand up and said, I want to take the toughest overs that there are. But there's no Adair today, so I think it would make a lot of sense, particularly right now. I think what Paul Stirling was doing throughout that second session was trying to find the seventh wicket, trying to break this partnership. But now I wonder, alongside vice-captain Lorcan Tucker, whether or not they're thinking about, is there a role for George Dockrell? Is Kevin O'Brien? Well, he must be having a whale of a time in the maroon of the West Indies here on home soil in Ireland. Great pickup for Darren Sammy. It makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, you got one of the legends of Irish cricket available at home. He's doing some coaching. I understand he has an academy. So isn't it you're picking someone up who has no experience in coaching, and you get his insight day in, day out on the tour, as important as this, as we mentioned, with the standings and the points the way that they are. I'm sure they want to lean on him. There were some nuggets of wisdom shared in our little huddle there. And it's those types of things that allow you to adapt a little bit quicker. And either Tucker or Sterlo has heard us, and they've thrown George Dockrell the ball.
What do you call that? Osmosis, isn't it? You just get it across. You say, Sterlo, time for this man to have a bowl. Get him into the game. You need to use your left-arm spinner. I think it's a very sensible move. If you look at Dockrell's recent record, he doesn't bowl often, but when he does in this format, particularly against right-handers, he can be very effective indeed. He could be the partnership breaker. I think this feels like a very good move, and a very sensible move from a captain who, well, he's just taken to the captaincy as you would expect for someone who's played as much as he has with the cricketing brain that he has. He's taken to it like a duck to water. He really has, Paul Stirling. So will the move be a successful one? That will be the question. There's certainly a lot of logic behind why they've gone to that sixth bowler and gone to him now. And again, the matchup in theory, although Dockrell's not a big turner of the ball, will be in Ireland's favour.
Yeah, 100%. And they've opened that mid-wicket area, deep mid-wicket area, asking him to walk across and sweep if you want to, which he's done a couple times to McBride, the right-arm finger spinner.
Line is going to be critical here for Dockrell because he's bowling to a 5-4 offside field. So he can't really get too straight. I know historically a lot of his success when his first kind of carnation as a cricketer was as a bowler, wasn't it? Who batted 10, 11, all the way down the order. Now he's in the team for his batting, but he always had the success bowling stump to stump. He probably wants to bowl off stump and outside here to this field.
I think he could still bowl stump to stump, middle and off, more so than middle and leg, because if one of the two batters gets across and tries to sweep him, is a level of risk that Ireland would want them to take.
That for me is the perfect line. Off stump or maybe just a fourth stump. As Tector does the fielding, he's a real live wire in the field. 3 or 4 overs here from Dockrell could be very, very handy for Paul Stirling.
Yeah, and it can make or break the chase as well if he comes in and gets his 3 or 4 through at 3-4 runs and over.
use of the feet and picked up and smoked down the ground. He's a fine ball striker forward, isn't he? And you get such good reward hitting straight.
Partnership with Roston Chase, one that can go on to define the game.
Well, it looked to me like it was half a hit, and it's travelled 85, 90 plus metres. It's gone somewhere up towards, I think that's Styles Court or Styles Lane, the kind of back alley of Clontarf Cricket Club. And somebody's going to get a memento in their back garden, I suspect, when they come out after their Wednesday of work. Be interesting to see how long Sterling persists. Is it just 2 overs that he looks at, or is he happy to concede a boundary or 2?
Yeah, I think it's worth the gamble for a couple overs. If his 2 overs go for 20, worst case scenario, it would have been worth the attempt to get a wicket. It'd also be 2 overs in the back end.
And that's why you can't go too straight, because that's going to cost 5 freebies. And now, worst possible result. You can see all the thought processes behind Paul Sterling getting the 6th bowler in, but Dockrell tried to spear that into the stumps, get out of the over. Instead, it costs 5 and 5 freebies.
Yeah, but that's where we want him to be a bit more brave. The batter walks across, keep it on the stump, let him slog sweep you. That's where the risk is.
Bolden, and the gamble works for Sterling, and it's the big wicket of Roston Chase. That may well have disrupted this chase, just too shy of the 100 partnership. Roston Chase played ever so well, but he's been cleaned up as the ball cannons into leg stump.
Yeah, that is the line. Keep challenging the stump. Keep challenging the stump. The skill and the guile of the arm ball through the gate. And Ireland and Sterling are rewarded. The partnership breakthrough comes for the hands of George Dockrell. Chase is gone for 55 after 32. West Indies 169 for 7.
Chase was bowled by George Dockrell for 55. For the West Indies, shirt number 8 is Alzari Joseph.
Big moment in the match, and again, it's a reward for positive and proactive captaincy from Paul Sterling. He was probably questioning his decision after the 6th ball, which ran away for 5 wides, to give Dockrell 1 more to re-bowl. Big moment, and now again positive captaincy, getting a strike bowler back on to bowl to the new man, Alzari Joseph, who comes to the crease. He'll be at the non-striker's end.
The ball for Ireland from Ari McCarthy.
Scored at a good rate, Carlos, didn't they? 98 off 109 balls, that 7th wicket.
Yeah, another twist in the tail again, and this is what we're talking about with risk. It was a calculated risk to bowl George Dockrell, and that's why I was upset with the ball before when he fired it down. Keep it on the stump. Your job at that point in time is to get a wicket. If you go for 15 in the over, that's fine. Even 2 overs at 15 doesn't break the game open. The West Indies still have so far away to go. However, if you can get a wicket, as he did with the ball after, you open the game and at least open one end for your skipper. So it's a little bit of a lesson in those 2 balls. If you're coming on to restrict then I can understand being a bit defensive. You come on to get a wicket, runs do matter, but not as much as the risk of keeping the ball on the stumps, and he got his just reward the following delivery.
I think it's the sign of a captain who's willing to learn and evolve in terms of the team's approach. For quite a period, in and around probably 2 years, both before and after that 2023 50-over qualifier, that was, being frank with you, a complete nadir for Ireland. It was a disaster. They lost to Oman in Bulawayo. They were knocked out before the Super 6 stages. They never stood a chance in qualifying as a consequence. So you see Alzari Joseph in at number 9. They were dead set on bowling 5 bowlers, no matter what. We're going to pick 6 batters and we're going to pick 5 bowlers. That's our approach. That's what we stick with. That's despite having the all-round skills of Harry Tector and George Dockrell, who both barely bowled at all in ODI cricket. But I think they've looked at that and seen that as actually being a potential weakness. Particularly with Curtis Camphor in the team, they've been more willing to bowl 6 bowlers. In an ODI last year, they actually used 8 bowlers at one point. And again, it doesn't always come off, but they're a little bit unorthodox, both Tector and Dockrell. They have that extra height, extra bounce, and they can bring you a wicket. Brilliant piece of captaincy.
100% agree. And if you look at some of the best teams in the world, I think for a number of years, it was the Achilles heel of South Africa in world tournaments, only having 5 bowlers and maybe bowling a Farhad, Bihardine, and then being shown up. You think of Aidan Markram coming into the team and adding a little bit of extra with his off breaks and being a dependable 6 bowler. Stubbs, I think, bowls a couple overs as well. So who are your Aidan Markrams and Tristan Stubbs that you can throw the ball to get 3, 4, 5 overs in a game? What it also does is when you get down to the back end, you don't want to be so rigid with your bowlers and the overs left in the quarter to have to bowl a guy 3 on the trot in the death. You want the ability to be able to pull him out, much like West Indies did today with Shamar Joseph, and let Alzari Joseph finish the 2 from that end. He ended up getting 2 wickets in that spell.
This is going to be close, but going over is what Richard Illingworth says, given as leg buys. So no bat involved, but close, but probably bouncing over the top. He's a tall man, isn't he, Alzari Joseph?
Yeah, just high. But when you look at the figures now, 6, 6, 7, 6 and 6, you think McBride has 3 to go. Dockrell could potentially bowl 1 or 2 of those, so he doesn't have to finish. If the ball starts to fly all around now, then does he need to bowl it? He can now be pulled out. You can finish for your seamers. It just adds so much flexibility in the middle and to the back end, and you almost separate those last 12, 15 overs into 35 to 40, and then the last power play of 40 to 50.
It stops a bowler just getting lined up as well, doesn't it? 33 have been bowled. It's 171 for 7. George Dockrell will continue. Already a little bit of an inquisition there, isn't there? This game is still alive whilst Ford is still there, and Joseph very capable at number 9. You'd imagine Gudakesh Moti will add some batting at number 10 too, but then just Shamar Joseph at 11. Ireland have done all but close this game out. 1 or 2 good deliveries away from doing so, as Dockrell will continue. Oh, and he's got another. He's got 2 and 7 deliveries. He's actually on a hat-trick. He's clean bowled Roston Chase, and now he's forced Alzari Joseph to chop on one that's maybe kept a little low.
Once again, attacking the stumps. Yes, it was a chop on, but zoning in on the stumps, George Dockrell, and he's blown this game wide open. Kept slightly low, but you have to be in it to win it. He definitely was straight on. Under edge from Alzari Joseph. And he loses his wicket. George Dockrell is on a hat-trick. The West Indies 171 for 8.
For the West Indies, winning 64, Udikesh Oti.
Well, it's been a day of real landmarks, hasn't it? No Irish man has ever taken a one-day international hat-trick before. We've seen 51 in history, and George Dockrell will become the 52nd to do it. Been quite the turn of events, having speared in a 5 wides down the leg side. Left-hander to the crease.
Yeah, I think Moti will be slog sweeping regardless, hat-trick ball or not. He doesn't hang around.
And here we go, George Dockrell, your time is now. Hat-trick ball. Guided away beautifully. It's going to race to the rope. Doesn't need to slog sweep that kind of a length, and just opens the face incredibly elegantly. And George Dockrell says, what can I do about that?
Such a calm passage of play for a hat-trick ball. Chuck it outside the off stump, hope it spins back with slit. Moti just guides it for 4 and everyone just says, tough luck. But you look at the bottom there, 129 off 100 balls.
Back-to-back boundaries. Well, West Indies, they bat a long way down. He's got 2 international 50s next to his name, 1 in Test matches and 1 in ODIs. And it's been an action-packed 9 deliveries from George Dockrell, isn't it?
No quiet balls. And Moti will play shots, and it was there to hit, and he hit it. Hit it well. You think of 125 needed off 99 balls. That's not the biggest ask. When you look in your right-hand column and see 8 wickets down, and that's when it becomes a real uphill task.
Will that be the frustration for Darren Sammy, that it's not necessarily his batters haven't been able to score runs? They've put away a lot of boundaries throughout this chase. This might be another chance. Tom Mays is out at long off and holds on. George Dockrell has 3 in 11 deliveries, and Ireland are on the brink of what would be, well, a monumental and a quite massive victory in this first ODI.
Told you he wouldn't hang around. That one's slightly wider and slower. Good skills on show by Dockrell, and a comfortable catch by Mays on debut. He's had a good day so far. Dockrell has had a good day. Ireland a cock a hoop. And the West Indies are reeling. 179 for 9.
For the West Indies, number 70, Shamar Joseph.
Last man to the crease, Shamar Joseph for the West Indies. This is the problem when you lose wickets regularly. You're only a bad passage of play, and a little moment of magic from George Dockrell or 2 from the game drifting away from you. Well, if Ireland could have designed this day to go as well as it has, having lost the toss, I don't think they could have dreamt it up. They posted over 300. Paul Stirling got his 10,000th international run across the 3 primary formats. George Dockrell has 3 wickets next to his name. Andrew Balbirnie has a 9th ODI century. Harry Tector has yet another ODI 50. It's all coming up roses for Ireland, and for the West Indies, it's going to be back to the drawing board ahead of the second game on Friday. 34 bowled, 179 for 9. We'll leave you with Dwayne and Isabel to guide you home.
So the card so far, thank you Andrew, thank you Carlos, 179 for 9 West Indies here in Clontarf. Well, the top order really didn't fire. King got off to a start, but then Lewis, Carty, Hope and Django all finding themselves in single figures. The duck for Django. Graves really took it to Ireland, and Chase a superb 55. Ford is still there on 38. And Murti and Alzari Joseph failing. Here's Shamar Joseph in at the crease. This one straight up, and Ford is going to be caught, it seems, straight underneath it. Barry McCarthy has 4. Ireland have a fantastic victory and won by 124 runs as Josh Little takes the final catch. Barry McCarthy strikes. A great forfeit for Barry McCarthy, and a wonderful victory, Isabel Joyce, for Ireland, first up in this series.
Well, we were thinking 300 might not be enough. It was more than enough, but a lovely moment we just saw from Barry McCarthy, who was thanking his opening bowling partner, Tom Mays. He's taken a 4th wicket. Knew it was nearly the end of the game. Josh Little did well, called it early, said, this is my catch, got himself into a really good position. You could see his feet moving until the very last moment, called Carmichael out of it. He made sure. So a lovely moment. Barry McCarthy was brilliant with the new ball. Quite simply fantastic. So very fitting that he closes it out with the final wicket, but it was set up by a very good batting performance. Sterling passing 1,000 runs, a brilliant century from Balbirnie, and well, West Indies, I think at half-time felt they were in with more than a good chance, but they've fallen well short. 95 balls remaining in Ireland, win by 125. 1-0 to Ireland.
Fine victory for Ireland, who make it 3 on the bounce now against West Indies in results between them. When you go back to their last series in 2022, Ireland won the last 2 of those matches in Kingston. And Paul Sterling can lead his side past the visitors. And West Indies defeated 124 runs in this first match of the Token 5 one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies. It's been a glorious day for cricket at Castle Avenue. Kevin O'Brien, part of the Windy squad, one of the great Irish players in history.
Yeah, an odd moment for him, because you could see when he was saying well done to the Irish lads, he really meant it. Yes, he's on the coaching ticket for West Indies, but he's played alongside almost all of these guys. And so for him, as an Irishman, a proud Irishman, while he would have wanted West Indies to win, it was almost a no-lose situation for him.
It's the first time Ireland have won by runs. They've always chased down in their previous victories against West Indies, incidentally. So it's the first time they've set a target and managed to defend it against West Indies. So that is a success in itself, but much of that down to the captaincy of Paul Sterling as well. The way he changed his bowlers was excellent, the way he used his bowlers. And what that's done is it's brought about the first ever victory for Ireland against West Indies at home. They'd won the 2 away at Sabina Park that I mentioned, and also a World Cup win back in 2015 in Nelson in New Zealand. And this is the first time they've beaten West Indies in a one-day international at home. So another significant milestone for Irish cricket. So Ireland have beaten West Indies by 124 runs. A quick break and then more to come.
again, thank you for your attendance today at Castle Avenue for this opening game in the Token 5 series between Ireland and West Indies. Perfect day in terms of the weather, and indeed Ireland winning the game by 124 runs. Enjoy your day if you have. If you'd like to come back on Friday, if you haven't already purchased your tickets, there are a few still available for Friday. Unfortunately, Sunday is already sold out. So a few tickets available for Friday, game 2 in this series. Up onto cricketireland.ie. Follow the links for the tickets this coming Friday. A few tickets available. Thank you for your attendance today. Game 1, Ireland have won and lead the series 5-0. We hope to see you again on Friday. And the world Sunday.
So a fantastic victory for Ireland over West Indies. 124 runs, the margin of victory. A first ever home win for Ireland against West Indies. They've been absolutely superb, the way that Sterling has captained this side. Started with a half century as well after West Indies had won the toss and sent the home side into bat. But Shea Hope's side, when they came out to chase a target of 304 after Balbirnie's sensational century and half centuries from Sterling and Tector, well, ultimately it proved to be too much for the visiting West Indies side. So Isabel Joyce alongside for what's set to be a very pleasing post-match presentation for Irish cricket and indeed Ireland as the home side. A positive start for this one-day international series.
Yeah, there are so many positives that are kind of shining out. It's the way Ireland went about their batting. I mean, you mentioned that they've generally chased when they've won games against West Indies, and I think that was the way they felt the only way that they felt they could win with the bowling attack that they used to have. But now with the depth we've seen with the two bowlers coming in, Liam McCarthy that is, and the other debutant, Tom Mays, that's it, and he was brilliant up the top of the order. So to see them coming in and bowl the way that they did was just fantastic, and to beat West Indies by such a margin at home at the start of the summer is brilliant.
It's a superb start, and I think more important when you consider the quality that West Indies have in their top four. And Jungu, a quality player. I mean, his only previous one-day international, yes, he'd only played once before, but he scored an unbeaten century, and it was a fine century against Bangladesh in rather testing conditions. You expected to see something a little more from that, but there was so much resilience. There was a lot of absorption of pressure from the Ireland bowlers.
Absolutely, and look, it's brilliant to be able to turn to Andy McBride, who's such an experienced off-spin bowler, but then George Dockrell coming in and taking 3 wickets. What a moment for him to be able to come into the team and be the right matchup for two right-handers. I was really pleased for him in particular.
Andrew Leonard is standing by with the post-match presentation.
Yeah, many thanks indeed, guys. Time for the post-match presentation after a really strong Irish victory, taking the win by 124 runs, going 1-0 up in the series. We'll hear from both captains and we'll find out who the player of the match is. Starting with the captain of the West Indies, that's Shea Hope. Shea, commiserations. That was a game that probably you didn't feel went your way right from the start. Where did it go wrong in the first innings after you won the toss? You just weren't able to find those early inroads.
Yeah, that's a big key for us. We've got to make sure we get some early wickets with the new ball. And the power play, anytime the batters can set the tone. Obviously, if you get a good start, it sets up the middle period and obviously the back end. But yeah, we didn't strike with the new ball. We didn't. I think that was the biggest thing for us in this particular game, and hopefully we can go right that next game.
It looked like there was a lot of runs in that surface, though, and 300 is absolutely not beyond your compass, but a bit of a disastrous batting performance. Can you talk us through those first 5 wickets in particular? Ireland came very hard at you.
Yeah, they played well. I just think that we needed to show a little bit more intent. I thought that we allowed them to settle a bit too much. Obviously, if you let the guys hit those areas all the time continuously, then they're going to set themselves in a decent rhythm, and then, you know, the rest was history.
Okay, what about the positives for today? I thought Rustin Chase and indeed Matthew Ford kind of stood up really, really well. It was a fine 98-run 7th wicket partnership. That's the fight you'd like to see throughout the batting right from the start?
Yeah, definitely. We just need to set the tone from the start. If you can have, you know, decent power plays at the beginning of the innings, and then we see what kind of firepower we have at the back end there. We got quality players coming in the back end. So as long as we get a good start with the bat, I think the rest will be history.
Okay, final question. I know you never underestimate Ireland, but that's a heavy defeat today. I think it's the heaviest in your history to them. Every chance that they'll come hard at you again come Friday, you're going to have to turn things around very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. But the series, you know, is not over yet. We got to make sure we take this blow, because they definitely outplayed us today, and then come back as strong as we could next game.
Shay, thanks for talking to us. Commiserations today. We'll see you Friday.
Cheers.
Okay, that's the captain of the West Indies, Shay Hope. Time now to speak to the winning captain. That's the captain of Ireland, Paul Sterling. Paul, many congratulations. You probably couldn't have dreamt of a better performance, could you? Everything went absolutely as well as it could have.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we put a foot wrong all day. Absolutely delighted. It's hard to start, you know, where to really review that game. I think everything went as we spoke about, and it very rarely happens. So we're absolutely delighted with how it's come out, and we've won that game pretty comfortably in the end.
124 runs, the margin of victory. You're missing a lot of players, 5 or 6, depending upon how you look at it. 3 debutants into the team. All of them contributed in their own way, and that is just the stuff of dreams for all 3 of those guys in particular.
Absolutely, yeah. They've come in and haven't looked out of place whatsoever, and it's only great for Irish cricket and the system here. So to get some more depth and people putting their hand up is only a good thing, and will only make us a better team as time goes on.
Okay, what about yourself, Paul? I know you're always going to want to talk about the team. Did you know you're on the brink of that landmark of 10,000 runs? And it was a really lovely way to do it, to get there right in the stroke of drinks, and the vast majority of the West Indian boys coming to congratulate you.
Yeah, honestly, I had no idea, which is, yeah, these days with all the media and people talking, that you sometimes have an inkling, but absolutely none. So delighted. Look, it's something, you know, I think I would have dreamt of doing that as a kid, and the 10,000 sounds like a lot of runs to me. So, you know, look, I still think as a professional cricketer, as a current professional cricketer, you never have time to reflect. But maybe after hearing that, you know, you might give yourself 10 minutes tonight over a nice, maybe a pint of Guinness, and reflect on that, because I think that's a pretty special achievement.
Really special achievement. You're the first Irishman to do it, the 97th in the history of the game, and you're in some pretty esteemed company, I'll tell you. Talking about esteemed company, Andrew Balbirnie, exceptional today. He started the season in red hot form with that move up to the Northwest Warriors. He played wonderfully well.
He did. He just played a typical Balbirnie innings. You know, that's his role in this side, is to see through the new ball and bat deep for us, and build partnerships with whoever it is, and hopefully me at the other end can take on a few more attacking options. I think it just that role system worked today really well. The way Harry came in and continued on, Lorcan as well, and you know, honestly, we didn't put a foot wrong.
Special word for Barry McCarthy. There's something about him, isn't there? When he's up and about, it feels like the entire team is up and about. That was him at his very best, 4 wickets.
100%. I think when you're I think 300 is very chaseable in Clontarf on a decent wicket, but for that opening spell between Barry McCarthy and Tom Mays, I thought they were outstanding, and the pressure that Tom put on at the other end as well made the opportunity for Barry to get wickets. So we're absolutely delighted.
Okay, very final question. Often Ireland have got off to these great starts and not been able to close out series wins. That surely is the target across the final 2 matches.
I think so, yeah, obviously, yeah, 100%. We'll look to do much of the same processes going into the next couple of days, and see if we can come out with the same results.
Paul, many congratulations today. I don't think you or any of the debutants will ever forget.
Yeah, appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, time for the player of the match. I'd like to ask the Cricket Ireland president to come up alongside me. That's Miss Donna Armstrong, who's got the player of the match memento. Up you come, Donna. Lovely to see you, and just come right in next to me here. So plenty of contenders today for that player of the match. Special mentions for Paul Sterling for that momentous achievement of getting to 10,000 runs, the 50 for Harry Tector, also 3 wickets for George Dockrell and 4 for Barry McCarthy, but he made his 9th one-day international. 9 4s and 4 6s. The player of the match, it goes to Andrew Balbirnie. So Andy's going to receive his award from Miss Donna Armstrong, the Cricket Ireland president for this year. Many thanks, Donna. Andy, stay with me, mate. We'll have a chat. Huge congratulations. I was just saying to your great pal Paul, that's as good a performance as maybe Ireland have ever put in, particularly on home soil.
Yeah, I think so. We were itching to go at the start of the day. Obviously, we'd had a tough couple of weeks in terms of injuries, but I think the guys that stepped up really looked the part from the off, which is great to see, and it's a great testament to what we're doing kind of outside of the international game. Obviously a quick word for Paul. I think 10,000 runs is an amazing achievement, and he still leads from the front for us as a batting group. I'm a captain as well, and just delighted for him.
He claims he didn't know. Did the rest of the squad know? And he was right on the brink of it, 37 he needed today?
No, none of us knew. I think whether it was just kept quiet or something, it's difficult with all the games you play and the different formats you play. But yeah, he's an incredible player for Ireland. I think he passed 400 caps recently enough and 10,000 runs now, and he's still got some good years ahead of him. And the more that he's contributing to this team, the better we'll be.
What about the rest of the performance? You look like you really enjoyed batting with the debutant Cade Carmichael. Then you teamed up again with Harry Tector as well, very effectively.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of role I've been given, is to try to bat deep and do as well as I can up top, and then kind of progress as I go on. And some days it'll come off, some days it won't. Luckily it did today. It was nice to spend a bit of time with Cade, who I thought looked really organised when he came in. Harry kind of just continued his form in ODI cricket, and yeah, we felt like we'd maybe left a couple out there in the end, but I think the way the boys bowled with the new ball really set us up for a good win.
Okay, last question. I know you're no longer the leader of this team, still the captain of the Test team. So many times Ireland in series have kind of got into great one-off victories. Can you now finish the deal and take a really historic series win here on home soil for the first time in Ireland over the West Indies?
Yeah, that'll be the challenge for us. I think historically we've kind of been a bit slow to get into series, and some of our better performances have been at the back end of the series. But this sets us up nice. This sets us up nicely for two big games now. We know the conditions; they know the conditions. So the confidence will be massive in that dressing room, and we've got to kind of dust ourselves down tomorrow and then come again on Friday with a big effort.
Andy, marvellous performance by you and indeed all your teammates today. Outstanding stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, that's going to wrap up the post-match presentation. Andrew Balbirnie, the player of the match.
And a fine 112 it was as well from Andy Balbirnie. Set it up beautifully for Ireland to go out and claim the victory. The platform was set by he and captain Paul Stirling. Isabel, just taking a look at that knock, the opening partnership, a great 100-run stand between the openers that really gave Ireland a platform from which to build. Maybe come the end of the innings, not quite the score they would have hoped for, but that was the platform that set up the win, surely.
Yeah, and I was really interested to hear Paul Stirling say that it was a typical Balbirnie innings and his role in the team, because what we've heard from others is maybe he's a little bit slow, but actually his first 50 was from 88 and he showed that he can accelerate his second 50 from 44. And if that's his role, then he's doing exactly what he's told. Then there's no need for anyone to panic and think Andy Balbirnie needs to go out of the side, he's too slow. They're set up with their batting lineup so that they can accelerate through 3, 4 and 5, and they want him to bat through the innings. So brilliant for him to know and have clarity, and opening up with Paul Stirling means that you can depend on him to go quickly at the start.
Carlos, what would you like to see from the West Indies attack when you consider what you've seen from the Irish batters today?
Probably a little fuller. I think if you are attacking Andrew Balbirnie or Paul Stirling, LBW, full and straight early is one of the modes of attack, and certainly when I've played against them in the past, that would have kind of be the things on the docket in the dossier. And I think we were a little bit short, save for the spell from Alzari Joseph in the middle of the innings at the debutant. I love that hostility, a nice 3-over burst, but early with the new ball, it is important to get wickets, and you saw how it rocked West Indies. Can you get the ball a bit fuller? Can you challenge the stumps a bit more and ask a few more questions of the technique? It was quite easy to just play and leave, and the length was a little bit too short, I felt. And just overhearing some of the conversations from some of the boys, that was kind of the message in and around the bowling group as well. I didn't think 300 was enough, but Ireland made it enough.
By contrast, looking at the West Indies top order, one of the things Shahab said to Andrew a moment ago was we didn't have enough intent, and maybe they allowed Ireland to bowl those good line and lengths to them a little too easily early on in the innings. Top order failing for West Indies today, and that really saw the result almost concluded early.
Yeah, I do agree with him. I think back to Stirling charging Matthew Ford very early out and missing. That's fine, but your intent is there. You're letting him know you can't just run in and bowl the same delivery and me to block you. You think back to Mays. I mean, what a start to international cricket. First 2 overs, 2 maidens, and West Indies just waited for a bad ball. He didn't present any. You have to think as a batter, I have to make the play at some point in time. The power play is only 10 overs. It isn't 90-mile-an-hour bowling. It isn't the most prodigious swing, but they're very disciplined. They were very on it. how can I, as the batter, make the first play, take the bowler off his length, take him off his line, and it's not always to get a boundary, but it might be for the next ball or the next over. And I think Brandon King made that play in either the third or fourth over from Mays. And if that had come a couple overs earlier, maybe you could put him off his line, maybe you can get a few more away. But the way that Ireland bowled and the way that West Indies allowed them to bowl meant that they had a very good start. And when they lost the wicket, the game went nowhere. And then it resulted in a few wickets, one after the other.
Isabel, just looking at the captaincy of Paul Stirling then, particularly in this result, the way he used his bowlers, the way he was able to change... The foresight to bring Dockrell on and bowl him when he did, Dockrell putting it in the right places, picking up 3 late wickets, finishing the innings after that frustrating partnership by Ford and Chase for West Indies.
Well, the thing about being captain is that when the things go wrong, it can be down to your captaincy. So you take the highs with the lows, and it was very much a high for Stirling with his captaincy. You wonder how much that was a plan before the game. I don't know if Stirling was looking around and thought, okay, 2 right-handers, I'm going to bring on the left-arm spinner, or was that decided before the game by someone who's got stats in the back room? We'll probably never find that out, but he deserves the credit because he shuffled the bowlers. He had McBrien on from one end, was changing up the seamers down the other end, and he just kept on plugging away. Nobody panicked when there was that partnership. They had plenty of runs to play with, it has to be said, but yeah, I was really impressed by how quickly he was able to adjust to what the West Indies batters were doing and how he shuffled the bowlers around.
When you look at the debutants for Ireland today, overall we've spoken about Tom Mays in particular and the impact that he had. Fantastic first wicket bowling, Shea Hope the way that he did. But overall the contribution of the debutants quite impressive and I suppose adds metal and depth to this Irish squad.
Yeah, Paul Stirling said actually you wouldn't even notice there were debutants out there. Sometimes there's a few fielding mistakes, people can get overexcited. You probably, if you didn't know who they were, you wouldn't have been able to pick them out. They fielded well, they looked the part. Liam McCarthy came in and I was so impressed. His first few balls were on the money. And he has been known to sometimes, because he's got that extra bit of pace, people leave him away with being a little bit wayward, but he wasn't today. He didn't let the emotions get the best of him. Actually, none of the 3 did. Cade Carmichael was busy. He was sprinting around the place. Maybe, you know, a little bit of a loose shot to get out, but I thought he looked the part as well. So I think the Wolves programme, the Interpros programme, it's just showing some... drawing some fruit there, and I think it's something that Cricket Ireland can look on. And sometimes it can feel like you're plugging away. You can kind of sit down for a second and say, okay, that's worked for the last few months.
Well, let's just take a look at the wickets that fell. Ireland taking those wickets quite superbly. But Carlos, when you look at the way West Indies performed today, they've got some depth. They've got some players to call on potentially for the second and third series, but surely they know and understand that the series is not done and dusted just yet, and they're well capable of coming back to take the series still.
Yeah, they know that, but I see a few of these early shots, players out in front of the body. Just wonder if they haven't acclimatised well enough. This is the game-breaking spell, partnership breaking in that first delivery from Dockrell, then Alzari Joseph and now Gudakish Moti. But I felt earlier with a fuller length, a few of the West Indies boys got caught with the bat in front of the pad and not playing it as late as they would want to. I'm just wondering if that change in condition, maybe they haven't adapted as quickly as they would have wanted to. But you take nothing away from the Irish bowlers. They put it in that spot often enough to ask questions, and those questions weren't answered in the affirmative for the West Indies. So the sensational stuff for Ireland, I think West Indies will go back to the drawing board and think we can't allow guys to just settle on a line and length. As international cricket, you need to make the play. How can we disrupt the line, disrupt the length, put them off the game, and then capitalise on anything untoward from the bowling unit?
There's still more to come. Join us after this quick break. Isabel Joyce and Carlos Brathwaite alongside. But let's look ahead now to the second and third one-day internationals in this series. Fine start from Ireland, but the series is certainly not done. Are you expecting to see many changes from an Irish perspective for the next one-day international?
I wouldn't think so. I think they'll keep it exactly as is. You don't take a winning performance like that, especially a resounding win, and change it. But they have to expect West Indies to come at them hard. They're not going to lie down in this series. They've recognised they haven't performed maybe as well as they should or anywhere near, and they're going to come back hard. We've seen how hard they can hit, how fast they can bowl, just how good they can be. So I think Ireland will be ready for a fight on Friday.
Carlos, from a West Indies perspective, are you expecting to see a few changes to the starting 11?
I hope not. I think when you come into a series, you play a best 11 first up, and they'll hold their hands up and they'll know they didn't cover themselves in glory. But I don't think it's a personnel issue per se. I think it's more the intent with the bat, the lengths with the ball. It's all things that can be rectified in a matter of days. And I think when you start to chop and change too quickly, you kind of press the panic button. Back these guys again. Ask them to change what they've done and adjust to what the conditions say. You have the perfect blueprint from how Ireland have played. You show really solid intent with the bat. It didn't necessarily mean slogging, but it meant, being proactive. It meant running hard between the wickets. It meant one guy getting in and going big, getting to 100, which eventually proved to be the difference in the game. With ball in hand, ball full of lengths, keep it stump to stump a little bit more. And then with the extra pace, that's where we have an extra dimension. So you think of West Indies putting in a similar performance to Ireland with the ball, and then having the extra pace of an Alzarri Joseph, it adds another dimension. We have to build our foundation first. So I think it's as much about foundation building in the second ODI as it is about the result. And once that process is taken care of, the result will be in the favour of the West Indies, because they should overpower Ireland. But Ireland, fantastic. At home, done all the things they need to do in order to win, and it was an exceptional performance.
Was an exceptional performance from the home side, their first ever victory on home soil against West Indies. I'm just going to hand it over to Andrew Leonard to take us through the day as it unfolded.
Yeah, thank you indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Great to hear the thoughts of Isabel Joyce and Carlos Brathwaite in particular, the two former internationals. Let's get a look at the tail of the tape on the day. Quite remarkable, really. The performance from Ireland. Many will have expected Ireland to be competitive. I don't think many will have expected the scale of victory that Ireland affected. 50s for Harry Tector and Paul Stirling, including that landmark 10,000th run across Test, ODI and T20I cricket, the first Irishman to do it. And according to him in the post-match presentation, completely unaware that he was on the brink of it. And the century, a 9th one-day international century for Andrew Balbirnie, powered Ireland's total of 303. For the bowlers, for the West Indies, no doubt Alzarri Joseph was the star of the show. 3 wickets, yes, for Matthew Ford, but he was relatively expensive. And a big boost for Ireland was keeping the left-arm spin of Gudakesh Moti wicketless throughout. For the West Indies, well, it was an innings that never got going. Barry McCarthy blitzed them away at the top with a 3-wicket burst. He came back to take his 4th, the wicket-taking ability of the Pembroke all-rounder, certainly very much to the fore. Good stuff, particularly from Tom Mays in his debut too. Produced that beauty to dismiss West Indies captain Shea Hope. It was 179 that the West Indies were bowled all out for, leading to that monstrous victory. But look at the fall of wickets at the bottom of your screen right there. 31 for 5 at one stage. And despite a fighting effort, a 98-run partnership for the 7th wicket, West Indies never able to get in it and bowled out with the best part of 16 overs to spare. Well, one of the great things about these links we have between Ireland and the West Indies, we're celebrating here in the commentary box. Carlos Brathwaite, his story, a tale of his association with the game in Ireland. Was lucky enough to catch up with him right as the match was going on, alongside JP O'Dwyer and indeed David Lucas, to tell us more of his journey through Irish Cricket Club at Leinster CC. Irish cricket indeed. We're going to dig a little more into one of the most famous one of those links. We've got some key men alongside me. David Lucas, the former chair of the Leinster Cricket Club, next to JP O'Dwyer, who's a committee member back in 2009, and the big man Carlos Brathwaite. We're going to talk about how Carlos Brathwaite ended up in Dublin. Maybe starting with you as the chair, Lukey. What's the link with Leinster to Carlos Brathwaite?
The link, we were, every year we get a professional in, and this time Hendy Wallace had worked with us for 2 or 3 years and had highly recommended a rough diamond, as he described it. This man could bat and bowl, and highly recommended it. So we met Carlos. I think he was just turning 20 at the time he arrived, or 19 or 20, and he made such a massive impact in his first year, and obviously and has been associated with us ever since.
Carlos, what did you know about Ireland before you came to Ireland? Did you know anything about it at all?
Not much, to be honest. I was courted to play club cricket in England, but when Leinster came in for me, they were like, we really want you. Hendy Wallace spoke really highly of the club. I met with Hendy Wallace and a sponsor in Barbados, and I was just like, yeah, these guys really want me. Like, you always want to feel loved, and then that love, once I got there, picked up from the airport, full club tour, introduction to club legend Jerry Duffy, Lord rest his soul, and yeah, it was just good vibes from beginning to the end, and the relationships built that is still there today.
Got JP O'Dwyer here as well. JP, you're a legend of Irish club cricket yourself. You were heavily involved in the club committee at that point. You played those whole 2 years, didn't you? 09 and 10 with Carlos. What was his immediate impact on the club?
He's a big guy, so he has a presence. So first of all, you got a big guy coming in like this, bowling at decent with decent speed. He's going to put the fear into the opposition, but also he hit the ball a mile. And it's very similar to Hendy. Hendy was, he played in Ireland for 19 seasons and played for us in one of his final seasons and then coached. And Hendy just hit the ball a mile, and then he also put the fear of God into batsmen. So that's really what you're trying to tick when you're looking for a pro each year, which is hard. So it was great to get a reference from Hendy. Plus, there's always been a good link between Barbados and West Indies. Hendy would know, like Paul Hanby, and these guys would know each other, and Paul would have known Joel Garner and Desmond Haynes and all these guys. And we had other pros then from Barbados in particular who came on in the years afterwards, Barrington Yearwood, Joe Leacock, Corey Edwards, all good guys, all hard working, and we just always had a good bond between West Indies and Leinster anyway.
There's a great shared culture, isn't there? But how did you find it immediately? We've got a beautifully sunny day here for the first ODI in the series, but I'm sure it wasn't always like that. You must have had cold days. What were your living arrangements like as well?
Yeah, the first 2 weeks were a culture shock, I won't lie. Every time the rain fell, I ducked into a little shop when I realised everyone was just walking like it happens usually. And then by the third week, I was also walking through the rain. You had to get accustomed. If you step outside or step inside every time the rain fell, you'd never get anywhere. So that was the first kind of culture shock. Playing slightly in the rain, sometimes if it's drizzling and not a big one, you just crack on with it for 2 or 3 overs till it subsides. So rain was probably the biggest adjustment. Responsibility as well. I remember playing a few good knocks early out and a couple 40s, a couple 69s, and I remember hearing someone in the clubhouse say, does the pro not ever make more than 69? And I was just thinking, like, at home, that's a good day out. Like, you get a 50, you batted fairly well, but it just told you the responsibility. You know, you're being paid to play. You have the duty to ensure that you do as much as you can with bat, as much as you can with ball, and then extended off the field as well. So coaching the one-on-ones, how can you bring a culture with the team? And we had a really good culture, thankfully for me. Being a young guy, it was easy to bed in. But I think that responsibility and the rain were probably 2 of the biggest culture shocks in Ireland.
The club pro is something of an institution in Ireland. Have you ever found a better one than Carlos, and what are your memories of him across the 2 years?
I'm looking. Yeah, I know. He was absolutely brilliant, absolutely inspirational, and those hundreds did come. Believe me, they came, and the wickets kept coming. He was an inspiration to the youth as well. So I remember when we won the All Ireland, we came back and he went on the supporters bus on the way back instead of the team bus because he wanted to stay with the kids. And when we arrived back in Leinster, and you remember it well, he took his top off when running around Leinster, and all the kids took their top off and ran around Leinster. It was just absolutely inspirational, and so many cricketers just kept coming and coming and coming, and that was the power of this man.
Yeah, massive legacy and a huge learning curve, like you said. He's kind of robbed my next question. What about that Irish Senior Cup run 2009? The league and other aspects of that year didn't quite go so well, but there is something special about that Irish Senior Cup in particular, particularly that final against Donnamana, JP.
Yeah, we were rebuilding the club after a few poor years up to 2005, and then we started to get a good mixture of young players coming through. So we George Dockrell, who was only 15, 16 at the time, and then good club cricketers. But you always had to marry that up with then picking a really good pro. Up the north, for many years, the pros that they could get would have been first class, as in you could pick a first class. Then in the Republic, you couldn't get a guy who was first class. So it was always trying to pick a guy that could really fit into the club. In terms of the final itself, our league performance were pretty poor, but we got the good cup run going, and some outstanding performances. But Carlos took 4 wickets in the semi-final, where we beat Limavady, who'd actually we'd lost to Limavady in a final in '97. We'd lost to a final in '96. We'd actually lost the final in '84. The All-Ireland was actually a brainchild of Murragh McDevitt, who was a member of Leinster. Great families were pillars of Leinster, like the Hanbys, the Delaney's, the Collarans, the MacDonalds. So getting to the final was huge, and it was a bit of a holy grail for us. And myself in particular, like, it was what we really wanted to achieve. So the final day itself, you could talk for hours about that, but ultimately came up against a really strong Donnamana team, which were packed with, again, young guys coming through, like Andy McBride, but his family, the McBrides, James and Junior, who were absolute legends of Irish cricket and Donnamana. We knew we were going to be up against it on that particular day. So they took the game to us. We lost an early wicket. We rebounded, we got a good score on the board. They had an outstanding pro called Azhar Shafiq, and at one stage, while they were chasing our score, I think it was 275, he was going like a train, and it really didn't look like we were going to get him out, but we did. We were skippered by a fantastic captain called Anton Schultz. But the boys, that team that year, Jones, Craig Mallon, Ian O'Hurley, Rob Keneally, I want to name them all because they all deserve a good mention. Will Lennon. We probably, team for team, we were probably the underdog. Donnamana were in the final year before, but we somehow managed to get over the line anyway.
Carlos, your memories, final word on that final. Up in the hills, the most beautiful ground, one of the most beautiful in the country, a day you'll never forget, and something that was just so special for everyone involved. Yeah, I love what you said. We lost the early wicket. I think that early wicket is on the mic right now. We got a little bit of a dossier. I think Donnamana played one of the Republic of Ireland clubs, and one of the guys sent us a few words on each of the players. You know, this is the bowling attack, this is the batting lineup, this is strengths, weaknesses. And I remember the left arm seamer swings the ball back, and I step out to face first ball and gone for a massive cover drive. You could drive a bus through my gate, and yeah, no doubt topper off, I think, topper middle. Yeah. And as I was walking off, the kids were walking in shouting, "Carlos, Carlos." And I was just like, you're not going to see me batting today, unfortunately.
I was the next guy in, and I was still only getting the pads on. So it was a bit of a shock to the system. But we rebounded, and myself, Jonesy, Anton, the whole team, Craig Mallon, everybody chipped in. Rob Keneally at the end hitting sixes. And we rebounded. So we were on our knees losing Carlos, and it's like, wow, okay, Donnamana probably reckoned at that stage game's over. But you know yourself, cricket's ups and downs all the way through. And amazing atmosphere that day. It was really intense, well supported by Donnamana and ourselves from Leinster as well. And really, really windy day, so you couldn't really hear a lot of what was going on. So
we're just seeing a drop catch in the background. We're recording this whilst the game's going on. Final word, Carlos, just please, on the memories of lifting that trophy, what it meant to you, and now what's turned into lifelong friendships. Yeah, it meant a lot. You go through a whole journey. I think my journey that season was obviously acclimatizing with the club, meeting a great bunch of guys, then getting injured almost a quarter way through, missing 8 weeks of bowling seam, ended up bowling some spin in the semi, I think, and the quarter as well, and then being able to bowl pace, getting one ball, and then coming back to help get a couple of wickets in the back end for us to win. So when we were lifting that trophy, remember JP got injured as well, and almost was a race in time to be fit back for the final. So there was a lot of different storylines within
the club trying to win the first trophy. So yeah, it was a real nice journey. And then, as Lukey mentioned, being able to go back on the supporters bus. The kids were drinking juice. Mine had a little bit more spike in it.
We had a few fizzy juices.
Yeah, we had a few fizzy juices. And then yeah, the supporters all came back. The kids all came back. We did a victory laps around the ground. So then he was able to celebrate with the team in the moment, but then able to celebrate with the supporters who would have given us all the love and support throughout. So it was a real nice journey.
And when we won the All Ireland again in 2023 in Waringstown, Carlos flew over and was a supporter then and came and really helped us get across the line in that one for our second win.
So he's one of our own.
It was a lot easier in 2023. It wasn't your heart wasn't pumping. Yeah, your heart wasn't pumping as much then because you're not playing. But yeah, it was good. Now all the boys, elder statesmen, were just supporting, having a good time. Another few fizzy juices. But yeah, once again, every time we catch up with the boys, there's always great crack.
Well, JP, Carlos, Lukey, these are bonds that are formed for life. That's what Irish club cricket is all about. And a man who went on to hit the heights all around the world in Caribbean colours. His journey, and a large part of it, started right here, just in Dublin, with the Leinster Cricket Club. Beautiful story. Gents, thanks for talking to me. Really hope you enjoy catching up. That's Carlos Brathwaite, David Lucas, and indeed JP O'Dwyer.
Marvellous memories from Carlos Brathwaite and his time in Ireland in years gone by. Certainly a great friend of Ireland. Today has belonged to Ireland, however. They've beaten West Indies by 124 runs in the first of the Token Fire one-day international series between Ireland and West Indies here in Clontarf. Next action for you on Friday morning. That's 9:30 GMT, 10:30 local time. We look forward to your company then. But from all of us here for now, it's goodbye.